Coming to you from Summerdale, New Jersey and Sterling High School. Hello, everybody, and happy Sunday to all of you. Here on the HSG Network, we have TCUFL action today, 4 games, and we're about ready for our first one, the freshman matchup between Pennsville and Sterling. Obviously, future football players for both of these squads, especially in the high school level. So, very happy you're with us today. I'm Tom Wilkins. John Shashowski with me here in next to me. Or is it
Boy,
Plenty?
did you train wreck that?
Listen, I have not done this in a few months, so bear with me. But John Zaplensky with me. Uh, hey, glad to have you here. We have Howard Gaber in the controls correcting me.
It's all
Hey, you've been
good.
seeing a lot of this football here for the first couple of weeks. Both teams are
Yeah,
1-2. What do you expect out of this?
a good game. I know both programs. We got comfortable, acquainted with them last year, and we've had a lot of great games for the last couple of weeks, and very evenly matched teams. Nail biters. We've had a couple overtimes. I don't expect anything less today.
And to be quite honest, I mean, these are kids obviously growing up in the realm of football. Now, of course, in the freshman matchups, you usually don't see too much in the name of a sophisticated play calling, especially with both head coaches. You'd have to figure just teach the fundamentals of the game and run some simple plays and see if they work.
Yeah, at this level, it's the earliest of developmental. You're trying to learn the kids. You're trying to get the kids to understand the game, the concept. Very basic. Usually, we don't see a lot of passing, if not any at all. So, it's yeah, I expect basic football, but if they put the time in and their abilities, you might see more advancement at this age group. So it's always exciting to see what these programs and coaches bring to the table.
All right. Well, it looks like Sterling did win the toss. They're going to choose in the second half. So Pennsville will receive the ball first. You'll see that Pennsville is in their almost looks
Baby
like
blue?
Charger uniforms in a way,
Yeah.
like the kind of like more like a baby blue and a little bit of gold and white to go with it. White numerals involved in Sterling in their home white uniforms with black pants and shall we say, blue and silver helmets. So I would see this being a fun game, and obviously with South Jersey, I mean these parents come out to support the kids. And it turns out to be a lot of fun and pretty entertaining at times.
Yeah, you always get a good crowd. TCUFL football every week. Like last week, I can't even tell you express how many fans came out to Deptford. I mean, it was an amazing experience. Um, yeah, it was like
It
I
felt
think
like
they're estimating 2,500. I think it was a little more to be honest, because in the videos we posted, there was like people behind us, hundreds and hundreds in the
oh
parking
my
lot.
gosh,
It was pretty great experience for
sound like
youth
the local
football.
fire marshal was involved somehow, but
Yeah.
that almost seemed like a Thanksgiving game for high school.
I think
Maybe
they got.
Millville and Vineland, you know?
Yeah, they're onto something big for the future with that. I mean, I got to tell you.
I would think he does. I gave it to one of the linesmen and told him to give it to him to place. So yeah, he's just not playing. Anyway, we do have officials mic'd up for this game, so we'll do the best we can in hearing, especially if there are any penalties or what have you. Which hopefully this will be as clean of a game because you got to remember these officials. I mean, they'll let some things go, and other times they may not let as much go. But especially when you get to the older ages, you're expected that you can't do this, you can't do that. I mean, this is all part of the learning curve for the 8 and under group, wouldn't you think, John?
Yeah, absolutely. Um, it takes a lot of time. You getting these guys. A lot of these players have never played football before. They haven't played flag football, so you're getting them acquainted with the game. You don't want to discourage them, so you want them to learn. You want to give them a great uh, uh, situation to learn under good coaching in all these organizations, and you want them to come back and see them in 8 years leave off to the high school. That's the game plan.
Most definitely there, and as you can see, the for the 8 and unders, they do kick off, but it's only from the 45-yard line. So you'd have to expect there's got to be some sort of return to go along with that. I mean, it's just traditional kickoff. Remember, this is not these new NFL dynamic kickoff rules. This is back to traditional kickoffs.
Yeah, I
So
like our traditional kickoffs better.
yeah, sometimes you wonder what the hierarchies think, but all right, referee blows his whistle, and my ear's ringing a little bit. So we're waiting for to get going, and we are underway in this 8 and under contest. And it bounces off a Pennsville player, and it's gonna go to Sterling. They get a good bounce, and that's one way to get the ball first.
Yeah, that's one of them things where you don't have a powerful kick, but at this age, it takes a lot to learn the fundamentals of falling on that ball.
Who's the center? You like it sideways or straight?
The biggest thing we teach at practice is
like that, right?
Drop on the ball, get in a fetal position, and lock that ball. He reached with his hands and ended in a result of the fumble.
Box set.
Okay, so Sterling will have the ball 1st and 10 for their own 49-yard line, trying to get the play in, and we'll see what they decide to do. They have to remember, we're not looking at like really true exotic play designs here at 8 years old. We're looking at fundamentals and how these coaches teach how to execute the plays.
Looks like number 1 is your quarterback for Sterling.
That would be Samir Wiles if that's the case. All right, unusual formation here on 1st and 10.
It's a little offset eye with quarterback in the shotgun, it looks like. Got 2 receivers set.
Partial modified. Oh, and the snap went through the quarterback's legs. That was recovered by Jashawn Bowers, who was the running back in that, but very alert play by him. Yeah. Ends up losing 4 yards on the play.
Yeah, when you go in the shotgun at this age, it's difficult enough to get a good coordination with your center and your quarterback. Their hands are small. And, it's a tough position, being a former center. It's one of the toughest positions to be at. But to go in the shotgun with them little hands takes a lot of practice.
And that's why the line for the plays are much more condensed because of that. They're all still growing, and they're all still learning. They'll set up the same way on 2nd down, and again, a low snap, and the quarterback, Wiles, falls on it. And unfortunately for Sterling, not exactly the way you wanted to start your opening drive of the game.
Yeah, I mean, at this age, you got to get your rhythm. I know we're in week 4, but, they're confident in staying in that shotgun. We'll see if they're going to, stay in here. Now they got a long 3rd down. We don't know if they pass. We haven't seen these teams yet. So it's going to be interesting to see what this coach is going to call on a 3rd and like 16. Because usually we're going to throw the ball downfield.
Well,
it might not be the case. If we can't get the snap, we can't throw it. So.
Well, I can't do anything in that case.
Yeah, we got to get that snap under control.
And let's also not forget, it is a little bit windy here this morning, so you have to kind of factor that in. So you're probably not going to see too much in the name of passing, if at all, here in this 8 and under group. But hey, you never know; they could trick us. 3rd and 17, it looks like, from the 42-yard line.
Man in motion. Good snap that time.
And again, a missed exchange, and this time it is Pennsville who falls on the football, and they get the ball at the Sterling 40-yard line.
That looked like number 10 with a big tackle on that.
That would be Isaiah Patrick.
Yeah, that's fine.
Who made the play, and I'm not sure who got the recovery, but that really was a nice play. But again, Sterling, all 3 plays of the drive, matter of ball security, and unfortunately it backfired on them.
Yeah, they were very fast on the snap of the ball, this defense for Pennsville.
You like it straight or something?
And penetration through the line, every single snap. So it's going to be interesting to see if Sterling can retaliate with that.
Oh, didn't see you were there. Sorry, kid. You all right?
Well, you may notice the centers that supposedly one likes to have the position sideways and the other wants it straight. So it's basically a matter of preference. So
you're talking about the ball placement. Yeah, if you see the center, it almost looks like he's got the ball sideways, which is not traditional. And
back up.
It's kind of like it's softly putting it in the position instead of turning it, because a lot of centers turn their hand too prematurely when they're putting the ball in the pocket of the quarterback's hands. So, yeah, it's depending on the kid.
All right, on 1st and 10, a low snap, and now a reverse play, trying to sneak through the line. Oh, a spin move down to the 33-yard line. R.J. Lambert, who made a nice spin move on to reverse, and a nice 1st down game for Pensville there.
Yeah, it was very nicely ran. Got the snap. Now, you see the ball placement, how they snap the ball. They put that ball sideways, and, maybe they figured, it's an easier way to snap the ball. It was crisp, right in the quarterback's hands, and good handoff on that motion. It was a good play. Well ran.
A gain of 7 there at 2nd and 3. Ball spot at the 33-yard line. And if you notice on that last play, you'll notice quick handoff, boom, reverse handoff, boom. It's like less than a second between the exchange of the ball. So that was pretty well executed if you think about it. All right, so they break the huddle, and it is 2nd and 3. The running back is Eli Fisher. He's a single setback here. And he's going to take the direct snap. And he'll have a first down a lot more. He might take this all the way down to White Horse
30,
Pike.
40.
He slowed up at the 5. And
About
he is
43
stopped
yards.
at about the 2, a 31-yard pickup.
That play is way down there, and you guys are way back here. All right.
And needless to say, only we're hearing this in our earpiece that obviously the officials are also teaching the kids too on certain things they can and cannot do. But that was a tremendous direct snap there.
Very, very well run, executed. 2 plays in a row. 40 yards for 2 plays, 7 and 31. Very well ran.
Watch it.
Crisp.
And the ball is spotted inside the 2, so it's 1st and goal for Pennsville. Remember, they were supposed to get the ball first, but Sterling had the onside kick, recovered it, but unfortunately couldn't do anything with it except turn it over. And here's Pennsville now with a 1st and goal at the 2. We'll see how they run this play.
Got a number 49 added to the backfield with 23 and 0, it looks like.
Lucas Fry in the backfield. They're going to go double wing. Fry takes it himself, and he walks into the end zone as the gates open up, and Pennsville scores first. I'll tell you what, you got to be impressed by what Pennsville did on those plays.
3 positive yard plays in a row. 7:31, 2-yard touchdown by number 49. I think you said his name was
Lucas Fry.
Lucas Fry.
So he gets credit for the 2-yard touchdown, and halfway through the first quarter of our quadruple header between these four teams.
Very confident offense. They were very confident. So right now you're seeing that they came out, doing their job on defense, got the ball back on that mishap on that kick, and just gracefully marched downfield to put 6 on the board. I mean, that was very well.
Now, I believe if I'm correct, for these conversions, it's worth 1 point unless they kick it, it's 2.
Pass.
Oh,
forward
if it's a
pass,
forward,
it's 2 points.
forward pass is 2 points. I beg your pardon. Like I said, it's been a while for me.
Yeah, you get confused. It's okay.
All right, here's a low snap, and here's an easy point right there as Antonio Gigliotti took the snap. It was kind of low snap, but he guffed it up and then swerved around left and ran around everybody and gets the conversion point.
What was even nicer about this drive is, it took 4 plays and 4 running backs.
I heard a share of the ball.
20, 49, 0. I mean, that was pretty nice to get everyone involved in the game on one drive,
And that's the thing. I think it's a matter of getting the plays down and the best skill set for each player, and then try and run a play. Because remember, everybody is playing in this game at some point.
Yeah.
And that's where the kids get involved in teaching confidence and what to do and what not to do. And hey, sometimes things work and other times they don't. And you'll notice that Pennsville is running out as if they are like in line doing warm-ups, because they all ran at the 45-yard line, one behind the other. So needless to say, if you want an answer to structured football, hey, that's something you don't normally see.
Yeah, they're ready today. They look like they're a well-tuned machine. Both teams coming in today at 1 and 2, and Pennsville seems like they want that 500. They want to get to that 500. It's not how you start a season. 1-2 losses, you still can make the playoffs and make noise. There's a lot of season left for all these teams in TCUFL.
And John, if you can fill this in for me, how many weeks do they play normally?
Yeah, we're halfway through this week. There's 8-game regular season, and then the playoff system starts. A lot of teams. I mean, this league has really grown. I looked at the teams last night on line, and I didn't realize how many more teams. Like Mays Landing, I don't think was there. There's a couple other teams that joined. Awesome. Very awesome growth.
Oh, wow. And now talk about Pennsville return to favor. They kick off and recover their own kick as it caromed off of one of Sterling's players into the hands of one of the Pennsville special teams players who happened to be at the right place, right time.
Yeah.
And they end up getting a possession from the 46-yard line of Sterling.
At this age group, you could win a lot of games just off the kickoff. I mean, it's, they don't have a strong leg, and that front line is very crucial at this level. I mean, and usually you have a lot of big guys on the line to block, but at this level of 8, you want guys that are going to have hands, your best hands guys, because I mean, you're going to be put in situations you saw here. Both kickoffs today were resulted in turnovers.
And already there have been 3 turnovers in this game, and we're only halfway through the
Gotta
first
keep his
quarter.
hands on the ball, that center.
All right, 1st and 10. Pensville at the Sterling 46-yard line.
Is that Fry again? 49 back there, quarterback? It looks like. I can't see his number. 20 in motion.
Looks like split backs here.
No, it was quarterback, single
They
back.
fake the reverse, and this time it's Fisher.
10,
and there's a flag.
15,
Hold
20,
on. He's
25,
on the
30,
way
35,
into the end
40.
zone. But hold everything,
Yep.
John. There are
The
2
flag.
flags down on the far side around the 40 and the 35. And
You got it.
I hate to say it, but it's probably coming back.
Let's see what the ref says.
Hey, we got a hold. Offense, we're going to go from here.
Okay, so the foul occurred at the 40-yard line, so they're going to back it up 10 yards. But, I mean, that was a well-run play, but unfortunately was a little too well-run, and the hold was called, and back goes 10 yards off for Pennsville.
Yeah, it's a tough break. I mean, 20 right now is Eli Fisher. He's showing great awareness, elusiveness, and speed. I mean, this kid can break one at any given moment now. We're seeing this is that first one, he had that 31-yard gain. This was going to be about 46.
Yeah, the foul happened at the 37-yard line.
Yeah.
The piece inside went through.
So what happened was the foul happened at 37, so it's 10 yards from the spot, and you have a rare 1st and 11 coming up. And now an official timeout and now we got a full timeout, and that's going to be called on Sterling. So why don't we go ahead and take a break with 4 minutes left in the first. Pennsville over Sterling, 7-0 in the freshman game. We'll come back in just a moment.
All right.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleacher's 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
Hi, got back in the nick of time here after the Sterling timeout. 1st and 11.
Got that twins right formation, and looks like the quarterback is going to keep it.
And he's going to run for a long way, get a 1st down and more. Crossing the 30, crossing the 20, crossing the 10,
Right at the
down
5.
the 6. So talk about running for
41
another
yards.
41 yards. All of a sudden, Pennsville back in the red zone and 1st and goal.
That was number 23 on that carry.
That was R.J. Lambert.
Yeah, I missed I got what the monitor got in my way. I didn't see if he was in the shotgun position and took that himself or if there was a handoff.
Well, in any case, the play worked successfully regardless of how it turned out. But Pennsville looking pretty good here. Like already 5 plays in outside of a holding penalty. They have been very impressive on offense here to start things.
Yeah, they're moving the ball very well, very very confident. Coaches got them prepared for today. They're doing very well executing their blocks and very well maintained team. They're looking good.
Where is it? You gotta go.
Okay, ball spot at the 6-yard line.
My time. He lost his mouthpiece, coach.
Actually, an official's timeout for an equipment issue. So it'll just be a moment here. So what's the most impressive thing you've seen from us, Pennsville so far?
The execution of the plays, just using all their weapons. When you see a team coming out there and making sure that all their players are prepared, every player that stepped into a position right as of right now has performed, and they have accomplished positive yards. They're executing well, so just everybody is ready for today. They came prepared. You
It
know,
sure looks like it so far. First and goal, and now a
20
hand, and again a direct snap and a
looks like
no
you got to the one.
signal down to about the one. It looks like. Yep, Eli Fisher that time, and he gets close about the one, maybe the two, but still second and goal. But you gotta give Sterling credit though; they were able to close the gaps rather quickly and prevent him from scoring.
Yeah, it's kind of like a wildcat what they're doing now because I know now that 23 did take that snap, 20 came in, he took the snap, so it's kind of like they're at quarterback but in a wildcat situation. But yeah, they're doing really well. I mean, he followed his hole on that. I mean, hands off to Sterling on that defense right there, stopping him at the one. I mean, he had a big gap to go through and they closed it down. So that was a good job by the defense.
Well, let's see how things line up here. It looks like they got Lambert probably,
Under center.
and under center looks to be Fisher. Very tight formation here.
Double tight end. Got that trips little formation on the right to form.
And talk about walking right into the end zone there.
And again, now we got number 10 in on there. So you got another guy getting an opportunity.
Isaiah Patrick, and it looked like he was the one that put the ball through the end zone there, and Pennsville extends their lead. And that looked like it was almost too easy for them. They got the block and just casually.
Well, you had that trips lineup stacked. It was a trip stack on the left, and basically what you're doing is you're so tight. You got the defense outmanned per man, plus these extra three guys coming through the gaps, blocking and pushing on these guys. All he has to do is take that snap and get behind the wall. And it's kind of like if you're doing the tush push, a little different, but you're just outmanned. There's a lot of guys on the left side, and again, good.
And if you can see up in the top left of the booth, that's me, John, of course, to the left of me on the screen. Hopefully everybody's enjoying themselves here on HSG Network as we have the first of 4 games between Pennsville and Sterling taking place, and we're about to have the conversion.
Kind of the same. You see the same lineup here. You got 0, 49 to 10. 43 takes it. And he's going in for the extra point.
Indeed. Yep, the point conversion works out and makes it 14-0 Pennsville with just under 2 minutes left in the first. So, and you mentioned, once again, snatching a possession off the kickoff carom, if you want to call it that, and Pennsville takes advantage of it and gets points.
Yeah, I mean, don't think they're going to stop at just that one. I mean, like I said, at this level, kickoffs are very important, and to have the right personnel on that front line. You could just keep winning games on onside kicks, and a lot of times it's not really meant to be an onside kick. They don't have a strong leg. So that first line, I mean, if you're not paying attention, if you're looking up in the clouds, if you're not prepared, Well, I mean, they're new. They're new, so if the ball drops in front of them, you go to reach down and touch it, you already got 3 guys running there to get the ball. You touch the ball, it's a live ball,
And my guess, too, is this is the first year they're doing kickoffs at that age level. Anything below, you just start possession. But, I mean, who knows? But, hey.
Yeah, so you're learning. When you go back home and you put HSG Network on YouTube on, and the coach can explain.
Please
right
subscribe,
here,
by the way.
on HSG. See this right here? When the ball comes to you, just fall on it.
Yep.
Just fall on it, tuck it, and get in a fetal position, and hold on till you hear the whistle.
And those of you checking us out from Pennsville and Sterling here on HSG Network, we definitely welcome you guys, and thank you for your support. Remember to subscribe to HSG Network, of course. More TCUFL action next week. And, of course, as we go down the road into the playoffs. So make sure you subscribe. You'll get the information on live broadcast, whether it be for this high school football or whatever. You'll check it out here on HSG Network. And I think we're getting close to the 3,000 mark. So that might be a goal to get people involved. So glad to have you guys. All right, it'll be Pennsville kicking off. Sterling will try and get themselves back in order after what was a bit of a rough start. And finding themselves down 2 touchdowns. This isn't exactly what they wanted, but now they got a chance to rectify things.
Good job.
It's very short kickoff recovered at the midfield
That's how you
stripe.
recover them close ones.
And like I said, everything's textbook when it comes to fundamentals. And whoever that was did it exactly right, John.
Yeah, you wanted someone that knows how to just cover that ball. If you're gonna touch it, just lay on it and cover it until you hear the whistle. So good job. Let's see if now that last time that Sterling had the ball, they had a problem with the center and quarterback connection in them long snaps, which is common at this level. You just got to go on the sideline when you came out and work on your craft a little bit and go back in there. So if they can get them snaps down pat this series, let's see if they can get this ball moving.
And I think that's one of the biggest things because in the 3 snaps they had, unfortunately, ball security was not high on their list, and you have to have it high on your list every single
Yeah.
play.
I mean, if you notice this defense right here, they're putting everyone in the box. I mean, they're sending a lot of heat. Yeah, they got one safety back there, and everyone is in the box. So you have to be crisp against this defense.
Maybe doing over-the-top passing, you never know.
You got to get to the outside. You got to block down and get to this outside. But without that snap, there's a good snap. He's trying to get outside. That's what you're looking for.
And let's see if he turns
There
the corner.
you go. We were just talking about that.
And what do you know?
Yeah,
First down and
he's at
some more down to the
15.
32-yard line. 18 yards on the
18.
play. That's Sean Wright with the carry. Very nicely done. He basically turned the corner and outran most of the defense.
That's why right as we were speaking this into existence, one safety, everyone is in the box. They're about to blow up the line. If they get that snap off, find the outside and go, and resulted in 18 yards.
Actually 19 because they're spying at the 31-yard line. So
Yeah.
that's a very nice run. Now let's see if
That
they
just needed them snaps.
let's see what they do for an encore here. 1st and 10 for the 31 of Pennsville. And unfortunately, the play took too long to develop, and Pennsville was right there to shut that down for a 3-yard loss. The one who had the ball was Zaire Godwin. Then 2nd and 13. We'll see if they run another play before it goes up.
Point out on that defense, number 20 for Pennsville, that was Eli Fisher again. You see him coming there, being a ball hog over there on offense. And, hey, Joey Pagan just chimed in. So, he's doing a great job. He had a 41-yarder call back, but you see him stepping up on defense now. You've seen a young man that can run the ball very well and with a boltering hit right here from defense.
All right, and we've hit quarter time in the first game with Pennsville ahead of Sterling 14-0. They'll switch sides, we'll take a break, and come back with quarter number 2 right after this.
Fulfilling your dream is our passion. We have the staff, equipment, resources, and facilities to cater your next event. Our personal service throughout the process is unmatched. Spectacular food preparation and presentation, knowledgeable, hospitable servers, flexibility. We will modify our menu to suit your needs. We can cater off-site to your premise or venue. Cater your event at a unique venue in the tri-state area or present to you our exclusive facility. Innovative catering concepts will make your event one to remember. We are your complete caterer.
Now we're 34.
Okay, we're back here at Sterling High School here from Somerdale, New Jersey. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplensky, Howard Gaber, of course, with the controls. Getting ready for quarter number 2. Pennsville off with a lightning quick start, a 14-0 lead. But Sterling knocking on the door here as we begin the second quarter. They'll have 2nd and 13 from the Pennsville 34. So I find it interesting. John, do you expect Sterling to maybe try and maybe run the other way with the same play?
You know what? If they're going to keep, absolutely. At this level, I've done games and seen games where you can run the same play over and over. If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Yeah.
And if you're going to put 9 guys in the box and challenge me with blitz, I'm going to go outside every play. You're left with no choice.
That sounds like more Piscataway and Phillipsburg if they were able to go head to head. That could be over in an hour and a half.
Sometimes you got to win by any means you have. And they're young, so if you got 9 guys blitzing and coming at you, your only option is to run outside. Go to that. You got all this green out here. So this is your best friend at 8U. Stretch it, though. The key is keep stretching it till you can get positive yards and turn it up.
And when exactly to make the proper turn to go forward.
Never turn early because they will get you. Just get your fastest guys out there. He's got protection now. And he's going back to that outside.
They
He
go
did cut it in, but
inside.
a great cut on the
Nice
inside.
run. Look at this. Going to the 20, going to the 10, going to his apartment. How about that?
Wow, great run.
And no flags. That is a score for
34.
Sterling.
34-yard touchdown. That's
How
all it took. Fix your snaps, and now they're showing what they can do.
Well, how about that, Sterling? And you talk about a nice confidence bounce back drive for them. I mean,
Back
two
in the
very
game.
positive plays, and suddenly Sterling's on the board, and they cut the deficit in half.
Yep, right back in the game. You know, they were having a little bit of a hard time, but we didn't get to see their offense. You know, we've seen 4 and out. I mean, it was fumble, 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 fumble. So now we're seeing more confident Sterling, and they move the ball very well.
So they'll have the conversion try to see if they cut it to 14-7, just 11 seconds into the second quarter. And it'll be interesting to see what they talk about here. And, I mean, you also got to give credit to Sterling's right side of the line. They did a good job with their blockers and opening the hole.
Cut it. He had a nice hole. He didn't have to stretch it. He has good peripheral vision, this running back that just made that cut. Because I was shocked, and I almost was going to say, no, don't cut it. Don't cut it there. Stretch it. And he found a hole, and then his speed took off. He had a little bit more of an acceleration when he hit that hole, and he took off, and he went 34 yards downfield, and a great run.
And cutting at precisely the right instant, and
Yeah, that
that's
was a great
exactly
cut.
how they got that goal. All right, they'll go with the conversion.
Looks like number 7 is caught.
That took too long to develop, so the conversion is no good. So it ends up being 14-6. But John, we're going to show you that play again on the touchdown run, and I mean this was very impressive. I mean, you may want to
they go in a shotgun, but this time the quarterback has a little bit of protection with him, where before he wasn't as protected, and you know he's going to get a good snap. You know, he's telling his big tackle, you know, maybe to make this block. He got his guys going. He's following his lead block. Good block on 49. He turns it up right there, and it's a foot race. He's got 6 guys around him, 1 guy to beat around the edge, and he's going to go all the way.
And what number was that?
You know, his jersey's a little bit different color in the back, and I couldn't read it twice. It might be 0 because his jersey is a little bit gray in it.
Well, at least we can tell who the running back is. That's the only bad thing about it.
I've been trying to read it. And I wanted to say it's my eyes because I was like, I can't read his number, but his jersey's a little different. Yeah. We're going to put gray jersey.
Well, whoever's in the gray jersey had a 34-yard touchdown run, and with it now being 14-6, now let's see what Sterling decides to do if they try to do the same thing they did the opening kickoff of the game, or just try and kick it downfield.
Yeah. If you are listening back home, put it in the comments. We got a mystery kid out here. All right, Sterling just scored a huge 34-yard touchdown. If you're listening back home, just put it in the comments. Say, hey, that is number, because we can't read it. We can't read that jersey up here in the box or on the monitor. I was sitting trying to see that number, and I couldn't.
Also known as, who's that running back? Yeah, we also got to find out why a different color jersey. But then again,
it could be anything. You know, kids do lose their jerseys, forget their jersey. You know, parents are rushing to the game sometimes, and you know, like I left it on the couch, and coach is like, don't worry about it, just go get one out of the bag. You know, it could be anything.
Yeah, slight chance could be superstition too. All right, so Sterling now lines up, but I'm trying to make sure everybody is lined up correctly.
There's that little, didn't go far.
Only went 3 yards. I don't think that counts.
Right there.
So we'll be downed, and it'll be
4.
Pensville ball at the 48-yard line.
He's number 2.
If that's number 2, that's Cameron Blackwell.
Cameron Blackwell, we got him. We got him, our cameraman, Howard Gaber.
Hey, so we all find out at the same time, don't we?
Yeah.
And the great thing is, I mean, hey, you gotta love
Thanks, Jamel.
Jamel with that one, so thank you for that. But I think the important thing is that we all troubleshoot at the same time and all got the answer simultaneously.
Yeah. So
I
Pennsville's taking all. They've haven't been able to not do anything on offense right now. Very smooth, two possessions, 2 touchdowns. They crossed the 50 already on this. For to start their first down, and
the play is blown dead. Official timeout, maybe. Or somebody called a timeout and the officials didn't necessarily signal it.
Yes, sir. Yep. And Pennsville
So,
got all
but
four.
I'd say so they'll keep it here, and I'm guessing what Pennsville's trying to do. I mean, what do you think the coach is telling the Pennsville players?
we got to stop them. Right before the half. Sounds funny just to say it's basically what it is, but being around coaches, playing football. Look, I need the biggest stop yet. They had 2 drives. They drove right downfield, and we didn't give our best effort on defense yet because it was too smooth. So I need a big stop. We got to contain these backs. They're running in the middle, and they're being successful, and they're running outside. They're being successful. So they got to find the right. Just like Pennsville was cramping that line and kept stopping them, they went outside and they found a way to get them, march downfield for an easy touchdown.
Sometimes it's a small game of chess.
Sometimes it could be a little bit of a blitz from the outside. Sometimes it could be just playing man. Just sit back a little bit on the backside. Don't leave your position because if you wait 1 second, they're going to come right at to you. It could be a player leaving his position. So he's got to find it.
It was Pennsville who called that timeout, so each team has 2 left for the half. A low snap on first down.
Great blocking.
And a nice tackle.
Great defense.
That was R.J. Lambert with the carry, and I think that might have been Nicholas Zamaro who was able to make the shoestring tackle for maybe a 3-yard gain.
Yeah, that was a good tackle to finally fill that, get through that gap and shoelace tackle, and he made the tackle, he didn't let go, and that's a good stop.
All right, so last second substitution looks like Lucas Fry is coming in on this play, and is 2nd and 7 from the 45-yard line.
Yeah, they got a 5-man front, and that's really good right now to run that formation against this offense. They keep loading up kind of, a wedge side. They're out manning their guys. So you got a wildcat situation.
And they trip to the left side. Oh, the snap was too low, and Fisher's knee was down, so it's a loss of 3. So I'll say Sterling kind of lucked out there because their coaching staff was really animated along the sideline.
Yeah, you just got to make the right adjustment to that kind of offense they're running because they have all them extra blockers. You want to get someone. You want to shift your line, and it's hard to do at this age, because you got all this down here. But if you follow the pattern, you can see where these guys are running. They did send a wing back, so they did change it up a little bit there. Oh,
and it looks like the slot receiver moved on the left side, and that's going to be a false start. So that'll back it up 5 yards.
Yeah, so Sterling with another big break, 2 penalties in a row to help them. They do want to score before half.
If you want to mark it off and just yell at me where the spot's at, I'm good with that.
So a 5-yard penalty, I'll make it 3rd and almost 15.
Yeah, this is going to be a big play.
And now a timeout's going to be called by Pennsville. So why don't we take a break with 7:34 till halftime? Pennsville had 14-6. We'll come back in just a moment.
Tri-County United Football League. New organizations applications are due by March 1st. The new organizations application link can be found on our About page. Just press New Organization Application. Here's our website. Come join the fun. Come join the experience here at the Tri-County United Football League.
Okay, back here at Sterling High School as Pennsville just took their second time out here of the first half. They lead 14-6, but it looks like Sterling has made some nice defensive adjustments, and Pennsville making some self-inflicted mistakes here on this drive.
Yeah, this is their biggest standoff right now. I think that, Pennsville, if I was to guess, they're going to look for their workhorse 20. I think 20 is their main guy
Timeout.
for a situation like this if they're not passing the ball. So, actually he's going out there, so maybe it's 23. I mean, these guys are hard runners, but they got that trips left, and they need a big run to the outside. So,
Well, now they're sending Fisher in motion, and let's see what they do. And they're going to do the reverse again.
Oh, had a man in the backfield.
And turning the corner, but this time
Oh,
well
great
strung out with a
defense.
nice tackle by Nicholas Zamaro. And he ends up making the tackle. Only ends up being about a 3-yard gain. It forces fourth down.
That was a defense sitting back a little bit, letting the play to develop, and not over pursuing, so that everything fell into place to stop it. That was great defense.
And I think making that adjustment, I mean, we saw that reverse play work for some major yardage here. And now on what looks to be 4th and 13 from their own 49, Pennsville's going to try and go for it here.
Looks like we got number 0 in at the quarterback.
Now, because they're past the 45-yard line, they cannot punt by rule. So let's see if they can turn the corner.
He's got the edge. He's got a man.
No, he does not. He's down at the
Got him.
42. He's about 4 yards shy of the first down, and Pennsville turns the ball over on downs, but he did not land very well, and he's holding his left ankle. I'm hoping he's all right there. And that would be Antonio Gigliotti, who is on the near sideline.
Coach, game ball.
So Sterling with a big stop.
Yeah, definitely a big stop, but yeah, we have a moment for a replay here. They got Gigliotti sat up. I mean, it could be a cramp or something. I don't know. But why don't we take a look at the replay and see what happened here, John? And give credit to the Sterling defense for closing the gap yet again.
Yeah, they're waking up. They're waking up.
Tell your coach.
Yeah, he's got that trips left package going in there. Quarterback is in shotgun. He's going to try to follow that wall. He misses a guy here. He eludes the second guy. Third guy's going to wrap him up.
He took it off.
And he got a good tackle, but he just might have came down hard on the ball.
That's possible. Yeah, Blackwell with the carry, and thankfully Gigliotti's up and running off on his own power, so that's good news. Yeah, sometimes you do get the wind knocked out of you when you least expect it. So that's certainly good news there. But as far as Sterling is concerned, give credit to their defense. They've kind of taken over the momentum of this game. Now they got to see if they can try to tie it up here on this next possession.
It's morning time, and a lot of times, the kids get up early. They get here, and it takes a little while to get warmed up, and you're still sleeping, and it could be anything.
Well, if you're sleeping and you get tackled, that's a different story.
Yeah.
That'll wake you up real quick.
Yeah.
All right, so Sterling ball, they're in their home whites with the Black Pants, and it's 1st and 10 from the 42-yard line. And they had some very impressive runs the last time. It'll be interesting to see if they go after Blackwell on this next drive.
Got 12.
The quarterback here, Samir Wiles, was just given the play from his coaching staff. So
Gotta go.
Just about 6 minutes in the second quarter, and if they could take that rhythm from that last drive, they performed it very well and marched downfield. It looks like a little bit of a similar of an offense formation. If they're double tight, they got a trips right package. Quarterback is shotgun.
It looks
Actually,
more like a wing.
He's moving it. Okay, now it was the tackle that was back there. Now they got a double wing. So you see there's 9 guys in the box. And they're trying
he broke through one of them, and a good tackle on Wiles at the 46-yard line. So despite a lot of motion there, it's still a 4-yard
placement. A couple players were a little out of placement. They adjusted it, called their guy over. It looked like a double tight with a double wing, and then it looked like a trips for a second, and the tackle had a foot in the backfield. They adjusted and they set it up. But you expect it, because sometimes we're looking at the formation and, we're confused, and it's just a little bit of placement, or they're small too. So sometimes it's an eye, it's a little off. Kids make mistakes and they put themselves in a little bit wrong position, but that's okay. They're learning.
That's the most important thing. And who knows? I mean, however the calls are coming in, as long as they're working, I mean, you keep doing what works until the defense stops you.
Yeah, well, I always said that at this age group, when you start the season, if you come in coaching saying we're going to have a spread offense and we're going to do this all year, I always shake my head and I would be like, what if we don't have a kid that can catch? So you got to go with the flow. You got to learn your kids at this group. You got to see if you got a kid that can run the ball. You got to see if you got a kid that can throw the ball. So whatever you want to do, you might not be able to want to do. You have to work with what you got and build them up to what you want.
That's all you can do at this point. On 2nd and 5, same play, but this time,
defense.
very nice defensive play. That was Isaiah Patrick who made the stop there on the running back. And again, it was Wiles for the carry, but it was for a 2-yard loss.
Yeah, that was a good play at defense. He's wearing number 10, right? Where's he at? Pennsville, 10.
Correct.
Yeah, he's had a couple good tackles. Looks like he's playing middle linebacker. He's a little bigger than the other kids on that defense. He's got some height, but he's playing real physical for his age. He's doing a good job.
So it is 3rd and 7 for Sterling. Ball at their own 45-yard line. Clock under 3.5 minutes till halftime.
Yeah, to get this touchdown is huge. 3 minutes, it goes by quick at this age. So, they want to get downfield, but this defense, they're not going to make it easy. They're playing really, really close-knit football.
And you notice Pennsville's coaching staff has made some adjustments, too, to prevent the big play from happening, especially from the last drive. All right, they'll get a receiver on the left side here. 3rd and 7 from their own 45. A little bit more moving around here. Play clock winding down. They do get the play off. And there is nowhere to go for Blackwell as he, I think, got ankle tackled and tried to get out, had nowhere to go. And then here came the rest of the Eagles swarming, and that's a loss on the play. It forces fourth down.
You've seen a little bit of confusion before the snap. And, with this defense, like I said earlier, you want to be crisp and you want to execute very quick,
With it being 4th and long, they're going to go punt option here, which is 25 yards downfield, and it will be Pennsville ball from the 33-yard line.
Ebony Green, this is Sterling. Yes, it is Sterling versus Pennsville.
Yes, indeed, and we're very happy you're with us. And, of course, as you mentioned, John, anyone else who is watching here on HSG Network, feel free to chime in with your player and what have you, and definitely get you on. And, of course, one of our counterparts, Joey Pagano, is watching.
Hey, Joey.
He'll be with me Friday night when Hillsborough plays Westfield here on HSG Network next Friday night, 7 o'clock. So make sure you tune in for some Friday Night Lights. Should be a fun game. I don't even know what they did on Friday. Hillsborough did last week. But beside that, I mean, hey, I'm sure there are youth programs all over the state where people build up and go out and give it their best shot every single week.
Oh, yeah. High school games were great this week. I had a good time watching them last night, too.
All right.
Or Friday. I'm sorry, Friday.
10!
Yeah, I forgot. Sunday. It's Wednesday.
Oh, goodness. All right, 1st and 10 for the 33-yard line.
Got that trips left coming out here.
Play clock winding down. They get man motion. They didn't get the playoff in time. And then somebody moved on the right side.
You had 49 back there at quarterback.
Yeah, this time it was Fry that was the quarterback there.
55 seconds.
But it ends up being a delay of game, so you back it up 5 minutes.
Every time.
Yeah, they've been shooting themselves in the foot their last drive, and right now they've been starting out with penalties instead of positive gains, which resulted in them, punting the punt option and now right here another penalty of delay of game. They were a little bit more crisp in the beginning of this game, and they've come back a little bit. They got to get back on track of that crispness.
So the ball is spotted at the 28-yard line. They do bring 3 receivers, and now a man goes in motion.
Oh,
and dropped the snap and
defense.
ran right into a Sterling defender.
That's how you
what
protect.
Happens. And that's what happens when you don't secure the ball. You wake up and then boom.
Yep. So they're a little bit out of their game plan where they came in, like I said, they came in lightning hot and fire, and they're just going backwards now. So, minute 17, if the drive ends before a score and we go 14-16, all it's going to take is a little pep talk to both teams. They're warmed up now. They know what each other's doing.
They're freshman wobbly. They're
Well,
not gonna
somebody
do
call a timeout after that last play. So, so it ends up being a 3-yard loss. So I tell you one thing, Sterling has definitely made some adjustments in the
Yeah.
second quarter, and
Oh, yeah.
they've made this a game.
I mean, when you see Pennsville going out there and scoring 2 touchdowns the way they did, for a second you were like, oh, it's going to be a long day for Sterling. You know, you could see this going to be about 21-28 halftime the way they're making it look so easy. Hats off to the coaching staff and Sterling for stepping up, making the proper adjustments, stopping them, driving them back, get the ball, scoring. And the way to fumbling today, I mean, they hopefully they're looking to telling their players, get the ball right here, let's score before the half.
And I think also too, I think one of the things that are preached to every single team is keep playing.
Yeah.
Because you never know. And that's really the whole
That's
thing.
right.
Because you could be down 4 or 5 touchdowns, one play happens, all of a sudden the game turns around, then gets interesting a little bit later.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously Georgia Alabama yesterday was a prime example.
You just have to keep calm. I've been in games as a player and as a coach, and being down 21-28, even at a TCUFL championship in 2013, we were down 31-0 and came back and won the championship. We blew the stadium. The stadium went nuts. I mean, we were down 30 points and we won.
And the other
Came back
team
at
was
the
like,
half.
what just happened here?
Yeah. I mean, it's just build them up. Don't let the kids hang their heads and just keep building. Tell them you could do it. You could do it. We got this.
Well,
Just
here
get
is
one, and the
a,
next touchdown will be a lot easier. Great defense. Oh, got to hold on,
slipping
though.
out for a couple of tackles and
I mean-
ending up getting some pretty good positive yardage down to close to 35-yard line. He could have been down a couple of times there.
Plays out of bounds, right?
Player is out of bounds, so it stops the clock with 1:04 left, but it sets
That was
up
about a
Pensville.
10-yard gain.
Yeah,
like to
close
confirm
to
that
that.
with
They're going to spot it at the 35. So, yeah,
That was Lambert again.
so
23.
basically you're looking to line a gain as their own 43, so it's 3rd and 8.
1:04.
We'll see what Pennsville does here on this key 3rd down play. Each team has a timeout left. A play fake trying to slip through, and that didn't work.
7 for
Nicely done.
Sterling.
Sincere Brown with a nice tackle for only a yard. Now here, Pennsville can choose to do the punt option if they want, because the ball spot at the 36-yard line.
I would definitely take the punt option here. The way Sterling has been, finding a way to move the ball. It's they're going to give it to him pretty close, unless they're going to try to run that clock.
Well, we got another timeout. And it looks like Sterling stopped the clock with 37 seconds left. Now, John, in this first half, I mean, what have you seen from both teams?
Coming out, Pennsville was totally warmed up. They came out here ready to put 40 up. They were fine-tuned, running the ball. They were executing in every way possible you would expect an 8U team prepared. Sterling had a slow start. So I give Pensville coming in ready to go, but Sterling adjusting. Sterling got punched in the mouth a few times, and then out of nowhere, they made the proper adjustments. They stopped them. They've been driving them backwards for negative yards after almost having 100 yards, over 100 yards of 2 drives. Stopped them, pushing them back, got the ball, scored. Unfortunately, didn't get the extra point. Stopped them again, and
All right,
just
we got a timeout,
stopped
Doug.
them again. So they're doing their job. So now we got a game. They're both feeling each other out, equal records. They're playing now they're playing at the same level. Okay? They're playing at the same level. Second half is going to be even more exciting. This is for an 8U game. This is what makes it exciting when you're adjusting. Everybody's doing their job, and that's what I love about football. The coaches are being coached and we're challenged, and they're stepped up, and the players are stepping up.
And it's not just the players executing; it's the coaches putting them in the best positions to do so.
Yeah.
So
what
it
you
works
gotta
both
do.
ways.
So this is one of their favorite formations if 20 doesn't go in motion. Quarterbacks, kind of like it's just like a basic wildcat.
Well, they're not doing punt option here on 4th and 8.
They're looking for that big outside run.
Well, we'll see if Sterling can shut it down.
Here comes 20.
If he can get around the corner, but there is a flag
Oh,
down and a
the face
second
mask.
flag down, and then finally going down to the 36-yard line, well short of a first down, but we may have multiple penalties on this play.
I think they're going to
You got
deny
a
it.
face mask?
Well, it depends on. I mean, it could be if there's one on each side, you get to do a play over again.
Where's your
Yeah.
spot for that?
Let's
Your
see what
spot's
happens.
right here. Leave that there. So, all right, I got 2 fouls on the offense. I got a hold on 7, and he's also got a face mask.
It sounds like preliminary indication
Both of them?
looks like both fouls are going to be on Pennsville, and it looks like both will be declined.
Yep.
And that'll give Sterling a chance
Yeah.
to potentially
I
get
mean-
even closer before halftime.
We got a hold and a personal foul face mask. Those penalties will be declined. It'll be first down, Sterling ball.
Great. That's what I'm saying. Without that punt option, to give them the ball with 30 seconds almost is, if they only got to find that outside, find that nice little crack in that offense of line and follow it, and they can run the ball too. So it could be a gimme.
Well,
You
think
know?
about this. They got a 34-yard touchdown run,
Yeah.
but here's the problem. You got 27 seconds left, and you have no timeouts.
No, you're out of timeout. So hopefully you have a game plan of find out of bounds. If you're not going to make it, get out of bounds.
And now Pennsville used their last timeout.
And
Tried to discuss what they want to do in his last 30 seconds.
in a situation like this too, we haven't seen one yet, but passing, Pennsville is challenging you to pass because they're putting 9 guys in that box almost every play, most of the game. So, if you had that, release from a running back or a tight end or somebody just to bump and go, you got a lot of green. And you're just one man to beat because they're playing a safety all game, way back deep. So, I mean, this could be the play. If you do have that passing game, that one good pass, now's the time to use it.
And I do agree with you, John. I mean, you have to consider, obviously the wind is going to play a little role if they choose to pass. But at the very least, you got to give a lot of credit to the Sterling side for keeping their heads above water here, and especially them getting their score after giving up back-to-back touchdowns without even getting the ball in between.
Yeah, they're in this game. It's good. If they could put one in there before the half, there's more than enough time. It's just calling the right plays and putting the players in the right spots.
All right, let's see how Sterling lines up here. They're going to go with the receiver on each side. So they may test the passing waters here. Samir Wiles, the quarterback. He's lined in a shotgun. It looks like they go 4 receiver set, but they're going to run instead, trying to bounce
guy.
the
I got him.
outside. Not happening. Wow.
That is huge defense to just shoot in there like that. That's 49.
So
Lucas Fry with a huge
timeout here. I guess I do get 4. I'm sorry.
6-yard tackle.
Well, also, just so you know, Blackwell is being checked out on the floor here. Hopefully he's all right. That was still a very nice tackle on the part of Lucas Fry, who came out in the backfield and just brought him down.
Good defensive technique. Way to hold on, wrap his arms, and sometimes if you don't have a good grip, just lower yourself and wrap your arms, and eventually the tree is gonna fall. And that's what he did. He held on for dear life, and he took his man down. But he didn't let go, and he didn't reach out with his hands. You can't ask for better than that.
And luckily he's already back on the sideline, so he's okay. So definitely good news there. And needless to say, it looks like Pennsville's definitely made their adjustments, because now you're looking at basically shutting down the running backs. You're able to do that, you pretty much have a stamp on this game.
Yeah.
But remember, we're about to approach halftime, so there's going to be a lot more adjustments coming when we get back into the second half of play.
I think it's Sterling does receive the ball in the second half.
That is correct.
So that would be huge right now if they could, at least get in the end zone receiving the ball and, clock manage that third quarter.
And let's not forget, John, those of you just joining us, it was supposed to be Pennsville ball to begin the game, but Sterling decided on a short kickoff that caromed off one of the end line players for Pennsville, and Sterling recovered the football, so they ended up getting a free possession. Unfortunately, they turned the ball over, and Pennsville took full advantage of it. So it will be a Sterling ball to start the second half, so I'm glad you made that point there. So after a 5-yard loss, it is 2nd and 15.
Run the play.
Ball starting at the 40-yard line. Trying to get everybody in the right position here. As Samir Wiles will take the snap. He's going to roll, call his own number. Let's see what happens. Oh, he won't get out of bounds. He'll get down to about the 37.
Right about where the line of scrimmage is. Looks like the clock is going to wind out. There's no timeouts.
Yeah, they're gonna have to let it run. I don't see any penalty flags down. So we're gonna have MVP interviews at the half as the clock hits 0. But very entertaining first half, John. Your thoughts?
Great game. Stick around. If you are home, do not leave your seats. We got a quad today. 3 more games after this on this beautiful Sunday afternoon.
It's windy, but at least it's not raining. Oh, your halftime score in the freshman game: Pennsville 14, Sterling 6. Let's now go for a little bit of a video with MVP interviews.
Tri-County United Football League. And now here's a view of our 2024 organizations. When you see your team's logo, why don't you comment and give them a shout out? Let's see how many fans are here. Now back to the game.
Still going to be a running play. Gilbert trying to turn around is Gilbert. He'll get about the 20 yards.
Still going.
And he's going to have a first.
Oh, my goodness.
And a 10.
TCUFL, where legends are born, legends are born.
Gaining 9 yards. Field level, we're north of 100 degrees. I'm like, give it to Pacheco, and Pacheco turns on the speed.
Jada Byers wouldn't let VUU down. He rushed 40 times for a $135 and 2 touchdowns, the last of which gave Union a 21-10 lead. The Panthers are the CIAA Conference champs.
When they throw it, Ashton Doolin in motion. It's a handoff to Taylor. He's got some running room. Jonathan Taylor with a big run out to the 42-yard line.
Hines and Taylor in the backfield. Little misdirection play again. Taylor showing the wheels, and Jonathan Taylor is in. Touchdown.
All right, we are back. Sophomore game just got done. Delsey with a huge 50-0 win over Eastern, the hosting team. We're brought up our MVP of the game. Like you to tell us who you are.
My name is Mason Edelman.
Mason Edelman. Man, you had a great game. 4 touchdowns. You ever had 4 touchdowns before?
Yeah.
You did. So so you've done this before. Okay, this is great. So tell us about you. When we'll get back to your stats after that. But so where do you go to school?
Bitches Elementary.
Nice. And how many years you been playing football?
This is my 6th or 7th year.
It shows 6 or 7 years, and you're a fine-tuned machine, man. You did really well. Do you? I think we got some loud music on right here.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah, they just blasted us with music, so I apologize about that. But so about 6 years playing football, 4 touchdowns, a 55-yard kick return, a 43-yard touchdown reception, 65-yard run, 18-yard touchdown reception, and a 37-yard touchdown. It's a big game. You got a favorite NFL team?
Eagles.
You like the Philadelphia Eagles?
Yeah.
Nice, man. They're doing good, right?
Yeah.
Nice. Do you have a favorite player in the NFL?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite player?
AJ Brown and Jalen Hurts.
Nice. Good combination. You think they're going to go to the Super Bowl this year?
Yeah.
Nice. Now, what do you like better, offense or defense?
I can't choose.
You can't choose?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're all over the field. I mean, man, that you had a defensive great game, offensive great game. It doesn't get any better than that, you know. But you want to give a shout out to anyone back home? 'Cause you're live right now. They're watching.
Mom and Dad.
You want mom and dad back home? That's great, man. They put a lot of effort in helping you progress in football, and they stand behind you. That's great. And we appreciate you coming up there. You got to showcase the TCUFL football MVP. You got your medal, and we appreciate the effort you put out there today. And enjoy the rest of your day, man. We appreciate you coming out here. Good job, bud. right, we are back. I'm John Splenski with HSG Network. I'm here with our junior game MVP, Eastern Vikings quarterback, #1, Julio Pagan. How you doing, bud?
Good.
Good. Great game out there, man.
Thank you.
We've seen a lot of athletic skills. We've seen it. Everyone at home seen it. How do you feel?
I'm good.
Good. Quarterback, man. How long you been playing quarterback?
3 years.
3 years? Nice. Defense. How long?
4 or 5.
4 or 5 years. Good job, man. You had that set the tone with that fumble recovery for the score, huh?
Yeah.
What'd that feel like?
Good.
Good. First win on the season. How's that feel?
Good.
Good. So tell us about you. Favorite player, NFL.
Brock Purdy probably.
Nice, nice. Who's your favorite team?
49ers.
49ers. Good choice, man. So where do you go to school?
Mullen.
Mullen? Where's that?
Gulf Township.
Okay, great, great. Quarterback, defense, fumble recovery, special points. What can't you do? You know what I mean? You looking to advance into high school. What would you rather play? Defense, offense?
Probably offense.
Probably offense. You think you're gonna stick to quarterback later on?
Yeah.
Good job, man. But you're live. You see the monitor over there? This is live. Everyone back home is seeing you. Anyone back home you'd like to give a shout out to? I mean, you are our junior MVP today. You got your medal. You got the TCUFL silver football. Who's back home you want to give a shout to?
My grandpa and my sister.
Oh, nice, man. So grandpa and his sister, he's giving you a shout out. This is our MVP. Anything else you want to tell us about you? About football? Good deal. Well, I'm John Splenski. This is our MVP. Julio Pagan, #1, Eastern Vikings Junior. We're happy that you came up. Enjoy your medal and enjoy us giving you the credit for the game, man. It was a great game. We were excited to watch you play today. We learned a lot. See you in the playoffs, man. Have a good day.
You too.
There you go. You're live right now. You're on TV back at home. What's your name? You can wave it. What is it?
Josiah
Josiah what?
Dawkins.
Josiah Dawkins. You're our player of the game today for the 8U game. You didn't come up with the win, but how do you feel about today's game?
Good.
Feel good? You feel you played your best? You look good out there, man. This your first year? Nah. You know you had 2 forced fumbles today? A fumble recovery? 2 fumble recoveries. 1 for a touchdown for 40 yards. 4 tackles for loss. You played running back too. That's a great game, man. But we appreciated all your effort, and we were asked to pick our MVP today. So me and Coach Joey, we picked you as our MVP.
The head coach is there, nobody else. 60 seconds.
What's that? Who's your favorite football player?
No, they got a minute till they get the change.
Justin Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson. Nice, nice. Who's your team? Who's your favorite NFL team?
Vikings.
The Minnesota Vikings. Nice.
Yo,
Nice.
30 more seconds. It's gonna be a penalty.
What's that, Howard? What grade you in?
Second.
Second grade. So we got my man here in second grade, likes Justin Jefferson, the Minnesota Vikings. What's your expectation this year? You want to win a championship?
Yeah.
Yeah, it mean a lot, right?
Yeah.
Get that Holly City another ring. Did you watch the high school game this week?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you got any friends up there? You know any of them guys up there in high school? Nah. Well, we appreciate you. We're going to get back to the game, but we want to let the fans know back home who our MVP was, and we appreciate your effort today. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Take it easy, bud. Live. What's up, bud?
What's up?
What's the name? Fans want to. Carter what?
Carter Patterson.
Carter Patterson. You got the win, man. You had a big game. 2 interceptions, fumble recovery, big runs, big tackles. How you feel?
Good.
Good, man. We were excited this whole game. We saw you guys. It was a dogfight. Going 1-0 week 1. What are you bringing next week? What are you bringing? What are you going to change for next week?
I might get more picks, more fumbles.
More picks? I like it. I like it. So tell me about you. How old are you?
9.
9 years old. And this is how many years you've been playing?
Until I was 6.
6, so 3 years in. Okay. Now, is Coach Patterson, is that your dad? I watched him play when he was younger. Nice. He played hard too, so I see where you get the abilities from. So, what was your favorite play of the game?
Me getting 2 picks.
The 2 picks? That's big at your age. A lot of guys wait a lot of years to get, 2 interceptions, and that was the highlight for us, seeing you that second effort. Who's your favorite team in the NFL?
49ers.
The 49ers? Okay, I could like that. Who's your favorite player?
Debo.
Who is it?
Debo.
Debo? Okay, nice, nice. So, you get this win. We found out where your favorite team is. We find out who your favorite player is. How do you celebrate today? How you going to celebrate tonight for this big win?
Just
Is there a special meal you're going to request? I mean, you're the MVP of the game, man. Week 1 of this. This is live. Yeah, you're on live right now. Everyone back home is watching you. Yeah, we're going to give a shout out. Anybody you want to give a shout out to back home?
my team, number 21, Jay.
Jay, he had a good game too, man. You guys are doing pretty well together. But we'll let you get back to your team. But yeah, who is number 0?
That's Jermaine.
Jermaine, him too. You guys were lights out today, all over that ball. We were happy. We were excited. You got the win, and congratulations to you. And congratulations on being our pick for MVP. It's a pleasure. Appreciate you coming up, talk to us.
Okay, we welcome you back to Sterling High School here in Somerdale, New Jersey. Glad to be with us here for TCUFL action here on the HSG network. And we're about ready to start the second half of this Pennsville Sterling battle, the first of 4 games, this being the freshman 8 and under group. Pennsville with a 14-6 lead. It'll be Sterling ball to begin the second half. By the way, I'm Tom Wilkins with John Saplensky and, of course, Howard Gameboard the controls here. If you missed it, Sterling won the toss, and they decided to choose for the second half, and Pensville was supposed to get the ball first, but instead they kicked it off, and it went off a Pensville defender. Sterling recovered, and they ended up with the ball first.
Decline.
Now, there was a penalty on the opening kickoff, and it's going to be Sterling ball at the 45. The Pensville team lined up offside, but Sterling has chosen to tell him, hey, you kick again. Didn't know you can actually say you have the option of saying never mind or kick it again.
Yep, they get the option. Be interesting to see if they're going to kick it good again, with a little distance, or try that first line again. They were successful twice earlier. I think the first 2 drives they scored on was because of the onside kick. I'm pretty sure the second one was too.
Well, the first one was a turnover, and then after Pensville scored, they got the onside kick again, and now this time Sterling recovers at their own 49-yard line.
Oh, got a flag.
And a flag at the end of the play.
Yep.
We'll see what this is all about.
Hey, we'll go from here from the line.
So it's been an effective play on both sides.
Personal foul, lead hit.
Wow, a late hit called against Sterling.
It was a big hit, too. I saw the hit, and I was like, I wonder if the ref is going to see that, and he did. I saw the flag.
I think
it was a good hit. It was a good hit.
Yeah, but unfortunately, it came after the whistle.
It did. I mean, but at this age, he could have thought he had the ball. I don't know, or making a good block.
One.
But it was a big hit.
That's one.
So tough
The
break for
numbers are
Sterling, who gets hit with a
7.
personal foul at the end of the play, and it'll be 1st and 10 for them
Couldn't
now
tell
at
if
the
it was a 1 or a 7.
35-yard line.
Sorry.
It'll be interesting to see now what Sterling does now with a not as good field position as they would have liked.
You got it.
Yeah, a little bit further back than they would like to, but if they bring that intensity they had in the last few possessions they had, whatever coach was doing, whatever they were doing, bring it right back and start it right now. Ground 0-0 ball game right now. That's how you got to look at it. 0-0. Let's go.
And you know what? I'll
Quarterback,
be
let your
interested
line
to
get
see
down.
how their line play is adjusted on both sides, especially for Sterling. Because obviously Pennsville was able to make the adjustments on their side of things. Now it's a matter to see how Sterling responds back. They get the ball 1st and 10 from their own 35 as we begin the third quarter.
Quarterback is in shotgun.
Again, a low snap, and now
got
late
it off.
handoff. He was able to get it off and then brought down to 38-yard line. That was Zaire Godwin, who got about 3 yards on the play. I actually thought there could have been a loss on the play with how long it took to develop.
It wasn't, like I said, the first 2 quarters, the way this defense from Pennsville's playing, you want to be a little crisp and you want to execute quickly. I mean, they're in the backfield quite a bit. I mean, most of the game there are 9 guys in the box. So every second is detrimental to running against these guys. But, he did slip away and he did get about 3 yards. 4 yards.
Yeah, they spotted the 39-yard line. So they're going to say 2nd and 6 as once again quarterback Samir Wiles.
I'll take 4 yards all day. 3 in a row is a first down.
That is correct.
So they're going to stay in that same formation.
Try and make sure everyone's lined up and play clock winding down. Remember, the official keeps the time clock. Here's a handoff and
49.
only getting to about the 40-yard line.
Looks like Fry at the bottom of that. 49.
So that would have to be Lucas Fry then.
Yep, he's in a lot. He makes a lot of tackles from that defensive end spot.
Plays well on both sides of the ball from what we've seen. So now a pretty important 3rd and 5 play at the 40-yard line to begin the second half. And I know we really haven't seen a pass play, but Pennsville needs to be ready for pretty much all areas of the field where
we might not see one at all. That's expected at this level. It's a ground and pound running attack, which is good. I mean, like I said, you as a coach, you could come in with a playbook that's 5 miles long and say what you're going to do. But if you don't have the clientele, you're not going to do it. So you got to just adjust and coach to your abilities of what you have. But you never know. We sometimes we see it in the last play of the game.
That is true, and keep in mind to win 10 to 15 miles an hour sustained, that probably could play some tricks there. No play there as we got a false start against Sterling. That doesn't help the cause because now it goes to go from a 3rd and 5 to a 3rd and 10, and that's not good at this point.
No, and I'm going to commend because the one thing I noticed on that play right there is the center putting that ball in the quarterback's hands and chest, dead on like a rocket, and as a line coach, I like that. In the beginning of the game, the balls, I don't know if it was they changed centers or it's the same young man, but when you adjust like that at the beginning, remember it was 4 fumbles in a row in the first possession. They had a little bit of a hard time in the exchange. So to see that, I commend that too. That's just great. It's a good snap. You can't run a play without it. Can't run a play without a good snap.
That is true.
So that was, he's got it right on target now. 3rd and 10, they need a big play.
Let's see if Sterling can offer one here. Ball spotted at the 35-yard line, right where they started. Keep in mind that personal foul at the end of the kickoff proved to be a very critical play just moments ago. Now a handoff. Let's see. We get the good block, turning one, not turning the other, down to about the 38. And I think Pennsville's done a nice job since the score by Cameron Blackwell to contain him, and they've done a pretty good job.
Yeah, definitely.
So they're going to do punt option, and that will mean 25 yards in the spot. and that means it'll be Pennsville ball first and 10 for their own 37 once they place it. So, gotta give credit to Pennsville to make the 3-and-out start for their second half.
Yeah, they're starting, that defense just like they were doing in the first quarter, and they slipped away a little bit, and they're back. It's all adjustments. It's communication with the players. Like,
It was from the
we
kickoff.
started off lightning hot, and we faltered in the second half of the first half. I need you guys to come back in this game like you did the first, 2 drives.
We had a lot of scoring, of course, in the first quarter and then first play of the second quarter, and there's been nothing since then. Because I think both teams have been able to make the adjustments to make it more of a defensive stand.
Yeah. It's a good game. Now we just got to see, if they can stop Pennsville from going up 2 scores and, once again stop them. This would be the fourth stop in a row.
You might be able to hear through my microphone or somebody's microphone. The wind's picking up a little bit here. So let's see what Pennsville does. They are in the blue. First and 10 from their own 37-yard line. Pretty tight formation there.
They got that big bunch.
Triple wing, and now going up the middle, crossing the 40, 41-yard lines as far as they get. But it's still a 4-yard gain, so I think the coaches are looking for a more interior push,
Here we go, kid.
which is, I think, very important here, especially wearing down the opponent in the second half of the game.
Yeah, they're trying to get that rhythm back. That's the first play since the first half for Pennsville. Still, again, positive yards. I'm going to take 4 yards all day long. Get that line warmed up. The wind is picking up. These guys are a little, they're young. You got to get that rhythm. As you can see how quick this quarter's going by already, clock management is key.
I got him. I got him.
It looks like Pennsville has called the play, and they're going to do 2nd and 6 from the
Just wait right
41-yard line.
Wait right here. All right, we're ready now.
Making sure everybody's ready. Pretty much the same formation as the last time. Looks like a triple wing on the left. Up the middle. There's going to be a first down to about the 47, 48, but there's a flag down toward the end of the play, and let's see what this is going to be all about.
It's close to 10 yards, too. That was Fry.
But I'm not sure if this is going to stand.
20. We got a whole offense. 20.
That's a big play because they called holding on Pensville.
Right there.
And again, 10 yards from the
spot. We're going to go from here.
So the foul happened at the 46, so they're going to respot at the 36. And instead of getting a first down, it's 2nd and 11. So tough break for Pennsville there.
Yeah, good run. I mean, it was a good run. And unfortunately, penalties are a part of the game. So, again, the last 3 the last 2 in this drive, I mean, Pennsville, who was mistake-free on 2 touchdowns, basically, and made it look so gracefully done and perfection. They've been riddled with penalties, but it's going to happen. They just got to, look past it, move forward, and stop making them, and we'll have success like we did the first 2 drives.
And everybody's going to call a game differently. Sometimes they'll let things go. Other times they go by the letter of the law, and sometimes they're really, really tight in their calls, and you see a lot of fouls. Here's a juggled snap on 2nd and 11, but still getting to the outside.
All right,
oh, look out. Crossing midfield and getting a first down all the way down to the 41-yard line.
That's 30 yards.
That's a gain of 23 on the play. And now, and there's a Sterling player that's down on the near sideline. Not sure who it is, but that was a heck of a play by Pennsville to get themselves the momentum back that they've been looking for.
Yeah, that was a great run. That was number 20, Eli Fisher again.
That was Sincere Brown who was the one shaken up on the play. So looks like Brentley Ransom's going to come in from. We're going to go ahead and give the list of players in a short bit when we have a pause, so that you guys can recognize who's playing on this field. Remember, everybody plays on both sides, so that's the important part to remember. All right, so on a 1st and 10, ball at the 41 of Sterling, as here's 23. A run. Oh, and a nice tackle Nice tackle after Lambert gets over to about the 39-yard line. So you can see, even though the Sterling team may be a little bit shorthanded on players, the coaches are definitely encouraging those to just keep going, and that's where you get the heart of a team from.
Yeah, as you can see, like I said, it's when you got such a close game going on, and they're just trying to work the ball between the tackles. They're not looking for the big play right now. It's clock management. If you could keep the lead going into the fourth and score, I mean, you're gonna put yourself in a great position right now because they're not in a hurry. They're not in a hurry. They're playing a little bit more laxed and yeah.
Pretty methodical play right now by Pennsville. That was only a 2-yard gain, though, but they are running the clock as we're getting down to 2 minutes left in the third. 2nd and 8 from that 39-yard line. And there's Fry taking himself, crossing the 35. There is a flag down to the 31-yard line. We will have to see what this is about. It's another hold on Pennsville.
He chucked him.
A lot of holding fouls on Pennsville in the last couple of quarters.
Yeah.
Golf
Yeah.
previous right here.
Got to get the duct tape out. I always say, get the duct tape and the Christmas mittens. You can't grab if your fingers are taped.
That's another tough penalty against Pennsville, but remember, they overcame the first one, but 10 yards from the spot puts the ball back at the 49, and now it's 2nd and 18.
17.
So
Yeah, it's hard. It's hard for a coach because, as a coach, you have a game plan, and they get a play that works, and then they go back. And then he gets them back after all them lost yards. Now he's back on his game plan. They get 8-yard run, and they're back 20. So, coaching is challenging. And when you're in the stands or you're watching back home and, they got a game plan. It just doesn't always go as planned.
Nothing ever goes as planned.
So you gotta give them support. All the support coaches need.
Well, there won't be much on 2nd down, as that was Lambert, who got to about the 46 for a gain of 3. So that forces a 3rd and 15. And this is a very big play for Sterling's defense. What do you think the coaches are calling there?
Well, their bread and butter on this offense has been to the outside. They've had 30, 40, 40, 26. Very successful when they produce, the play right. Sterling has picked up their game play on defense, though, and has not made that outside game easy for them. So they came back to the middle. So, maybe they could sneak one in there with that motion they were using, or, take that direct wildcat snap to the wedge they were doing, because, Sterling wasn't adjusting to that outmanned blocking with the 3-man wedge. And, so, I mean, they're sitting a little bit more back on Sterling. They're not playing as aggressive on defense, cramping the box as Pensville does. So, 3rd and 15, if you're not passing, it's a tough call. I mean, 99% of the time it's outside. They did try reverse earlier and failed, and, they did turn the ball over. So it's going to be cool to see what they pick.
3rd and 15 from the 46-yard line. A little bit more open stance here. Trying to turn the corner.
He's got a lot of white jerseys in his face.
And he's going to get only a couple to the 44-yard line as the clock winds down for 3/4 time. So we're going to switch sides here, and Pensville will be faced with a 4th and long when we return after 3. In the freshman game, Pensville leads Sterling 14-6. We'll come back with the final quarter right after this.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleachers 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
All right, we're back here at Sterling High School, getting ready to start the final quarter of our first game, the freshman contest, here in TCUFL action here on the HSG Network. Pennsville with a 14-6 lead, and right now Pennsville faced in Sterling territory, but with a
11 on
4th
date.
and 13 from the Sterling 44. Now, they cannot use punt option here because they have to be, the line has to be their own 45 in order to do so. Anyway, I'm Tom Wilkins, along with John Zaplenski, Howard Gaber, of course, with the controls here. And we're going to see how Pennsville lines up on this 4th down. Now, we've seen the triple on the left and then a man in motion that they normally have done, like especially in the second quarter. We've seen a bunch of that. Let's see what they do this time.
That's 23. Looks like he's going to try to find all that extra blocking out there.
Oh, nice play down the 36-yard line. Sterling makes the stop and forced the turnover on down.
That looks like number 2. That was our mystery guy earlier for the Sterling Knights.
Cameron
Blackwell.
Boy, he's been all over both sides of the field.
Yeah.
So while they line up, we'll give you the freshman team roster. Beginning with quarterback Samir Wiles, Cameron Blackwell we mentioned, Jashawn Bowers Jr., August Francis Peterson, Zaire Godwin, Sincere Brown, Joshua Fasihi, Michael Hensel, Brentley Ransom, Mason Teixeira, Blake Tyler Ali, Connor McCormick, Nicholas Zamaro Lee, A.J. Morero, Sean Wright, James Smith, and Robert Bloom Jr. We apologize for any mispronunciations or mistypes there, but I'm only going by what I have. But this is a pretty feisty Sterling team. They have not given up, and even though they might be on the wrong end of the scoreboard, they've been able to keep this a game.
Yeah, they not only have to score, they need that extra 2-point conversion because they didn't convert the first one. So they would have to throw the ball if they do score. Or if they don't complete it, they need a huge either onside kick or a standing defense to get the ball back. So they're 2 scores down, which is a tough position. But you got to get down there now. You saw the third quarter just go by in a flash. So clock management is everything now.
The play clock was running down, and unfortunately they got off the play a little bit early, and half of them were rushing, not knowing what to do, and Pennsville was ready for it and forces a 4-yard loss.
Yeah, that looked like Fry again in on that. Yeah, great defense by Pennsville to step up on that. It's going to be, looks like 2nd and 14 for the Knights. So we got a good ball game, but, right now, they need a score, and Pennsville is not going to make it easy. You got all this green over here on the wide side towards us, and I would try to get out there. If I could.
Hey, listen, if you want to try and get out there, if you're watching on HSG Network and want to come by the field, I believe it's 501 South Warwick Avenue in Somerdale. It's right off exit 30 off 295. You just go straight down Warwick a few miles, and voila, we're on the right-hand side.
Yeah, it's a nice establishment over here. The field, I mean, it looks nice when you're out there driving by. The field looks beautiful. I mean, it's beautiful here, but
and a pretty nice area, too.
Yeah, it's great. I actually work out here every day. I drive by it every day.
Come on, run the play.
2nd and 14 as the ball's at the 32-yard line. And the first pass of the day ends up going incomplete.
Not backwards.
And that went for Zaire Godwin. But I'll tell you what, there was a heavy defensive push that time, which forced Wiles to get out of there quick.
Yeah, their defense is fired up right now. They're not going to make it easy. This 3rd down, it's crucial because if they don't get a first and or they don't score, I mean, Pennsville runs a offense that could just drain that clock and game over. Like I said, they're 2 scores behind, so it's a tough one right now, position to be in without that extra point they didn't get.
So now it's 3rd and 14. And right now, Sterling at the 32-yard line. Now, keep in mind.
They have to get that, though.
Yeah, I was just going to mention that if Sterling does score a touchdown, they can tie the game if they pass for a 2-point conversion.
Yes, they have to get it. So it's still a second score, though. That's what I was trying to say. Like, they still have to score twice. They need that 2-point conversion to tie it.
Well, they need to get the touchdown first, and that comes first and foremost. 3rd and 14 from the 32-yard line. Play clock winding down. And, oh, what a nice job trying to misdirection. And again, Pennsville ready to stop him. And I believe that was Antonio Gigliotti who made the nice stop and forces a 4th and very long. Now, the question is that both teams have all their timeouts left. So you do punt. I was going to ask you they were going to do punt option, and I just heard they're going to do it.
Yeah, that might have been – I saw a 1, and I thought it was 11 on that play. for Pennsville that made that big stop. But I thought it, okay, so Chase Sargent, I'm being told, made that tackle. But then I thought it was 17, but okay, it was 6.
Well, while we have a
Great play.
Tell you what, why don't I read down the Pennsville 8 and under roster? They are Antonio Gugliotti, John Luke Coyle, Ricky Sassy, as we have a Pennsville timeout. So Ricky Sassy, Julian Curl, Don Ellie, Chase Sargent, Kyler Acevedo, Isaiah Patrick, Carter Dorsey, Abel Quinn, Caden Crabtree, Mason Dorsey, Eli Fisher, R.J. Lambert, Nico Caldwell, Aiden DeSanto, Anthony DeCave, Lucas Fry, Ashton Curcio, Gunnar Norton, Leland Ty, and Lewis Robertson. So that's the group from the Pennsville 8 and under crew, whom I think overall have played a pretty solid game. And even though there was a lull of a moment, once they've gotten back up, they've held Sterling scoreless. But at the same time, Sterling's done the same thing to Pennsville since probably the early parts of the second quarter when Sterling got their touchdown. I mean, both teams have had some pretty good plays, and you can tell that you got two fast teams once they get out in the open field.
Yeah. 6:42 to go. I was just going through a few of the stats there, just looking over the game and everything. Yeah, 6:42. You know, Pennsville has a game plan. I said it earlier. It's enough time for them to march downfield and run a lot of this clock off. So you need a real big defensive standoff right now.
11 running out.
I'll be preaching to my guys right now. Go for the ball. We need the ball, and they've done it so many times. I mean, they scored early in the game, and Sterling has stopped them the rest of the game. So as a coach, I'm going to tell them, look, you've done it. Do it again. We need this ball. Tight formation.
And 1st and 10, the handoff up the middle, sliding through a couple tackles, and away he goes
20.
to the 40, the 30, and that looks like an easy goal. And Watson comes to catch him, and I'm not sure if he did. There's no signal from the he got him at the 1.
51 yards.
Isaiah Patrick with a tremendous run who may have broken this game open for Pennsville.
Now, we didn't see that formation all game. They bunched up double tight. They were cramped up. He stayed low. He took a direct snap under center. I mean, they weren't ready for that tight squeeze through that A gap, and he just took it 51 yards.
Longest play of the night for either side.
Yeah, that was the longest run.
And now they have to get 1st and goal from the 1-yard line as Pennsville looks to extend their lead.
I would demand to stay and finish it. I wonder if they're allowed at AU. You know, I don't remember if I could say that at AU, but I want to give me that 1-yard run. I just ran 51 yards.
Here's the one problem. Now all 11 people on the defense know who to go after.
Yeah, well, you know, what's crazy is he's at guard now.
And the handoff, and that's an easy goal for Eli Fisher, who easily plunges into the end zone and extends Pennsville's lead. And I'll tell you what, like I said, it's a team game. It doesn't mean you get to have everything unless you're greedy.
You know, you look at that and you look at how much of a sportsman that is. You know, you have a running back that just runs 51 yards down to the 1 and then gets put at guard to block for the touchdown behind him. That's awesome. You know, you don't see that often, you know?
No, but I think also it's probably less stress on him, too.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, I'm out of breath now. You want me to block him. And really didn't take much effort to get the block down and get the easy goal for Fisher. So Pennsville will try the extra point here. And we shall find out what they decide to do. Again, very tight formation as they line up. And it's a handoff, slipping through a tackle, and were they stopped? Yes, they were stopped at the 1-yard line. So Sterling able to be steadfast with their defensive prowess, and they prevent the extra point from being scored. So for Pennsville, their lead is 20-6, and there's still 5:49 left in regulation.
Yeah, it's a lot of time, but it's not. They really, you know, they got to score quick and get these onside kicks, you know.
And I'll tell you what, Pennsville may be take a look at the Yeah, take a look at this. I don't know if it was my announcement or what have you, but I'll tell you, Pennsville's about 45 minutes away from Sterling, maybe 35, depending on how 295 acts up, especially around 42. But they got a very good crowd on hand that is
Yeah.
travel for the game.
Sunday football, you know. What would you rather be doing on a Sunday but coming out to watch football? TCUFL.
I don't think you want to be watching the last day of the baseball season, but that's another story. But anyway, Pennsville will kick off as Sterling now makes their way on the field. I mean, we'll see what Sterling has up their sleeve. Now, they have their whole allotment of timeouts, and we'll see how everything plays out here in this final 5 minutes and 49 seconds. Referee waiting to blow the whistle, make sure everybody is set to go. And we can be back in action momentarily. Let's see, which direction will they kick? And a corner on the fly, and getting around, may have this corner and may have some room to go to the 40-yard line, to the 30-yard line,
I love it. Oh, man.
all the way down to the 15-yard line.
Oh, yes, number 8.
Was it spot?
Number 8.
It was 8.
Yeah, Joshua Fassi.
What a return by him, but give credit to Caden Crabtree, made a great tackle there. And I'll tell you what, Sterling's not out of this yet.
I gotta love it. Not only did we get our first kick on a kickoff for the game, but, you know, he took it around to the left side of the field and took it downtown. I mean, that was a great run.
Very close to
stand-up runner, too. He was, you know.
But he got him into the red zone, and they're going to spot it about right at the 15-yard line. So
yeah, well, that's why they kick it on the ground. See, that's why all the balls are kicked on the ground.
And I think he had a little bit of a head of steam right before he turned the corner. So
yeah,
that certainly helped that cause.
You know, I'm sure they don't get many because the balls are usually kicked 10 yards or inside, and everyone's trying to get the outside. But hats off to him. Coach has learned something today. If he hasn't received one and ran it back yet, I mean, that was a heck of a run.
He might before the season's over, based upon that.
It's something. It's football, but when we don't see something each week where they're kicking off and a kid actually at 8U catches it and runs like that, we get overly excited. This is football, and that's a great play. I'm all smiles over here because that was exciting.
Definitely was. Okay, so for Sterling. 1st and 10 from the 15 of Pennsville. And we're going to see how this all plays here. Got to change the formation a little bit.
When
whistles blow, and it's hard. I think the right side of the line jumped a little bit, and that is a very critical penalty against Sterling. I mean, you had the momentum. You can't be making mistakes like that down 2 scores. We understand Andrew Bolden is checked in, and he'll be playing in the
number
senior
78.
Game. Now, we'll be looking for him, of course, in the final game.
Flake, he's listed under Flake. Yo, we're going to be watching you now, 78. I'm making my notes. Andrew! See how easy to come talk to us. You let us know. Now Andrew's marked.
May be able to catch a tackle-eligible pass. Unfortunately for Sterling, they went further back as Pennsville's defense just absolutely swarmed around the ball and forced yet another 5-yard loss. So following that kickoff, suddenly a 5-yard penalty and a 5-yard loss, and that forces a 2nd and 20 from the 25-yard line.
Yeah, that's a tough one. They were in great position. I think they could still get down there and score. They show good signs just right now. Again, you see Pennsville, they're cramping that box. They're putting everyone down there. They're blitzing, and they got to find a way to get a little bit five back opener. No one cares, Andrew Bolden. Hey, FIFA Pocket Poker, whatever that name was. Hey, we love Andrew.
Hey,
let it out.
It sounds like there's a little showmanship on both sides, and they haven't even played ball yet.
We don't know who FIFA Fapa Poker was or how. I can't even say what his screen name was.
Well, here's
Keep
a
the
pass.
pack
Look at
opening.
this. Pass to the 10 and going down to about
Number
the
20.
6-yard line. Great catch by, I'm trying to figure out the receiver. That's number 20. Well, we have a 22 in James Smith.
Yeah, it was number 20. Did I not tell you at the end of the game we're going to see a pass? You may not see any, I said, until the end of the game, maybe one. That might have been the one.
I think we were eventually going to see a pass, and then we were eventually going to see a completed pass.
That was at the right moment. The coaches coach. They got a situation. He knew what to do,
And
execute it, and this is what happens.
And Sterling just called a timeout.
Yeah, they score. They go for that onside kick. They scored. They're in this game. They just got to get that onside kick.
So we're going to keep it here with 2:36 left. What do you think Sterling's coach is telling right now?
All right. You see when you listen to me what happens? We make big plays. Now, if you all do what you're supposed to do and you listen to me and no penalties, we're going to score this touchdown. And we already know we're going to kick an onside kick. Execute it. We need this. And then, they get down there and they get a little hype and they get that little growling in there. The coach get them motivated, But, yeah, that's what he's telling them right now. I need this. Believe it. I believe in you. And that's all you got to tell them. But no, great play. I mean, that was a huge play to go for the pass. The only pass we've seen in the game, and what a big game.
And a very important one, too. And obviously, Sterling not out of it yet. A couple of confidence boosters with the kickoff return, that 19-yard pass. Actually, you're looking at 3rd and 2 right now from the 7-yard line. And it'll be interesting to see if they try running up the middle. But they also have to be cognizant as to how much time is left and how many timeouts they have as well.
They just got to score. They just got to score, and they got to get that 2-point conversion. They showed they can pass. They showed who their possible go-to guy is. So they got confidence now. Look, you scored. We're going for 2, and we're kicking the ball onside. There's a lot of time left. But that's it. When you got all those guys in that box, you got to challenge that running game and go in the air. And they did. And it came through. I mean, imagine if they were doing that earlier, Well,
we'll see what they do here on 3rd and 2. Ball spot at the 7-yard line. Quick snap.
It's a tough.
He'll get around. Nice trip up. It's going to be a first down, but a good tackle. And I'll tell you, jumping up and down is Ricky Sassy, who was able to save the touchdown there.
It was a gutsy call to run left. I mean, they were pretty stacked on the left-hand side. So whatever he got out of that, I'm pretty impressed because, they had all their guys over there from Pennsville.
So 2:29 left and counting, I believe.
And they did a good job of staying home. Usually you tell your guys at this age level, stay home. Because a lot of kids will take off and chase where they think the ball's going, and they don't stay home at the safety position. And it messes up their play.
Well, they're going around the other way, cutting through and going to about the 2-yard line that time.
They're creeping.
Well, they're going to have to go fast forward here because they need 2 scores, and we're now running under 2 minutes.
They're right there. Were they going to spot it at the 1 or the 2? At the 2.
I think the 2.
Now, number 2 had their big run earlier with 34 yards. 18 had 18 earlier.
Well, wait a minute. The play doesn't count.
Oh, boy.
Was the timeout called by Penn? No. Oh, how about that? A neutral zone infraction against Pennsville.
Half the distance.
So that's going to put it at the 1-yard line and for the moment stop the clock. So right now,
still excited. When you're at a game under 2 minutes and you look at 20-6, and if someone at home might be like, "Oh, this game's over. I'm gonna turn it." Don't turn it off. If they put this in and they get, subscribe to HSG Network. Don't turn it off. Just subscribe. But what I'm saying is, it's an exciting. You turn the TV off and come back and think it's over, and you're like, "Whoa, what happened?" It's one of that moments you don't know. They get this touchdown. I mean, clock is ticking. And, it took a little bit more time with the penalties and that, a couple tackles for loss. But it just got to get it in. He's following his guy, number 2. No, cut it in. Cut it in. No, he's still going.
And he will not. He ends up losing a yard. That's a tough break. I think there might be a little bit of hesitation.
All he had to do was cut it in. What gets me is that gray jersey. Unfortunately, young man is, not wearing that white. It could cause you to, mess up too, a little bit because it looks like the blue. But he was right there. If he cut it in instead of following the block outside, I mean, the hole was there. It was a touchdown.
All right, Sterling just used their second timeout. They have 2 remaining. So
that's why we got messed up last week. They got 4 timeouts.
Yeah, I was just going to say, there's in the 8 and under leagues, there are 4 timeouts per side per half.
Yeah.
So Sterling just used their second one with 1:10 left here in regulation. And I would have to say on the last play, now, they've been quick snapping the ball, and I think that has helped them a little bit. But it's also a matter of trying to move north and south moving east and west, they're going to get you. But if you try north and south, you probably will be able to come through and get at least some positive yards out of it.
Yeah. I mean, he was right there. I would have liked to see them have punched it in. I mean, they got to the 1. They had that, the offsides from the defense. They're down from the 3 now. They can still get it in. If just get it in. If you lose and you're down it's a great momentum boost for next week. Take the positives from this week in the next week because both teams played great today. I mean, they really did. They picked up their pace and did a real good job.
Whistle blows before the snap, and a false start against Sterling. Oh, my goodness. They come this close, and now suddenly they're going backwards.
Yeah, I like that they went for that pass again. They were looking for 20 again. They got their mystery guy too. So number 20 for Sterling. If you're listening, put his name in the comments. He made the only reception of the game. We don't have a 20 for the Knights. But, they went for that guy. That we found out right now that they will pass the ball. Being down, they have to. They're forced to pass right now.
Pretty much when it's a 2-score game and you only got 68 seconds left.
Yeah. So it's that concept I said, when you're a coach and you come in and you want to have a passing game, but you can't find a young man that can catch the ball. So you run the ball. But they obviously have their guy, 20 can catch and, he can produce yards after the catch too. He had a big gain earlier.
Well, right now the ball's spotted at the 9-yard line. 2nd and goal, quick snap, and they're going to try and run it to the outside.
Oh, number 2.
Trying to get Blackwell.
He's stretching it.
Blackwell will get to about 5, and I think he ended up staying in bounds.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, he did. Great effort. I mean, he stretched it till he couldn't stretch it. I mean, you can't ask for more than that, but number 0 for Pensville, Antonio Gigliotti. Great stop. I mean, if he hit that corner, he would have scored, but Gigliotti stopped him.
Under 40 seconds left. 3rd and goal coming up. Oh, they dropped the snap, and it looks like Pennsville may have recovered it.
It looks like Fry. Another big play by Lucas Fry. He's had a great defensive day.
Did they signal who got possession? Oh, it was 4th down. I thought it was 3rd. My apologies there. But the officials are discussing, but it looks like they're changing personnel.
Yep. Looks like
what
Pennsville's
a tough
going to come
break.
up with the win here.
Yep, it is Pennsville ball. It was a turnover on downs. So a tough break for Sterling, but they fought. They did fight. They came close to making a 1-score game and make it interesting, but just wasn't to be. I mean, especially when you have like a little less than time left. But hey, you're putting yourself in a game situation that kind of helps, and you learn from these things. Now Pennsville at their own 10-yard line with 1st and 10. Awaiting the snap. And they're going to hand it off. Oh, look at that. Oh, sneaking through a couple of tackles. How about a 3rd one? And obviously wants to stay in bounds and does at the 18-yard line. And it doesn't look like Sterling is going to stop the clock. And commendable of them because they gave it a good run, but it was Pennsville who's going to get this one. Oh, now they stop with 11 and a half seconds left because of an injured player.
Not yet.
And I think it was one of the Sterling players that's down about the 7 or 8 yard line. But John, really quick, your final thoughts on this first game, and who do you think has been a star here?
You know, it's been a really good game. It started out slow for Sterling. It's 20-6 right now, but it doesn't affect their comeback. You know, they showed signs of improvement with, you know, their play calling, changing personnel, changing formations. So, you know, they held, you know, Pennsville to 4 drives and stopped them in a row, I think it was. Great signs. You know, right now, you know, there's been a with Pennsville, you know, they utilized their entire team. I mean, they got 6 players were able to run the ball today. You got 4 or 5 players, 4 players that are around. All of them got about 50 yards today. 3 players were able to score today. It's really a tough one of who's standing out, but, you know, 20, 23, 49,
It will start.
that big run by 10. I mean, you got 4 guys that were handling business, not only going in a Wildcat, and on offense, but also all them guys were doing a great job on defense too. You know.
So we'll have you the game's MVP in just a couple of seconds as this game has come to an end.
50-yard line, guys. Here, guys, take this. This is your
So
ball.
the final score of this one, Pennsville 20, Sterling 6 in the freshman game. Give us a couple minutes. We're going to go back and get the MVP, and we'll have an interview with him, whoever it is, right after this. Stay with us. Okay, we are back here at Sterling High School. I'm Tom Wilkins. After we got done this first game, the 8 and under matchup with Pennsville winning over Sterling 20-6, and most valuable player of the game. And I didn't think it was too much of a doubt. Lucas Fry, congratulations on the win. What do you think about your team's performance today?
Game of football today. That's all this is, a game of football. We're not enemies.
And I mean, consider what all you did on offense and defense. You had a sack, you had a fumble recovery, you had a touchdown run, you made some solo tackles. I mean, obviously, I mean, I better they said give him the football here. Well, why don't you show it like this way here, because you definitely deserve that after the game you've had. And let me help you hold it up here. But what do you have to say about your teammates and how they've helped you get through this one? Not really. What do you think of your coaches, how they prepared you for it?
So you want to kick the ball that way? Okay, put
Pretty
your backs
good.
over there.
Well,
Put your backs over here.
well, speaking of football, who's your favorite NFL player?
Toss and elected to receive. Sterling will kick and defend it. Gentlemen.
Anyone in particular? Any team you have?
Yeah, Green Bay.
Oh, Green Bay, and they'll be playing in just a couple minutes here. I kind of expect them to win. And you like Jordan Love? Yeah, he's expected to be back as far as I know, so hopefully it's a good performance against an undefeated Minnesota team. What else do you like about the sport? And do you have a favorite subject?
I'm gonna say gym.
Gym? Well, football, of course, Jim. I mean, you need that to play football, obviously. So, but definitely your athletic game. And what's your favorite position out on the field?
Quarterback.
Oh, quarterback. So you hope to play quarterback soon, one of these days. But and anyone you want to say hi to real quick before we head on to the next game? Like even your parents, family, any brothers or sisters or?
Yeah, my brother. I have a brother.
Oh, good. Is he out to play football soon or what?
He's a peewee.
All right. Well, we're about ready to start game 2. So, Mr. Fry, thanks for your time and congratulations again on a great performance. All right. So there you go. I couldn't find it. All right, after a quick intermission, we're ready to go for round 2, the sophomore matchup between Pennsville and Sterling. Those of you who are just joining us, welcome aboard here, HSG Network, here at TCUFL Football, here from Sterling High School, here in Somerdale, New Jersey. Same as before, I'm Tom Wilkins. John Zaplensky will be joining me in just a couple of minutes here. Of course, on the controls is Howard Gaber, and we're ready to go for game number 2. And it'll be Pennsville receiving the ball first. They'll move left to right, Sterling right to left, and we'll switch sides in the second quarter. Referee blows his whistle, and we are underway with game number 2 as the ball ends up rolling out of bounds. So that will mean Pennsville will start probably at the 40 at least. So you have the figure. As far as the teams are concerned, this is going to be a pretty spirited game, I would suspect. And obviously with the sophomore teams, it's a matter of sometimes a little bit of a different rule change and such. Just trying to get myself together with all the things because everything just happened so fast. All right, they're going to back things up, and Pennsville will get the ball. It looks at the spot where it went out of bounds at the 31-yard line, and we will be ready to roll here, 1st and 10, with game number 2. As John is back with us, and not sure what disappearing act you pulled off there.
Man, I got to tell you, it's a long walk.
Well, sometimes in these setups, sometimes it does take exercise.
Oh, man.
All right, so 1st and 10 from the 31-yard line. And they're going to do a quarterback draw to begin the game and a good run to about the 36-yard line.
Play's over, boys. The play is over. Nothing's going to change. Let the ball go.
Trying to get the cast of characters all set up here. Looks to be number 8 for Pennsville. His name is Tyler Colomey. And they're doing a double wing here on 2nd down. A pitch out. Oh, look at this. What a nice job by Timothy Loper, number 23, who brought him down. Now, it looks like Pennsville's group, they will go up-tempo and make sure they try and get first down, keep the defense out of breath here.
Yeah, they're bunched up.
Whoops, somebody jumped.
Before the snap, encroachment, defense.
Defensive encroachment. Yeah, evidently, we're finally getting some microphone things working out with the officials here. So an encroachment foul now makes it 3rd and about less than 2. Ball spot at the 40-yard line. They're going to go with the draw again. And
got line of game.
Probably going to get a first down to 42-yard line. So I would have to say this is a sophomore version of the rugby scrum that is being used by the Eagles and a lot of our football teams too.
Well, what it is it's very hard to cover this. You can't see.
Look at this, crossing the 45 down to the 48-yard line. That is Drew LaPalomento with the carry there and a gain of 6. It's more of a double wing based upon how they line up.
Yeah, it's a double wing tee, really tight. The line is tight to tight. Their toes are touching. It's keeping everything compact. You don't know who's getting the ball. That's the whole point.
Sneaking past midfield and down to about the 48. Probably another first down there. And you have to understand that they are copying very closely to what the Naval Academy does for the football squad.
I've got a good friend. He was one of the best quarterbacks, Ricky Dobbs. Ricky was one of the most successful with this offense as quarterback.
Here's a high pitch out and getting through the hole down to about the 44-yard line. That was Trent Green to about the 43. They'll give him about 5 on the play. I mean, you had to consider it uses clock. Yeah. It's not a high-powered offense, but it's effective right now, and it's going to be a lot of guesswork for Sterling's defense. And this time the handoff goes to Mason Knappenberger, and he gets flattened out for maybe a yard if lucky, but they're going to spot the ball to 42. 38's the line of gain. That forces a 3rd and 4.
There's so many plays to use off this. I mean, it's so compact. Everyone's so low. It's hard to see where the ball's going to go.
Now they're going to reverse it and switch sides, crossing the 40, a first down, and 10, more to the 30.
15.
Crossing
20,
to 20, a couple of shift
stop
moves
it at
and down to
23
the
yards.
18-yard line. His momentum stopped. He wanted to try and get more, and instead of proceeding forward for a few more yards, he tried to juke everyone out and instead went down to 18, but still a 24-yard pickup, and Pennsville already in the red zone.
Yeah, that was well ran. I mean, they're executing this. You got to have the right players in place to run this. And, you know, they're running it well. Great cut right there.
Goes down to about the 12-yard line, so another 6 yards on the play. Looked like Jason Ruggiano with the stop there on the last run. And now we have 2nd and 4. Ball spotted at the 12-yard line. That's probably the formation will be lining up all game. They send the man in motion, pitch out right, has room at the 10, the 5, and down to the 3, and it'll be 1st and goal. Sean Knight Jr. with the stop on that last carry, but it's 1st and goal for Pennsville from about the 3 or 4 yard line. I've been pretty impressed by how Pennsville started this game.
Yeah, smooth. I mean, they're just like they're freshmen. They same concept. They were smooth on their drive.
Well, that one wasn't smooth. It's a false start against Pennsville. I'll back them up 5 yards.
Thank you, sir.
So a 5-yard penalty puts the ball back at the 8-yard line where it'll be 1st and goal there. Opening drive of game number 2. Thanks for joining us here on HSG Network. Make sure you subscribe to us. Plenty more TCUFL action coming this fall.
Oh,
and now what do we have? Oh, they gave most of the yardage back on a neutral zone infraction. So half the distance there, and we do it again, first and goal from the 4. So this will help Pennsville mightily. Again, in real good position to try and get the first points of the game. In that double wing, takes it himself, and an easy goal there for Pennsville, who made it pretty easy there. Mason Knappenberger with the 4-yard touchdown run. And I tell you what, a lot of deceptive moves and making a lot of plays uncertain, making the Sterling defense guess. And unfortunately for them, they mostly guessed wrong. And now, probably the fastest conversion you'll see. They're going to throw the ball for this one, but over the head of the receiver, incomplete. So I think they went for Knappenberger again, but it's just a little bit too much under.
Yeah, a little bit over his shoulder. Great effort though, but what a nice drive. Well executed drive to march downfield, capitalize on it. Listen, they didn't leave they left the extra point out there, but they got the touchdown. So this ought to be nice to see how Sterling is going to answer back. That was a very smooth, well executed offense. I liked it. That's how you run that double wing T.
And despite making a couple of minor mistakes, they were able to recover, and the offensive line has been pretty much on point the whole way.
Yeah, it keeps your defense on their toes. I mean, when you're running it that well at this age level, the defense is on their toes. I mean, there's 3 guys real low. A quarterback is crouched real low. It's hard to see where it's going. You got one guy going left, one guy coming right. The quarterback is doing a counter step. You don't know who's got the ball. I mean, they were running right off tackle, and nobody knew this guy had the ball. I mean, so you got to be alert. You got to stay home on this. Tackle legs coming through. That's what you tell them. Stay home and tackle the back closest to you. Don't leave your space. If you leave your space on that, that's what will result in a nice drive with positive yards all the way.
All right, so Pensville will kick off after scoring on their opening drive. And we'll see if Sterling comes through with a good response here. I mean, one never knows. You just got to remember, for all these leagues and age groups, everybody plays. So that's a big thing to remember about the TCUFL. All right. A short onside kickoff.
Good cover.
And nice recovery by Jamison Marrero, number 15. He recovered it near the midfield stripe, and Sterling will have the ball there.
Good
in their
fieldage.
opening drive.
Yeah, good fieldage for these guys. Let's see. We might see a similar offense as the freshmen. We don't know. That's why it's always a surprise. A lot of programs we talk about every week follow the high school's program to groom the kids for these 8 years
11.
to go to the high school and run the program. But 8 years, everything changes. And then you got some coaches that come in and each level have their own style of coaching, and they give them a freebie to do what you want and work on your craft. So it's always interesting.
Nose of the ball is right to midfield stripe, so 1st and 10 for Sterling. Their opening drive of the game here in the sophomore matchup. Pennsville, of course, scored in their opening drive, missed the conversion.
Got that
Let's see what they do here. And the handoff, good tackle, down about the 48-yard line.
Hey, who left it?
Braxton Childs with a stop on the back that time for maybe about a yard, so 2nd and 9 coming up. So, needless to say, you're looking at two different styles is, I think, what we're seeing here. Now, obviously, we only saw Sterling for one play, but
you got to give him time to get warmed up.
Well, it's staying in mid-upper 60s here in Summerdale.
T. Aries has chimed in. Arrington and Davis. Go, boys. Thank you, T. Mackenzie Knappenberger. Let's go, Pennsville. Let's go, number 2.
Well, man, obviously.
We love our fans.
You're not kidding. And obviously some love for the back who scored the touchdown, as this handoff doesn't go anywhere and forces about 3rd and 10. They went with Akai Francis, and now a shaken up Pennsville player after the play.
You had Braxton on the bottom of that pile again. I think he's going to be a force all day, seeing him in a couple plays. He's got a good knack for the ball. He's a pretty big size player out there, physical. So they got to watch running to this kid already. You pick him out. I mean, that's another thing at this level. You're able to pick out where to run and where not to run.
And it's also a war of attrition, especially between the lines. And sometimes it's a case that players do get shaken up once in a while. Possibly they land wrong or something, and something happens where you don't expect it. But I'm just hoping it's just only a minor thing, and they'll be back. That's all you can do.
Yeah.
So, I mean, you've only seen 2 plays so far from Sterling, but what do you think they need to do to try and move down the field here?
Well, they've been conservative up the middle. Pennsville, again, just like the freshman team, they showed they're really strong in the middle on defense. Physical, swarm to the ball, eye for the ball, and get to the ball very quickly. You got to find your rhythm. I love at this level and all the levels using and utilizing the wide side. There's so much green out there. If you got the right play, stretch it out, counters against a tough defense, that these 2 teams are running. If you can run a counter, a reverse, that jet works wonderful in situations like this. I haven't seen a lot of jets every week, a few here and there, but a lot of teams haven't been running a lot of jet plays.
Maybe we'll see Sterling run one here on 3rd and 10.
Yeah.
We'll see how they line up. They're going to line up pretty tight. It'll be 3rd and 9 for the 49-yard line. Let's see what they do.
Quarterback is number 2 on the center. Gives it to 28.
And unfortunately, the jet got stopped in its tracks for a 2-yard loss. I guess they tried to do a little bit of a counter play, but Pennsville was all ready for it. And remember, there's no punt option crossing your own 45, so you have to go for it.
Yeah, they got right here. I mean, you would hope they would have possibly a nice passing play. With such a physical, defense right now, they're playing very, very well. Got to give them a little time, sneak a man out, but be near that first down mark.
25 seconds.
All right. Well, the ball is spotted their own 49, so you're looking at 4th and 11. Now, I would have to think in this game you might see a little bit more passing. I mean, this would probably be a down to do that.
Yeah, I would love to see a nice pass if they got it.
I'll tell them.
4th down is tough for any coach to come up with something. It's do or die time. You're either going to get it or you're not.
Well, it is the first quarter. Back to pass, taking a shot downfield.
Ooh, almost intercepted by number 8.
And probably good thing it wasn't intercepted because that would have been a field position thing.
Yeah.
So
ball hit Tyler Colomey from Pennsville.
And I mean, they had a tight end streaking in the middle of the field, but ran into a ton of traffic as the ball got there. So Sterling gave it a shot, and they turned the ball over on downs. So Pennsville back to work here, 1st and 10, and they're in plus territory to 49.
That might be 6. I'm sorry. I can't tell now. It is 6. So that might have been Drew Lapolomento.
Here's a handoff pushing up the middle down to the 45-yard line. I got to say, for a 10 and under squad, this is a very physical team.
It's that wedge blocking.
And now Sterling's going to use the timeout, trying to figure out how to stop this crew.
When you're toe-to-toe and you teach an offensive line explosion, that's the type of plays you're going to get. I mean, you're low to the ground, you're driving, you got that wedge. They might be talked about locking arms on these wedge blocks or double teaming the point of contact and everyone push off it. But that was a great wedge blocking scheme, and that was some positive yards again. That's all we've seen from their offense so far.
So right now, with Pennsville up 6-0 and looking for more. I mean, right now Sterling has not had an answer for that double wing. I mean, it may not be a high-powered offense, but if you stay on the ground, you chew the clock up, and you wear that defense down, it'll be easy to get points.
Yeah.
So now Sterling's trying to find a way with a counter and that's why they call timeout here. It's like, okay, let's not go through this any further. How are we going to stop them? And what do you think his coach is saying?
Right now to stop it, we got to be a little bit more physical. Your interior tackles when you're facing a double, triple team at the point of the contact. We always told our guys, and I was always told, drop to the ground, stay low, and grab legs. They can't push you if you're down on the ground. You clog the hole. I mean, there's ways to stop it.
Well, a little bit of a wider stance there as the handoff
first
goes
down.
to about the 40-yard line, about a yard short.
He's already down.
But you notice that after Sterling called the timeout, they realized, okay, let's try and expand it a little bit. So now with 3rd and a yard, you know they're going to tighten up again. So again, double wing here, 3rd and a yard. They swing around the middle. That'll be a first down.
Line again.
Dives into about the 34-yard line. So a 6-yard pickup and a first down again for Pensville, whom have been very impressive running the football here.
Got a first down.
Yeah. On first down. Now they're going to go with another counter play down to the 30-yard line. It's interesting. Now we're going to zoom in here that this Pennsville team, I do not know what they're trying to signal to their players, but they are showing
It's
different
good. I
cards
mean, you
for,
know,
different play calls. It's like, okay, you don't need to huddle. And now handoff up the middle goes to about the 26-yard line. So
Guys, the play's over.
it's almost like they got 3 figures on the cards. One has an X. It is assumed the X is the one that it's one of these things. They're not like the other. In fact, they're just doing it again. I mean, I find it very interesting because that's an unusual play call, but it could stand for a lot of things here. 3rd and 2, but wait a second. We got a false start on Pennsville, so that's going to back things up a little bit. So I'll make it 3rd and 7. But I'll tell you what, that is a little bit of a unique play calling style, wouldn't you think?
You know, it's basic. You know, it looks hard to everyone else because you don't know. You know, it's very basic. They're looking for one card. You know, when
they're showing a Hulk on one of these.
Yeah, they're showing a sequence that's showing. You know, they're all labeled 1, 2, and 3.
What does it say? I get the big guy to the ball that time. Now we got another flag.
Defense, 5-yard penalty.
So that's a neutral zone infraction. So back we go, 3rd and 2. So I'll tell you, that is quite unusual. I'm thinking if they're doing an offense of the Naval Academy, maybe they're doing the same play calling as them.
You know, it's cool because it's a fast-paced offense. I wouldn't be able to do it as a coach. I got to walk around, and these guys are diehard out there because they're moving them boxes all the way downfield and wheeling them, and they're consistent. It takes a lot, man.
And now we've had 3 straight penalties, another neutral zone infraction. This one will give Pennsville the first down.
Yeah.
All right, so we will try this again with the ball at the 22-yard line.
Hey, your card's upside down.
Well, maybe there's a reason why they're showing it upside down from the play cards. Here's a handoff up the middle to about the 15, maybe the 14-yard line. I mean, you talk about Pennsville moving it down the field. I mean, there have been very, very few plays for negative yardage outside of penalties.
Yeah, that was number 5 again. He's having a lot of good carries right now.
And now they're gonna go a little pitch out inside the 10, and gonna be down inside the 5. Now there's gonna be one problem with this. Now they stop the clock with a second left in the first score. Oh, it's first down, so they're gonna have to run it. And they're going to have to go all the way across the field to run their next play as we've hit quarter time. So now we can slow down for a minute. After 1, Pennsville leads Sterling 6-0 in a 10-under game. Catch your breath. Well, quarter number 2 right after this.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleachers 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night, we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
We're back here in Somerdale, New Jersey, in Sterling High School. Game number 2, the 10 under club with Pensville and Sterling. Pensville up 6-0 as we switch sides here as we begin the second quarter. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Saplensky. Howard Gaber, of course, doing the controls. And needless to say, we're out of breath after one quarter calling Pensville's offense.
Yeah, it keeps you on your edge. It's a basic tight formation, double wing T. It's just the defense is on their toes the whole time. You know, it's clock management. It's not a big play offense. It's a ground and pound 4-yard. If you can get more.
And they're going to get more. That's an
8.
easy goal for number 8, Tyler Colomey, who scores that time just 4 seconds into the second quarter. And obviously, they score. They don't celebrate. They go for the conversion, try and get more points.
Yep, you got it. So they're up by 2. Very well ran offense by these guys. They know it well. They probably have been playing it for a while. Number 7 is in that quarterback.
All right, well, they hand off in a conversion, and this time it is good. And that should make it 13-0.
Yeah, it was big number 24, Braxton Childs with the extra point. And, you know, he's had a great game on defense so far at that left defensive end position. So to see the big man get the carry, you know, that's a nice little treat for him.
And, I mean, they've been doing a heck of a job. I mean, considering they've been just getting positive yards every single play and moving the chains and getting points out of it.
Yeah.
Sterling's going to have a hard time trying to solve that. Maybe somebody might try and sneak in an additional deck of cards to cause confusion. Like, hey, wait, what's this symbol?
Yeah.
But anyway, Pennsville with a 13-0 lead. What's been the most impressive thing you've seen so far of Pennsville's offense?
Execution. They came in with a game plan. They haven't veered away from that game plan, but the execution of that game plan and just marching downfield and making it happen. We're not here to make a big play. We're just here to try to win. You know, that's the concept. You know, they might have some they might open this playbook up after they feel they've got a significant lead. But right now, they're wearing this defense down because this defense is not ready for this constant double team on the point of attack, triple team at the point of attack. They're wedge blocking. They're just driving this defense back and wearing them down, and they're getting positive yards over and over and over again. And, you know, two times on offense, 2 scores, and, you know, they're going to be looking for the ball. Look for an onside kick here, and, you know, they'll wear this whole clock on this next quarter if they get that ball back. So Sterling's got to cover the ball.
Well, they push for a directional kick and a nice coverage at the 47-yard line. So that is where Sterling will begin 1st and 10.
Yeah, the key to this offense is how do you win a game is to keep the other team off offense. So when you're wearing the clock down with this 4 yards, clock is coming off, 4 yards, 40 seconds, 4 yards, 40 seconds. You also not only wear that defense down, but your offense is cold. You know, so now the offense comes out there, and they've been on that sideline for a while. So there's so much meaning to this type of offense.
All right, so 1st and 10, as we'll see Sterling with the ball for the second time, their own 47-yard line. They trail 13-0. We'll see if they're able to drive down the field and try and get on the board and make this a game here early in the second quarter.
They got to score. If they score and come back on defense, they have to play a little bit more aggressive. You got to be a little bit more aggressive with the way Pennsville's running the ball.
Well, they're going to sweep right, cut in the middle, and get back to the line of scrimmage. That's about it. Jason Ruggiano with the carry, but no gain on the play.
Look like Mason Knappenberger and Michael Duke on the tackle.
And we got a Pennsville player shaking up at a 45-yard line.
Back up over here. Thank you.
It looks like we got somebody down. So it'd be nice to see Pennsville get their offense, back in this game right now. It's early. We're only in the second quarter. So we want to see what they can do once they're warmed up, because I don't think anything right now can stop Pennsville until they're a little bit more aggressive on the point of attack. You got to force them to come out of that offense. So as long as they're going to keep running the ball like they're doing, they're not going to stop.
That was Michael Genna Jr., who was a shaken up Pennsville player, but he got up quickly and is jogging off on his own power. So now for Sterling, they have a 2nd and 10 from the 47-yard line. Now let's see what call they come up with here as trying to get themselves some positive yardage here on this drive.
Okay. Going in that full house backfield, it looks like, if the quarterback is on their side. Okay, quarterback, it's full house, but it's kind of like an offset eye.
I don't think they knew exactly if they were in the right position or not, so Sterling's going to call a timeout and discuss it. So I guess we can keep it here for a minute here. So what do you think they're talking about? You're looking at a full house backfield. How does that work?
Well, it's kind of like misdirection. It's kind of like keeping the defense guessing. If you got one running back down there and you're telling guys to contain one running back, you contain one running back, you got an assignment. You got 3 back there. You could have the tailback. You could do a fullback dive off it. You could run outside on it with 2 lead blockers to attack a safety by himself. So, it's just like this wing T they're running. You don't know where the ball's going. So if it's ran right and misdirection or, you could call it from the line too. If there's a opening somewhere, you could call that offense from the line. But they are young, so that could be hard to do. But, yeah, full house backfield. You got extra blockers and more opportunities to run something and outman someone on the outside or cause a diversion to run a quick counter in the inside if someone leaves position. But they're stacked heavy. I would go outside on this defense. I mean, they're stacked.
Well, they send a man in motion.
And there goes the outside with 2 lead blockers. They had the end around.
Unfortunately, one can't block 2 in that case, and it ends up being a 1-yard loss. So somebody must have missed an assignment along the right side, or they overloaded it.
Yeah, they had the end around, come and follow 2 of them running backs around the outside. And if you saw the one running back, he goes left as a diversion, and he's going to pick up that end arounds guy. But, yeah, it was, good play, exactly how I would have ran a play against this defense trying to get outside. But, number 1 was back there really quick for Pennsville. I think it was Jake Green to cause havoc, and they stopped him for a 1-yard loss.
Here's a devious idea. Do you take a 2-yard loss with a knee and then go punt option?
I'm not mad at you for doing it. Because you want to get them far,
But instead, they're going to run up the middle, and the ball is out. And at the midfield strike, Pennsville thinks they've recovered it. No, it is Sterling ball at the 49.
Okay.
So
kept them in this drive. So now, they still got to go for it on 4th. But as answer your question, sometimes you got to play smarter, not harder. And, there was nothing wrong with taking the ball, running it outside for 2 yards.
I was about to say.
To punt the ball, the free punt option, 25. That's a great way to coach at this level. They're giving you the opportunity. Take it, because if you don't, you saw how smoothly they ran the ball. You want them to work a little harder to march downfield than at the 40,
Well, it's 4th and 7 from midfield. They have to get to the line again at 43-yard line of Pennsville. Let's see what they do. They go with a handoff, but it's not going to be enough. Stopped at the 49. They needed 7. They only got 1. So for Sterling, they turned the ball over on downs, but they are trying, and they look like they're getting something together. They just needed time to get a drive together.
Yeah, a little bit of timing. They're a little bit their timing is a little off right now, but at the same time, we can't take away from the aggressiveness of Pennsville's defense right now. They're playing as a unit. They're making big plays. They're getting penetration in the backfield. They're not missing tackles, which is huge. So they're doing a good job.
Okay, on 1st down, back to pass, and there's a lob on the side, and
no way,
it's caught at the 26 in what looked to be triple coverage. That was a perfect strike.
5-yard pass.
Trent Green, I believe, was the one who caught it. Or no, it was number 2, Knappenberger, who's been all over the field in this game.
Yeah, Knappenberger's been running the ball. He got that 4-yard touchdown for the first score. Now he added a 25-yard reception. He's been doing his thing on defense. I mean, he's the guy.
Now Green's going to take it himself, crossing the 20 and down to about the 16. May have gotten another 1st down.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you what, that's some impressive work by Pennsville. It was like, okay, we've been running all this time. Let's get a pass in there, and there you go.
So he got 9 yards on that. Great job. That was big.
Yeah,
so we've seen them pass.
Down.
All that tight running formations, and then they got to a little bit of a weapon back there.
Here's Knappenberger again. He'll go inside the 10 to about the 8, and that's a 1st and goal. I mean, this Pennsville team, they've just been clockwork pretty much.
Yeah, that's a great running.
So 1st and goal from the 8-yard line. Now they line up a receiver on the left side, changing things up a little bit. And there's another pitch out left side.
Oh, good defense.
How about that for a stop?
Good
down
defense.
About the 6-yard line.
That's number 18.
That would be Akai Francis, who makes a nice defensive stop, and it ends up being a yard on the play.
Yeah, that's a great way to fill that gap. Get in there, make a big play. You know, you need some big plays right now.
2nd and goal from the 6-yard line. Now they're back in traditional formation. Now they're looks like an audibilizer.
How close 6s right there. Come around.
Coming around the side. That's an easy goal there. Broke the plane and another score for Pennsville. I'll tell you what, even things don't work out the play before, they make up for it on the next play, and that's exactly what Pennsville's doing here.
Yeah, again, like their freshman team, they had 6 running backs running the ball through the game. I think 4 scored touchdowns. Right now, you got 3 different running backs that have scored 2, 5, and 8. And on top of them, you have number 24 came in for an extra point. I mean, that's a way to move the ball around to everybody.
And they're going to go with the running extra point. And big scrum on the field, the goal line.
Denied.
They didn't make it.
All right.
Did not make
Sterling.
it. About a foot short. So the conversion fails, and Pennsville's lead is 19-0. And right now they have been rather saying impressive is being nice at this point. So why don't we take a break midway second, and we'll come back in a bit. All right, we're back here at Sterling High School as Pennsville very dominant in the first half of this 10-under game, 19-0 over Sterling. I mean, what we've seen from Sterling is, they're getting some positive plays, but they just have not had the ball long enough, and Pennsville scored on all 3 of their drives.
Yeah, they're just taking a little longer to warm up. There's still time in the game. It's never done until, the whistle in the fourth quarter. They just got to get it. They got to get one drive. They got to find the end zone. That's what I always say every week. If you can get that one good drive, get in the end zone, there's your motivation that you can do it again. So right now, the key is we got to score, but we got to learn how to stop this Pennsville offense. And it's a hard offense to stop the way they're running it. Reason being, they run it well. If they weren't running it well and it wasn't crisp, we're going to stop it all day. But they're running it well, like they've been performing it for a while. And when you're doing an offense, they might have, we've seen it in the freshman level, and they might have 3-4 years in on this offense right now. So it's well executed.
I don't know this for a fact, John, but is it possible that the 8-and-unders may have used that same offense?
Yeah,
this is now an advanced product.
That's what I'm saying. Is if they use the same, the same program, the playbook, do the same program all the way through to accent and complement the high school. That's what's always fun about watching youth football. Are we forced to run the high school, or are we doing our own thing? But right now they're running an offense that's well ran. Makes you think that maybe it is at the high school, and they're running it at all 4 levels.
Well, so far so good. And then as far as the defense is concerned, they're just swarming on the running back. That's a loss on the play there. But is it also possible maybe that they're running their own thing now and eventually they will kind of go into more of the high school playbook?
Yeah, I mean, youth football is basic, and as you get older through the four age groups, you're gonna advance the playbook. But when you right now, football is about fun, but it's also about winning and facing diversity. So you want to win with the best product on the field and the best way we can coach, and to have them ready like they are today. I mean, they're running a good offense, but defense is just playing lights out. And another tackle just there by Braxton Childs, 24. He's in a lot of tackles. He's doing his job at that left defensive end spot. I mean, he's making tackles on the left, the right. He's fighting his way through the double team right there.
Another tackle for loss there, and you'll notice that the defense is just jumping on the ball, and the offensive line just has no answer right now.
Yeah, that was Mason Napperberger right there again. Again, another player going two ways. He's doing his thing on offense, and he's making a big tackle for a loss right there. You can't ask for more than that from your top guys and your athletes, so that's a great job. Big third down for Sterling.
All right, so back at the 41-yard line, it is 3rd and 15.
Big third down.
Let's see what Sterling does
Quarterback's
here.
under center. Oh,
He's
got a man in his
He has a
face.
man, and I think he stopped short at midfield, incomplete. I don't know if it was a case of him wanting to catch the ball or felt like he was about to get hit.
Yeah, it was,
unfortunately for Sterling, another player down to 38-yard line.
Well, it was number 0 for Sterling, and unfortunately we got 3 zeros on the roster. So I was about to say Jordan Estrema Span or Hezekiah Harris or Kyle King Quinones. One of the three is
was the intended receiver in that last play.
Yeah. That was a tongue twister. I have fun with it. I got to tell you, I already like the 3 zeros right now. Estrema Span and King Quinones.
Well, it looks like whoever was down got up rather quickly, so he's all right. So,
yeah, 3:15 and a half. Pennsville leading 19-0. Please subscribe to our channel if you're listening at home. We want to get to that 3,000 mark. I know we're close. We want to go past it soon. We're bringing you the very best of TCUFL football every week. This is our 2nd year, and we enjoy doing this for everyone back home that can't make the game. It's highlights, it's study. Go home tonight, study the film, find your mistakes, build your highlight video. Graham and Grandpa in Texas get to watch the game, or in Florida if they can't, bringing everyone to your front door.
And here's the thing, John. You got to remember that you subscribe to HSG Network, you'll get notifications in regards to the TCUFL. I'm not sure where everyone is next week, but hey, considering the crowds have drawn for this league in the last few weeks, and especially last week, I mean, it has done exceptionally well.
Yeah, great community support is always the best. These kids, it's not only the football players. I mean, we seen the cheerleaders earlier, and all the moms and dads got their video cameras out and their phones, and they're out there filming it, and it was great.
By the way,
kids
punt
need
option.
Support.
So he moved it to the 34-yard line for Pennsville's next possession. But, of course, as always, thanks for the support. Make sure you get the word out there for more TCUFL football on HSG Network. And we got 2 more games to go after this, too. So hang around and see what it's all about. So after the punt option, it'll be a Pennsville ball with 3:15 left till halftime and a 1st and 10. And we'll see what the defense for Sterling has to counter for what has been an almost unstoppable offense. And this time, same guy, Nappenberger.
Oh,
and he lost the football.
Lost the ball.
And Sterling may have gone it. We'll see.
Big break for Sterling.
Well, there's no official signal yet.
I did see a white jersey grab that ball.
But did it get taken out of his hands? No, it is definitely Sterling ball.
Good break for them with 3:09 in the 2nd quarter. That was number 11.
That would be Jason Ruggiano, who did a nice job of forcing the turnover and recovering the football. So it'll be Sterling ball, and they are at the Pennsville 43-yard line. Hey, that's one way to stop the offense.
Yeah, in good field position now. They're almost to the 40-yard line. You got 3 minutes to put one in. It puts us back in like the last game. It was 6-20, and they had the ball ready to score, bring them within one. So, if we might be looking at the same score as the last game right now in a minute, just about. So
we'll see if that's the case, but let's see what Sterling does now. Off the turnover, 1st and 10 from the Pennsville 43-yard line.
Got that pro set with a wing.
And do you notice how quickly Pennsville jumps? There's one person already on the quarterback as he's trying to hand the ball off. I mean,
yeah.
I don't know if it's a missed block or incredible anticipation on the defensive line, but I mean, that's a 4-yard loss following a fumble recovery. And
yeah, you had Michael Jenna Jr. and Daxton kneeled on there and fouled up again. Braxton Childs, cleaned it up. I mean, when you had Jenna and kneeled in there quick, and then Braxton just said, gang tackling and swarming to the ball. You can't ask more than that from your defense. It's good defense out there.
And they've done a very good job stopping Sterling so far. I mean, they realize a mistake had happened, but it's almost like a light goes on for the defense saying, let's push them further back.
Yeah. They're doing a good job. I mean, they came prepared today. They got 19 points, and, they fumbled. I mean, if they didn't fumble, it could have been another score the way they're running so gracefully, this offense. So good stop by Sterling. I'd like to see Sterling get one in before the half.
On 2nd down, and see him trying to get down the middle, and there's nobody there and no place to run.
Aiden Johnson, was back there like a pit bull, man. He grabbed his legs, kept driving. Someone jumped on his back.
I mean, that defensive line is tenacious for Pennsville.
Good explosion. They're exploding off the ball, and they're causing a lot of problems for the Sterling offense. If you can't execute a play, you can't make a play. And right now, Pennsville is wearing them down on offense and just not letting them get a playoff from their defense.
But I think, too, and people think it's execution amongst offense and defense, which makes a difference, but people forget the people along the lines are really the biggest difference makers, which allow or not allow plays to happen.
Yeah, if your offense ain't giving you that, 2, 3, 4 second, block, you can't get a playoff. One Mississippi, two
Here's
Mississippi.
A lob, and that's going to be intercepted.
Number 9.
Taken the other way to the 40, to the 30. I'm not sure if he's going to make it all the way.
35, 40, 40 yards.
15-yard line. The tackle made by Rusciano again, but that was number 9 coming through with the interception. So they force a turnover in the final minute of the half, and Pennsville sitting pretty in the red zone with all their timeouts and 47 seconds left.
Yeah, if you're sitting back home and you're in the comment section, I do not have number 9 to give him his props for that huge play. We're going to take a look at it right now on the replay.
It was like a quick pass and literally we'll get the play later on there. Because right now it is 1st and 10 for the 15-yard line for Pennsville, looking to extend their lead here before the half ends. And they're going 3 wide. They're going with a stack on the left.
Looking for
Nappenberger. And they're going to lob one with a man open on the right.
Wow.
And he will slip out to about the 4.
10 yards.
And now Pennsville will call timeout here. So while we show the play that has led to where Pennsville is right now, the interception, and I don't know if this was an ill-advised pass or if it was just too quickly sniffed out by Pennsville.
They got the ball off quick. I was counting actually. One Mississippi's like, here we go, 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi, 2-step drop, maybe a 3. He lets it go. He knew where his man was. He just had to turn. It was a little underthrown, and 9 comes in there.
That was almost triple coverage.
Yeah.
There. Now he just runs it all the way back to the 15-yard line. And like I said, it's just a matter, you wanted to try and overthrow it a little bit and give your receiver a chance. But again, that's the risk you take, especially when you got 10 to 15 mile sustained winds that are going on throughout the day.
That's just a big play to do right before the half with less than a minute to go and put this offense right, where they're at to possibly score again real quick within 40 seconds. It's going to extend that lead. The only thing after that, you come back the second half, try to get in the end zone one time and make positives out of the first half, make those adjustments.
So it'll be first and goal from the 4-yard line. And they're going back to that very tight double wing.
Yeah, that fullback is right behind the quarterback.
But it'll be a handoff right around the right side. An easy goal yet again as he crosses into the end zone. And this time Trent Green is the one who gets points on the board for Pennsville. And they get points off the turnover.
Yeah, another 4-yard touchdown for him. That's his second touchdown of the game.
Yeah, he's done very well. But, I mean, it's everyone working together to make it all happen.
Yeah, they're spacing that ball out. Everyone's getting a little piece of the pie here. Everybody's eating right now. The line is eating. The backs are getting great gains and touchdowns, and the linemen are eating right now. You got 4 running backs getting some play calling. 3 scored a touchdown.
And now they're going the other way, and they're going to give it to a Knappenberger who gets in for the point conversion to make it 26-0 Pennsville. My gosh, they've put on an impressive first half. Outside of the fumble, I mean, everything else has been pretty much spot on.
Yeah, 26-0. Well-executed offense. I'm impressed. And they've had that. I remember them running the same offense when I was there. So it's something that they – Howard just said 1950s. I ain't that old, man. I was coaching, in the Tri-County League back like, 04 to like 2013, I think. But, yeah, I remember Pennsville running very similar back then. A lot of the schools, Delsey ran a similar offense to double wing T, misdirection. But it's great when it's well ran. And when you see it at this age group well ran, that makes you happy, that they're doing what they were taught.
But I also think, too, I mean, you mentioned the 50s. I mean, obviously, offense.
No, that wasn't me. It was Howard chiming in.
Offenses were more basic back then during the days of the Colts and the Giants.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you got to consider that so much has developed, and, of course, skill sets have improved.
This is the type of offense you see in the old NFL films, I mean, this is what football started out, basic football, Duke Rockne type football. And the Green Bay Packers of the old days and the snowball, but yeah.
All right, well, the kick, unfortunately, the person who picked up the kickoff ended up going backwards about 9 yards. I know he was trying to make something happen, give him the score, but you gotta get the cart before the horse at this point.
Yeah, 28 seconds. You just gotta have a pep talk. Don't hang your heads. You win some, you lose some. Still a lot of time. Let's get that first score and strike something, and we can maybe turn this game around.
Okay, so for Sterling, they will try it again, 1st and 10 from the 34-yard line. Now, fortunately, they will get the ball to start the second half. So this will give them a little time to try and work on some of their plays. They send the man in motion.
Wow.
There's already a man in the backfield.
Yeah, I think that was
unbelievable.
Number 5 back there causing havoc.
Trent Green.
Quick. Yeah, Trent doing his thing on offense and defense, speed kills at this level. When you're fast but you have a knack for the ball, this is where speed comes in. You're fast from offense, fast on defense.
All right, well, both teams are going to go to the sidelines, and shall we say, impressive first half for Pennsville as they lead 26-0 over Sterling as we've hit the halfway point. Any comments on this, John?
Great game. Hats off to Pennsville coming in here and well execution on both sides of the ball right now. Sterling's just got to find their groove right now. A lot of game left. We want to see them adjust and just make them adjustments, come back and put some scores on the board. And, that's all we can ask for.
Are we going to do some more MVP interviews for this halftime thing? All right, so why don't we go ahead and do that? 26-0 Pennsville leads Sterling. We'll come back with the second half after some more MVP interviews. But it's still going to be a running play. Gilbert trying to turn around is Gilbert. He'll get about the 20 yards.
Still going.
And he's going to have a first.
Oh, my goodness.
And a 10.
TCUFL, where legends are born, legends are born.
Gaining 9 yards. Field level, we're north of 100 degrees. I'm like, give it to Pacheco, and Pacheco turns on the speed.
Gina Jeff Byers wouldn't let VUU down. He rushed 40 times for $135 and 2 touchdowns, the last of which gave Union a 21-10 lead. The Panthers are the CIAA Conference champs.
When they throw it. Ashton Doolin in motion. It's a handoff to Taylor. He's got some running room. Jonathan Taylor with a big run out to the 42-yard line.
Hines and Taylor in the backfield. Little misdirection play again. Taylor showing the wheels. And Jonathan Taylor is in. Touchdown.
All right, we are back. Sophomore game just got done. Delsey with a huge 50-0 win over Eastern, the hosting team. We're brought up our MVP of the game. Like you to tell us who you are.
My name is Mason Edelman.
Mason Edelman. Man, you had a great game. 4 touchdowns. You ever had 4 touchdowns before?
Yeah.
You did. So so you've done this before. Okay, this is great. So tell us about you. When we'll get back to your stats after that. But so where do you go to school?
Bitches Elementary.
Nice. And how many years you been playing football?
This is my 6th or 7th year.
It shows 6 or 7 years, and you're a fine-tuned machine, man. You did really well. Do you? I think we got some loud music on right here.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah, they just blasted us with music, so I apologize about that. But so about 6 years playing football, 4 touchdowns, a 55-yard kick return, a 43-yard touchdown reception, 65-yard run, 18-yard touchdown reception, and a 37-yard touchdown. It's a big game. You got a favorite NFL team?
Eagles.
You like the Philadelphia Eagles?
Yeah.
Nice, man. They're doing good, right?
Yeah.
Nice. Do you have a favorite player in the NFL?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite player?
AJ Brown and Jalen Hurts.
Nice. Good combination. You think they're going to go to the Super Bowl this year?
Yeah.
Nice. Now, what do you like better, offense or defense?
I can't choose.
You can't choose?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're all over the field. I mean, man, that you had a defensive great game, offensive great game. It doesn't get any better than that, you know. But you want to give a shout out to anyone back home? 'Cause you're live right now. They're watching.
Mom and Dad.
You want mom and dad back home? That's great, man. They put a lot of effort in helping you progress in football, and they stand behind you. That's great. And we appreciate you coming up there. You got to showcase the TCUFL football MVP. You got your medal, and we appreciate the effort you put out there today. And enjoy the rest of your day, man. We appreciate you coming out here. Good job, bud. right, we are back. I'm John Splenski at HSG Network. I'm here with our junior game MVP, Eastern Vikings quarterback, #1, Julio Pagan. How you doing, bud?
Good.
Good. Great game out there, man.
Thank you.
We've seen a lot of athletic skills. We've seen it. Everyone at home seen it. How do you feel?
I'm good.
Good. Quarterback, man. How long you been playing quarterback?
3 years.
3 years? Nice. Defense. How long?
4 or 5.
4 or 5 years. Good job, man. You had that set the tone with that fumble recovery for the score, huh?
Yeah.
What'd that feel like?
Good.
Good. First win on the season. How's that feel?
Good.
Good. So tell us about you. Favorite player, NFL.
Brock Purdy probably.
Nice, nice. Who's your favorite team?
49ers.
49ers. Good choice, man. So where do you go to school?
Mullen.
Mullen? Where's that?
Gulfport Township.
Okay, great, great. Quarterback, defense, fumble recover, special points. What can't you do? You know what I mean? You looking to advance into high school. What would you rather play? Defense, offense?
Probably offense.
Probably offense. You think you're gonna stick to quarterback later on?
Yeah.
Good job, man. But you're live. You see the monitor over there? This is live. Everyone back home is seeing you. Anyone back home you'd like to give a shout out to? I mean, you are our junior MVP today. You got your medal. You got the TCUFL silver football. Who's back home you want to give a shout to?
My grandpa and my sister.
Oh, nice, man. So grandpa and his sister, he's giving you a shout out. This is our MVP. Anything else you want to tell us about you? About football? Good deal. Well, I'm John Saplensky. This is our MVP. Julio Pagan, #1, Eastern Vikings Jr. We're happy that you came up. Enjoy your medal and enjoy us giving you the credit for the game, man. It was a great game. We were excited to watch you play today. We learned a lot. See you in the playoffs, man. Have a good day.
You too.
There you go. You're live right now. You're on TV back at home. What's your name? You can wave. What is it?
Josiah
Josiah what?
Dawkins.
Josiah Dawkins. You're our player of the game today for the 8U game. You didn't come up with the win, but how do you feel about today's game?
Good.
Feel good? Feel you played your best? You look good out there, man. This your first year? Nah. You know you had 2 forced fumbles today? A fumble recovery? 2 fumble recoveries. 1 for a touchdown for 40 yards. 4 tackles for loss. You played running back too. That's a great game, man. But we appreciated all your effort, and we were asked to pick our MVP today. So me and Coach Joey, we picked you as our MVP.
The head coach is there, nobody else. 60 seconds.
What's that? Who's your favorite football player?
No, they got a minute till they get the change.
Justin Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson. Nice, nice. Who's your team? Who's your favorite NFL team?
Vikings.
The Minnesota Vikings. Nice.
Yo,
nice.
30 more seconds. It's gonna be a penalty.
What's that, Howard? What grade you in?
Second.
Second grade. So we got my man here in second grade, likes Justin Jefferson, the Minnesota Vikings. What's your expectation this year? You want to win a championship?
Yeah.
Yeah, it mean a lot, right?
Yeah.
Get that Holly City another ring. Did you watch the high school game this week?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you got any friends up there? You know any of them guys up there in high school?
Mm-mm.
Nah. Well, we appreciate you. We're going to get back to the game, but we want to let the fans know back home who our MVP was, and we appreciate your effort today. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Take it easy, bud. Live. What's up, bud?
What's up?
What's the name? Fans want to. Carter what?
Carter Patterson.
Carter Patterson. You got the win, man. You had a big game. 2 interceptions, fumble recovery, big runs, big tackles. How you feel?
Good.
Good, man. We were excited this whole game. We saw you guys. It was a dogfight. Going 1-0 week 1. What are you bringing next week? What are you bringing? What are you going to change for next week?
I might get more picks, more fumbles.
More picks? I like it. I like it. So tell me about you. How old are you?
9.
9 years old. And this is how many years you've been playing?
Until I was 6.
6, so 3 years in. Okay. Now, is Coach Patterson, is that your dad? I watched him play when he was younger. Nice. He played hard too. So I see where you get the abilities from. So, what was your favorite play of the game?
Me getting 2 picks.
The 2 picks? That's big at your age. A lot of guys wait a lot of years to get, 2 interceptions, and that was the highlight for us, seeing you that second effort. Who's your favorite team in the NFL?
49ers.
The 49ers? Okay, I could like that. Who's your favorite player?
Debo.
Who is it?
Debo.
Debo? Okay, nice, nice. So, you get this win. We found out where your favorite team is. We find out who your favorite player is. How do you celebrate today? How you going to celebrate tonight for this big win?
Just
Is there a special meal you're going to request? I mean, you're the MVP of the game, man. Week 1 of this. I mean, this is live. Yeah, you're on live right now. Everyone back home is watching you. You know. Yeah, we're going to give a shout out. Anybody you want to give a shout out to back home?
on my team, number 21, Jay.
Jay, he had a good game too, man. You guys are doing pretty well together. But we'll let you get back to your team. But yeah, who is number 0?
That's Jermaine.
Jermaine, him too. You guys were lights out today, all over that ball. We were happy. We were excited. You got the win, and congratulations to you. And congratulations on being our pick for MVP. Pleasure. Appreciate you coming up, talk to us.
All right, we welcome you back here to Sterling High School here in Somerdale, New Jersey. A little bit of a chilly and windy last weekend or Sunday of September here, but glad you're with us here on HSG Network. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplanski, and on the controls, Howard Gaber. As we're ready to start the second half, as Sterling will receive the ball after a short kickoff that goes off of a Sterling player, and it's possible that Pensville could get the recovery out of this, but we'll see what the officials say. I mean, Pensville already up 26-0, a true scrum, and it is Pennsville ball. How about that?
Yeah, them
everything going right for them today.
Yeah, when you keep recovering them kicks, you get an opportunity once again to get that offense out there, and they're running very well, and 26-0 right now. Sterling really needed to get that ball. It's a tough one right now to start the third quarter.
Well, they will get the ball at the Sterling 45-yard line, already up 26-0. Basically, the only thing that stopped the run was a turnover in the second quarter, but they were able to recover from that rather quickly and score yet again.
A big interception, and then a nice run by Knappenberger. But yeah, they haven't been able to do anything wrong so far today, other than one fumble. So now they're getting another opportunity.
Now there's an official timeout, actually an equipment timeout. So I think that one of the teams was short a couple of players, so they'll get that all squared away, and we'll be underway here in the second half. We still got 2 more games going. Got the junior and the senior divisions coming up here on HSG Network. And we hope that everybody's enjoying themselves here. And there is plenty of time for you guys if you want to come by to Sterling High School. We're on 501 South Warwick Road, right off 295 exit 30. Just go straight down, walk a few miles, and here we are. And definitely check out some nice youth football. Good time by everybody here. We've had, I know last week you guys were in Deptford, a couple other places a couple weeks before. And I'll tell you what, the TCUFL is definitely catching on here in South Jersey.
Yeah, it's a great league, greatly run league. Yeah, we had 5,000 views last week.
Holy mackerel.
So the fan base right now for the league is lights out. And like I said, I looked online and I didn't realize all the teams that came over. The league is big. And that's really good.
Well, here's a handoff. Speaking of big, a big gain to start the second half. Running with it, crossing the 30 down to the 25 is Mason Knappenberger, who just gained nearly 20 yards on that one.
Yeah, I mean, he's doing a good job. He's doing a good job. I mean, he just followed his blocks. He just kept moving his legs and running downfield. I mean, these running backs for Pensville are doing a good job today. They know how to run hard. They know how to keep moving their legs. They good stiff arming, eluding tackles. I mean, following their blocks, and the line is doing a good job blocking down to the second level. So hats off to this offense.
Well, there's a shaken up player down on the field. That's why the delay here. And what is while we have a second, John, what has contributed to the growth of this league, especially in the last year?
Community support. I mean, the teams all believing in the league. A league is only as strong as everyone believes in it, and I think it was 2 leagues that came together at one point. It was the Tri-County League and the United League, I think it was called, and I was familiar more with Tri-County, but they had growth. To have growth, everyone that and there's no owners. Communities own the leagues, the people that run it. But to believe in the league and get the families to believe in the league, and then the players to believe in it, and then the fans. So it's just about the growth. I mean, everyone taking part in. And when you see so many fans showing up to the games, that's the belief right now. That's the community showing up. That's everyone believing that this is fun football. Let's all get together. This is for the kids. It's not only football, it's cheer. Some cheers teams out here, they got 50 girls per team per age level. Some, you saw earlier the 8U, they only had like 5 girls maybe. So, but you got to keep building on it.
I guess that's basically size and ability, if you want to call that. Here's Knappenberger, but again, he gets some more yardage close to the first down as they're in the red zone. By the way, wanted to mention, as far as the Sterling team is concerned, want to mention Vanessa Kehoe, the head cheerleading coach, and April Smith, also a cheerleading coach. So I'm sure they do a wonderful job with their respective squads. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously it's a teaching game, and every component comes together with this. Here's another handoff, and this time it is Tyler Colomey who's able to get inside the 10 to the 9 to another 6 yards there.
Actually, I gave 7 on that. Yeah, it gave him 7. 2nd and 2 right now, or 3. I'm sorry. But yeah, I mean the league. It's everyone doing their part to make the league successful. Um, you know, it's a well-ran league. It starts at the top. If you got the right leaders at the top, and everything else falls into place.
Knappenberger again with that carry. That might move the chains, and it will. So it is first and goal at the 5 yard line. So, and that's really the thing. And no matter what the score is, whether it be a 20-19 game or a game like this, it is about community support. I mean, you're gonna have days where everything goes your way, and then it's square peg in a round hole the next. That's the way football is. This time the handoff, and this one is Jake Green, and he's about a yard short.
If you take a look
And
at the
by-
top of the screen,
Yeah.
yeah, we got the results on the tracker for 8U results. Pennsville 20, Sterling 6. If you just chimed in, and after this game, we will have that up that on there too.
Well, don't forget, you can always kind of DVR if you missed any part of that game. Oh, a
Fumble.
handoff, and there's a fumble. Drop the pitch out, but luckily the back falls on it about the 3. So if you missed any part of the 8-under game, remember, you can always switch back to an earlier part of our broadcasts here on HSG Network, and you can check it out.
And come right back to the live.
Indeed so. All right, so 3rd and goal after that one at the 4-yard line. They're going to try and hand it up the middle, and that is going to be a goal right there for Tyler Colomey, who comes through from 4 yards out. So once again, despite some minor mishaps on the part of Pennsville's running game, they're able to make up for it really quickly, and this time they managed to get pay dirt yet again.
They already had 26.
I mean, they've done a tremendous job so far.
Yeah, they practice quite a bit this offense, and to execute it this way, they have to really pay attention. They have to really listen to their coaches, and they have to work as a unit. It doesn't work if one player doesn't perform their duties on this offense. It'll really mess it up, and they perform it well.
The conversion was a little slow to develop, so it ends up being no good, and Pennsville's lead is now 32-0. Now, I'm not sure what the records were for these two teams going in, but
I couldn't find them. The standings weren't on the website.
So, but what if in the first month? I mean, out of all the teams you have seen, I mean, what's been most impressive to you?
Not yet. We got to do the kickoff.
The competitiveness of the games. We really haven't seen a lopsided game like this yet. Right now, with this much of a gap.
Oh, you'll get that.
Yeah, once in a while you'll get one-sided games. I mean,
Yeah.
but you try not.
There hasn't
to,
been a lot, is my point. There's been a lot of close games. We've had the overtime games. It's been some good football, good sportsmanship as well.
That's very important too,
Yeah.
because it's all about humanity. It doesn't matter what background you come from. Everyone's all on the same team when you
Right.
think about it.
Yeah.
And people tend to forget about it from a humanities side, and football is a great way to reteach those particular types of things.
Yeah.
All right, referee blows his whistle, and Sterling will give it another try here, and they will finally get there, or will they? They recover at the 40-yard line. Yeah, it will be Sterling ball, so they'll have their first possession of the second half with 7:25 left in the third. Now, I know Sterling may be way down this game, but what do you think the coach is telling the kids?
Keep your head. A coach is gonna, take the credit for the score. This is on me. I didn't prepare you guys. I mean, any coach, you have to take that accountability. I did not prepare you, so I have to fix things. I didn't have the right player in the right spot. I didn't call the right plays. Whatever the case may be in, that's what a coach is gonna say. But I want you to finish strong. I don't care where we finish today, but finish strong.
I'm sorry, John. I was going to jump in and say, and you can't blame it on the kids. They're trying their hardest.
It don't matter if you fumbled the ball 4 times. You were picked to play that day. It's good game, good try. If that was your best you gave me, I got to accept it, and I appreciate you giving me your best. So, that's all you should ever tell any kid, no matter win, lose. If they made a mistake in a game, at the end of the day, they're kids, and you never want to discourage them. But, yeah, it's, right now I'm telling them, look, finish strong. If we can get one score on and figure out how to score against this tough defense, next week is going to be easier. We don't know I don't know who they're playing next week, but, this is a good defense right here. So
you're not kidding.
Get in there and score against them, and let's work on our craft. But if you can score 1 time, you can score 2 times.
Well, and you just don't know, and that's probably you basically put the words right in the coach's mouth to send to these 10 and under kids for Sterling. I mean, they're still trying their hardest. I mean, unfortunately, sometimes it is just a little bit lopsided on the talent level, and you run into things like this once in a while.
Yeah.
10.
Developmental. I mean, this could be a second-year Pennsville team, all that played together for 4 years, and they stick together like gel. You never know the situation in any team put together. You could have a team that was just put together on one team and a bunch of younger kids. So they develop very quickly as they get older, and it's a big, big change.
Here's one bouncing off a tackle,
play.
Crossing the 40,
Nice.
turning the corner, and he'll get all the way to the 45-yard line, a first down. Nice run by Jason Ruggiano, who was able to get 18 yards on that play.
Great play.
That was a nice job. See, that's what happens. You keep your head up, you keep going, and one play is all you need to kind of build,
Yeah, that was well ran. I mean, that's the play they needed, in the first half. That was perfectly well ran. He ran hard. I mean, 18 yards is a great, great run right now.
They gave him the 42 of Pennsville, so let's see what Sterling can do with this midway third quarter. Now they're going to line up a little tighter here. Now let's see how quickly they get to the ball. Unfortunately, the handoff slipped.
Yeah.
And Ruggiano falls for a 3-yard loss. And it is a little bit drizzly outside, and who knows how much rain fell in the last day or two. Obviously not Hurricane Helene levels. But still, it's going to be a little bit of a slick turk. And by the way, our thoughts to everyone down in Tennessee and North Carolina who suffered unbelievable damage from that hurricane. But anyway, 2nd and 13 from the 45-yard line. I mean, hey, it might be a little setback, but hey, you try and push forward and see if the next play works out.
Yeah, that's all you got to look for. I mean, you're playing a very well-ran team right now, so anything positive is great right now, and that's all you can ask for. It's 32-0. Every yard, every gain, every first down, if you can score, these are all positives. 3's getting a call. He's caught in the backfield.
And like I said, Knappenberger's been on both sides of the equation.
He's gaining yards on offense and taking them away on defense.
And scoring touchdowns too.
Yeah, he's got 2. He's got a 4-yard touchdown and an extra point right now. 20-yard run.
So now all the way back at the 49, it is 3rd and 17, and we'll see what Sterling has in their playbook to try and get this one. Hey, after all, they almost got 20 on that one play, so it could potentially happen again.
Yeah. Big third down.
So again, they line up tight.
He's got that pro set formation under center. He's got that wing. That wing is number 11. He's going to keep the ball.
He's going to
Trying
turn
to
the
break that
corner.
corner. Yeah.
Okay, some positive yardage, though, but a hard hit, the 46-yard line.
Yeah. 4 yard. Looks like about a 4-yard gain for him.
So fourth and quite a long way now for Sterling, but hey, they're definitely trying. Like I said, it's a positive play. Let's see if the next play is more positive.
You know, they got to go for it. You know, they did complete 2 passes to number 2. Oh, no, I'm sorry. That was Pennsville. Pennsville did that. So let's see if Sterling, you know, late in this game, you know, you have nothing to lose right now opening up a playbook of plays, an experiment. And this is the time to do it for both teams. You know, you're up 32. I'm going to experiment on plays I normally wouldn't play or not confident. We got to work it in the system. Same thing with Sterling right now. We're down by 32. What we did so far wasn't working. Let's expand the playbook. What do we got that we weren't going to use today? Let's just try it. Let's see if it works. You know, you have nothing to lose right now at this point to expand that playbook.
Well, Sterling's going to talk about it. They're going to take a timeout here. They're first of the half. So we're going to keep it here. And, I mean, is this something that the coach is just reminding the players here as they take this break?
You know, it's confident booster. You know, you got to get in their head sometime to build their confidence. You know, you go down there, you give them a breather. Listen, it's a big 4th down. If we execute this right, we're going to try. We don't know what the play is yet, but if we execute it right, we're going to get success. We got 18 yards a few plays ago, but we need this. You know, we got to score one time if we want to even, you know, anything in here. We need this touchdown, but the first down has got to be. It's a long ball. You know, it's a long distance, but you know, he's trying to just build their confidence, telling them we're going to go over that play we practiced for this situation for the last 3 months. Now we're going to run it. Let's run our top play. This could be their bread and butter top play of practice. Let's run it.
Totally agree with you there, but the other question I would have is, given how well Pennsville's defense has played, how do you counter that in a situation like this?
It's got to be that play. You know what I mean? They're playing well, so they got to dig deep in what is our play. It's got to be a passing play. I mean, they can run it, but you're hoping right now they do have a passing play for this type of situation to get that ball downfield.
They might use it.
I mean, they did throw an interception. We can't take that away. Number 9 with a 44, 5-yard return. And that defense back there, I mean, that's our guy. Mason.
Yeah, they got in the backfield so fast that the pass ended up going incomplete to Ruggiano, but they did try their best. They had the right idea, but I'll tell you what, how quickly that defense gets in the backfield has been the big difference in this game, and no wonder the score has been the way it's been.
Yeah, and I said a few minutes ago about speed. Speed is everything, and I didn't understand that when I was a kid. Like, they always told us, speed is everything, get faster, and you know, fast guys have such an advantage. You know, when you see Knappenberger flying through the line like that, as a fine-tuned athlete at such a young age, he's got a lot of speed. A lineman, they're a bigger kid. They don't have that much speed. So you have to learn as a lineman to adjust to that speed.
Well, here's a good tackle on the part of the Sterling defense. They cut off a counter run off the left side. Only ends up being a 2-yard gain. I don't think Pennsville's going to try anything fancy right now. They're just looking to melt the clock. But the kids obviously are not going to stop trying regardless of what side.
Yeah.
But the clock is stopped because of a shaken up Sterling player. I mean, from the Pennsville side of things, I mean, not just the execution part, but what has been most impressive with their offense today?
Well, you know, Knappenberger on both sides of the ball. They got a couple players, you know, Trent Green and Knappenberger. But, you know, watching the trenches, I mean, I'm really impressed with Braxton Childs. On this play particularly, I watched the trenches, and I don't know if people back home would have saw what he did. He just blocked this guy 12 yards downfield and ended with a pancake. I mean, the play only got 2 yards, but Braxton, this effort, playing defensive end, shut down the left side of the whole game, has had an extra point from fullback and just took his man 12 yards downfield with a pancake. You can't teach this level of football as a lineman going both ways. So Braxton right now, and me just loving the lineman work, loving the trenches. I'm impressed with like him anchoring the offense and anchoring the defense on the line.
Well, this time they're going to give the handoff to Trent Green, who will get to about midfield, and that's it.
Yeah, I mean, you see, if they broke down there, you see who they're running behind, and that's Braxton again. I mean, this kid he's got size on him, he's physical, but that is a lineman I want on both sides of my line. If I'm gonna go out and find sandlot players and I seen this kid, I'll be like, I want him on my offensive line right now. I'm gonna go draft him for my team.
He knows what he's doing,
Yeah.
that's for sure.
Yeah, he's a brute out there. He's for 10U. I mean, this is what I look for. I mean, everyone's watching the running backs. I watch the trenches, and he's a special lineman.
Well, here's a handoff up the middle on third down, pushing very close to a first down. Might be half a yard short. No, they're going to give it to him. They're going to give it to him at the 44-yard line. That looked rather close, but he must have just gone to the line again and moved the sticks. So it'll make it 1st and 10 now for Pennsville at the 44-yard line. They're going to look to run one more play before three-quarter time.
Got him to hit the top quarter.
And you know what? They said, never mind. We're not going to run 90 yards across the field like we did last time. We're going to just switch sides and move 10 yards further. So we're done 3 here at Sterling, and right now it is all Pennsville leading Sterling 32-0. We'll come back with the final quarter right after this.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleachers 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night, we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
All right, here we go, Sterling.
All right, we're back here. Final quarter of game number 2. The 10-under matchup between Pennsville and Sterling, with Pennsville comfortably in front 32-0 right now. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplensky, Howard Gaber, of course, taking care of the controls and the camera as always. And right now for Pennsville, they look to try and continue their drive. 1st and 10. I think right now, considering where they are, they're looking more at a clock management as there's a handoff crossing the 40, trying to turn the corner with a stiff arm and going down to about the 35-yard line. Tyler Colomey, who's been a little bit of an unsung hero in this game.
Yeah, I mean, he's consistent. All the running backs today have been consistent. You got Mason Knappenberger, you got Trent Green, and Tyler Colomey. All of them have had success today. They've all scored from my night. Yeah, they all have scored at least one touchdown. Actually, Green and Colomey has scored 2, but they've all had their share of carries. Real good game.
Well, let's run it down. We had first down by La Palomento there for a couple of yards. The Pennsville sophomores will ream down Michael Genna Jr., Jake Green, Mason Knappenberger, Trent Green, Drew La Palomento, Dante DeMarco, Tyler Colomey, Yabani Moy, Michael Duke, Chance Del Grippo, Aiden Johnson, Colton Carr, Jory Calhoun, Luca Codemo, as here's a run. Go figure. I read the names, and we got another score.
That's a 31-yard touchdown.
Wow. Continuing on, Luca Codemo, Nick Grover, Logan Lewis, Elijah Arney, Braxton Childs, Robert Brooks Jr., A.J. Vanneman, Daxton Neild, and Laclan Tay. So,
was that 8?
If that was 8, that was Colomey. And I say he was an unsung hero. He heard me. It's like, okay, I'll be a hero right now.
Yeah.
And you got to figure, too, the linemen have also allowed this incredibly successful running game to take place. Wouldn't you think?
I actually think that was 9. Yeah, oh, yeah. I mean, that's why we were talking about, I mentioned Braxton Childs so much. And there he goes again with a good lead block as fullback, too. But unfortunately, the running back bounced it out too far. Yeah, I'm not sure if that was 8 or 9 in that touchdown, because when he came back, I seen 9, and it was not the guy that scored a touchdown, but their jerseys look similar. But yeah, getting back to the lineman, I just told you guys about Braxton Childs this whole game on both sides of the ball. He's the anchor. I mean, that's just a given right now. I mean, he's been the anchor.
Well, the conversion ended up failing, making it 38-0. So why don't we go ahead and give you the Sterling Knights sophomore roster. They're led by head coach Roger Robinson, along with Amir Mitchell, Paul Niblick, Quincy Thomas, Jim Thompson, and Dominique Watkins. The players are Jordan Estremera Spahn, Hezekiah Harris, Kyle King Quinones, Jacob Silverstein Ortiz, Henry Thompson, Quentin Houston Jr., Cavian Mitchell, Damiri Brown Jr., Manuel Astacio III, Ezekiel King, Davion Arrington, Jack Lupert Bruno, Jason Ruggiano, Cole Niblick, Jamison Marrero, Johnny Williams, Akai Francis, Stewie Way, Kira Wyadin, Timothy Loper, Evan Astacio, Sean Knight Jr., Alejandra Ochoa, Memphis Thomas, Peyton Terafay, and Gavin Smith. So we'll see what they do here in this next possession with 8.5 left. Hey, the kids just got to keep on trying because, hey, we've had a couple of plays work, but let's see if they end things on a positive note here and head into next week.
Yeah, 8 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. A lot of things just weren't going their way today, but you got to still think positive. They're going to finish this game. You started it, you finish it, and you start out, the best you can.
And trying to slip out of a couple of tackles.
He's doing a good job of it there.
Is Silverstein Ortiz, and
it was like, whoops, not today. Whoops, not today.
Slipped out of 3 or 4 tackles, but ended up going the wrong way. I mean, and we almost saw an identical play like we did in the freshman game, where there was a kickoff in the air and was almost a one-handed catch for a return.
Yeah.
So for a Sterling, they will have the ball now, 1st and 10 from the 30. Looks like the 36-yard line. Give it one more shot and see what happens here. You got to try your best. You can't necessarily get points without driving down the field.
Yeah. I'd like to see them just get a nice drive down this game. If they could score, what a morale booster for these players. It always is. Because, if they did score, you're going to see a celebration like if they won the game. And that's how important this touchdown is for them if they can get one in.
So 1st and 10 from the 36-yard line. See how quickly they get to the ball? And the ball handlers, too. The handoff's going nowhere. Going to be a loss on the play. I mean, they just fire off their blocks and go right after the handler, and that doesn't really get much success for the offense to get yardage.
Yeah, their defense is very has all the players excel to the ball on their defense, and like I said, when you play as a unit, you could have 10 guys in there with a new guy, and he'll play up to that level with so much players playing at a high level. So it's a good thing to rotate guys in here and there with guys that know what they're doing and playing a little bit advanced. But, they're all playing. They're all swarming to the ball. You got multiple players out there going both ways, multiple guys doing a good job. But the one thing about Pennsville today is they are swarming to the ball. They have quick acceleration, and they are completing their tackles. And that's why you have a 38-0 ball game right now.
Well, here's a positive play. A good run. How about that for a first down to the 48-yard line?
Go. About 11, 12-yard carry.
Nice run again by Jason Ruggiano, who really has been the bright spot for this team. But they move the chains, and it'll be 1st and 10. Hey, take whatever positive you get.
I mean, he'll add that to his highlight tape. He had an 18-yard carry earlier. He adds about 11, 12 on that.
Maybe run the same play.
Yeah. I mean, he's got 34 yards now and 3 carries. I mean, that's been their guy.
I mean, the end result's pretty much all foregone conclusion, but you just got to keep plugging away and work with what works, and maybe work into next week's game.
Yep. This is what you got to take. This drive right here, you're taking into next week, and that's exactly what you do.
Nobody ripped it off.
All right, so official timeout for an equipment issue. The ball spotted at the 49, 1st and 10. So nice gain on that last one.
Yeah. It just shows, hey, coach going to tell him, you see what we could do? We got 18 yards, 12. They were shutting us down all game, but when we executed our blocks and we gave him a lane, we got 18 yards. We got 12 yards, 2 big first downs when we really needed them. We could do this every time, not just here and there. We could do this every time.
All right, so now in the huddle, looking to see what the next play is going to be. 1st and 10 from the 49-yard line for Sterling. See if they can end things on a positive note here. Again, they line up rather tight, and it's been mostly the formation they've used throughout the game.
Got number 2 in there, quarterback for Sterling.
That would be Henry Thompson.
Henry Thompson. Man in motion.
And they hand it off, bouncing off a
23.
tackle. That might be some positive yardage. It will. Maybe about 2 to the other side of the field on the 49-yard line. Timothy Loper with the carry that time. So some of the people who don't normally get opportunities to run the football are getting it now.
Yeah. You know,
Who you got?
like I said, at this point, either team has nothing to lose. Experiment. This is experimental time for either team. Open up the playbook for, something you were saving for later or something you didn't have too much confidence in. You might find it today that, wow, this really worked, and now's the time to use it. And that's, you're down by 38. Hey, maybe you want to practice a little bit of passing right now. Get that guy. I mean, they do have a guy that was, hustling downfield for them and a couple missed opportunities. But expand that playbook.
On 2nd and 8, they got
Got 2
handed
lead
off left
blockers, 2
side.
lead blockers.
Yeah, but unfortunately, the gap closed very quickly.
way.
Oh, and a fumble as well, and
That
it's
was
going to be recovered
Knappenberger.
by Pennsville. So just hasn't been the day for a Sterling San Under group. I mean, they've had some positive plays, but unfortunately, they've had some bad breaks happen, and thus being another one.
Yeah, that was Knappenberger on that. And I got to tell you, right before the running back, he fouled his lead blocks. And Knappenberger shot in there and hit a player so hard that was coming to block him. Knocked him out of the way. Full force coming at him, and he stood his ground, knocked the offensive blocker back, and made this tackle, forced fumble, and fumble recovery. I mean, that just shows the kind of athlete he is.
Well,
that was a great play.
Here's a question for you, John. Possible MVP for this game?
It's tough right now. He's a front runner. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, we got two right now that I'm looking at because I'm watching the other guy right now, and I see where they run the ball, and I see who their guy is, where they work behind, and it's between 2 right now. Yeah, definitely. Knappenberger, is definitely up there.
Daxton Neal actually had that last carry for about 4.
Yeah.
So 2nd down.
That's 10. That's 10.
From the 47-yard line. And this time they'll give it to Colomé. He's going to run around, get a first down, still running before being tackled at about the 35.
Yeah, great execution. They're just nickel and diming it down the field. There's no need to even call a timeout right now from any team. Minute 38. Sterling knows it's, there's no need. Hopefully they don't use a timeout. Just let the game progress out. Shake hands and work at practice on Monday for next week. I mean, that's all you could do right now.
And to be quite honest with you, I mean, this is where you teach how to end things the right way. And I think Pennsville in a way is doing that because obviously with a running clock, minute 13, so counting. Well, they're still holding cards up on the far sideline, aren't they?
Yeah, that don't stop.
Oh, there was a stiff arm 1,
Still
stiff
going.
arm 2, still going, stiff arm 3, another fake, and all the way down to the 25. I'll tell you what, that was a very impressive run.
Yeah, it shows his strength. We just talked about his strength from the defensive side of the ball and then going out there and grabbing 9 more. I mean, that was really, really good.
Actually, he got more than that. They're moving the sticks for a first down. What can you say about this Pennsville group?
Very well coached young men. Run very well offensively, defensively. They listen, obviously, to their coaches. If you do what you're supposed to do in your assignments, big things will happen. So, They're really, and there's another running back we haven't seen all game going all the way possibly for a touchdown.
Oh, I think he got pulled out about 2 yards short. That was Robert Brooks Jr.
Number 28.
Yes, he did. And obviously the cheerleaders are very happy because time is run out and Pennsville puts a finish to this one. Your final thoughts in this game real quick?
Great game on both teams. Played your hearts out. Hats off to Pennsville, 38-0 on a big win. Offensive defense right now are fine-tuned machines, and I'm sure we're going to be seeing them in the playoff action.
All right, so with that, Pennsville with a 38-0 win over Sterling in the 10 under. We do have the juniors coming up in a little bit, but we also have a little bit of a post-game MVP we'll do an interview with. So stay tuned for that after this break, and we'll come back with that in a moment.
All right, this is John Saplinski back with HSG Network. I'm with our 10U MVP. This guy, he had a great game. A lot of players on Pennsville had a great game, but watching the game and watching the trenches and looking to the go-to guy in the trenches, this is our first lineman MVP of the season so far in 4 weeks. How's that make you feel?
Great.
Tell everyone back home who you are.
I'm Braxton Childs, and I'm from Pennsville, and I'm 10 years old.
10 years old. Where you go to school?
I go to Penn Beach Elementary in Pennsville.
Great, great. You had a great game. I noticed you're the go-to guy to run behind.
Mm-hmm.
And being a lineman coach and a former lineman, you're pretty special on the line, man.
Yeah.
On offense, you were taking guys 12 yards down the field.
Definitely.
I watched you. I mean, everybody else is watching the ball carrier. I mean, where'd you learn how to block like that?
Just my dad back there.
Oh, Dad? Hey, Dad. Dad taught you to stay low and drive, huh? Dad, come on, Dad, get on camera. Everybody wants to see who Dad is. But yeah, as a coach, and I watched you today, it warmed my heart because that's what I want. If I was the coach, that's what I want. And I noticed where you were, the big runs are right behind you. But we go to defense, they can't run to the left side of the ball.
Nope.
So what do you like better, offense or defense?
Ooh, personally, I like offense because I get the pancakes, I get the
did.
touchdowns.
Yeah. And then you got in the backfield. Now, how does that work for you to be a star offensive lineman, a star? Where do you get in the backfield? How does that happen?
On defense, I just try to get low so they can't get into me and
Right.
hand fight them to get into the backfield.
Well, I mean, how did you get an opportunity to run the ball today? Because you got extra points today. I saw the smile. Okay, that was me. I was you. I wanted to know how to get in the backfield. So what does it take for the coach to let you run that ball?
We have like a designated play where the big boy gets the ball to kind of
big
get like
boy.
to pick up a few yards. Yeah.
I like that. Okay, now, told everyone who you are. We talked about your accolades. You told us a little about you.
Yeah.
Anybody back home that's not here you'd like to talk to and say hi to right in that camera? They're right there. You can take a look at them and give a shout out to anybody you want. This is your moment.
Hey Nana, if
Nana?
you're watching, hopefully.
Yeah, good. But you are MVP. What's your guys' record? We didn't have the standings today.
4-0.
4-0?
Yep.
It shows. See, that's what we were trying to figure out because we went on the website. You can show everyone back home the ball. This is the MVP right here. There you go, our TCUFL MVP. But favorite player in the NFL?
Oh,
Tough
go
one.
with retired or
Any player. Who's your favorite guy?
Jason Kelsey.
Jason Kelsey?
Yep.
Oh, okay. I can see that because you play like him, man.
Yep.
You're the next Kelsey possibly, right?
Yeah.
Favorite team, the Eagles?
I'm more of a Ravens guy.
Okay. I like the Ravens too when Ray Lewis was there, but that's good. But we don't want to take much time from you and get you back to your team. But this is our MVP, 10U. This guy is the real deal in the trenches. And again, our first lineman MVP. I'm John Saplinski. Stick around. 2 more games to come, the juniors and the seniors. Take care, buddy. It's a pleasure for you to come up here.
Yep.
All right, welcome back here to Sterling High School here in Somerdale, New Jersey. Getting ready to start game number 3, the 12 and under junior group. Pennsville and Sterling about to go at it yet again. Sterling will receive the ball first, and they're again going to go directionally onside, and it's recovered at the 44-yard line by Sterling, and they'll get the ball first from there. Hope everybody's doing well. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Saplinski. Howard Gaber taking care of the controls. Should be a fun third game here with Pennsville and Sterling, and needless to say, there's certainly when we get to the older groups, John, we definitely have a little bit more spirited play, especially not just from the players, but also the fan base as well.
Oh yeah, every game I get more excited every week. Said it last year, say it this year. We come in, we're looking for some football. We expect mistakes, but as they get older, we expect a lot more out of the players. The mistake-free football, being more disciplined, listen to your coaches. Great run right there. Oh, fumble! All right, they do recover their fumble. I'm a little solo right now. The guys are trying to put a window in. I guess we're getting a little bit of overcast rain here, a little drizzle.
Well, we've had some drizzle here pretty much on and off throughout the day, and it's probably going to continue. Might get a scattered shower throughout, but for all intents and purposes, it's been a very cloudy.
It's football weather. They're just that cool weather. They're not out there dying in the heat and sweaty. Too much heat. And we got a camera issue there. I apologize. I'll keep you guys in the game while they fix the camera. And we got a first down for Sterling. Nice big run. Yeah, like I said, they're fixing the camera unit because of the drizzle coming in. And looks like we're good now.
Well, already Sterling off to a nice start, even though the first play was a little bit of a scare with a fumble, but they were able to recover their own one. And they right now are at the Pennsville 41-yard line. And let's see what they decide to do here on 1st and 10.
So already off to a good start. Positive gains, 2 plays. That's what you want. No little slip-ups.
Well, there's a handoff.
Big tackle Eaton right
nice
there.
Play on defense there.
Yeah, big man in the middle there. I can't get a number on it because it looks like 45 for Pensville possibly.
And if that's so, that would be Lincoln Camp.
I remember Lincoln. We've seen him last year. Very familiar name. Still holding down, the trenches.
All right, so after a no gain on the play, it'll be 2nd and 10 from the 41 of Pennsville. Not much on that play on 2nd down. Now force a 3rd and 10 coming up. So
yeah, not much stingy defense right now on that play. 2 plays in a row for Pennsville. So it's going to be a nice see what the coach is going to call here on his 3rd down. 2 nice stops in the middle.
Guess Pennsville saw something that they needed to fix up, and they've done that the last couple of plays. So let's see what Sterling tries to do on this 3rd and 10 play. They're at the Pennsville 41. A light drizzle here.
Full house backfield.
In Somerdale.
Quarterback going under center. Oh.
And Pennsville going across the line. Were they drawn off? Nope. Neutral zone infraction now. Give them a free 5. And that changes things. You go from a 3rd and 10 to a 3rd and 5. That kind of changes the play call a little bit.
Yep. Coach got to go back to the book and possibly run the same play or, change it up. But little help for Sterling on that, a little closer. So what could have been a pass, now we're going to try to run a little bit outside, maybe run a counter. Maybe go on 2 again. We don't know if it was on 2 or if it was a hard count, but whatever it was, it did work. And, at this level, you take anything you can get.
Even if it's just a simple 5-yard penalty.
Yeah, I'm taking it. Every inch counts.
Hey, you could say that here. 3rd and 5 from the 36-yard line. Let's see what happens here. They run a man in motion. They're going to go with a handoff. Not going to work.
Defense.
Wow.
I think it was number 22 came in there fast. Braden Roberts, possibly. I thought I saw 22. They're all give him a. You always got to look at the end there. It is 20. It looks like a 2. I can't tell. His jersey's rolled up.
Well, they ended up losing a yard on the play, so now 4th and 6.
If it's not, and that's a 5, that's Greg Foner. Okay, we got a 5. Jersey's rolled up in the back a little bit. It looks like a 25. But yeah, great play from the defensive end spot. Held his ground. No gain. You know, we just had a defensive end up here when you were downstairs with the refs. Braxton came up and he's our first lineman MVP of the year so far.
Well, we'll find out what happens on 4th and 6. Like I said, you never know. Hey, people from different positions get Super Bowl most valuable players. Back to pass. Here's a fade. Oh, he ends up undercutting it, and it's intercepted by Pensville going back to the 40-yard line. You just mentioned Nathan Morrison, who was able to undercut the pass and force the interception, and pretty much a wash there as far as field position is concerned.
Yeah.
So it will be 1st and 10 for Pennsville following the turnover.
He put it up in double coverage, and Nathan was there to just turn around. The ball was coming for him, and, he held on to it and took it about 10 yards, and it gives Pennsville a 1st down. I mean, that's good defense. So now we're going to see this first possession of this Pennsville offense, which we just got done the junior game, and it was a well fine-tuned machine, and it looks like they're coming out in a similar offensive package. Definitely the same, except they're going in the air. Yeah. Nice. 3-yard pickup.
Which one was it? Did you give him one out of this one, put it back in this one? I put one out of this and put it in this. I took it out of here and put it in there.
All right, a big 2nd and 8. Right up the middle. Nice run. Looks like he's taken down by number 2 from the Knights, Josiah Stewart with the tackle. Third down and 4 for Pennsville.
This one.
4:15 and counting in the first quarter. 3rd game of the day. Pennsville juniors have got the ball. Little swing pass, and he is caught by number 2 for a huge loss.
Oh.
No idea what you did.
Got a big 4th down here. Looks like they're going to go for it. Ball's at the 41-yard line for Pennsville. Sterling giving them a good standoff right now with that last tackle by number 2, Ryan Anthony, for a big loss.
All right, well, let's see what happens here on this 4th and 10 play. Back to pass.
Again, gets away from Anthony.
Sack, but he won't get the 1st down as he's dropped 5 yards short at about the 46-yard line. So a good job by the Sterling defense to hold their ground. They chose not to punt. It backfires on them. And Sterling will get the ball on downs. They're going to spot at the 45.
Yeah, it looks like we got a little even matchup here right now so far early in the game. It's only the first quarter, but we're learning a lot, and every play you learn more and more. So teams look a little bit even right now, and going to have a good football game. And stay tuned for, one more game after this and our quad header on this Sunday afternoon. This is our 3rd. We got one more with the seniors. It's going to be an action-packed game. Coming on that full house backfield, 2's getting the call. He's going to get some positive yards.
And gets the right sideline to about the 42, maybe the 41 they'll give him. That'll be a 4-yard pickup. What have you been seeing so far, John, when it comes to Sterling's attack on their defense?
Deep, fast. They got some speed on their defense. A little less with Pennsville's offense. They weren't executing right away. they weren't executing their plays at a level of a little bit more faster and getting the ball off. This team was in the backfield quite a bit. You had number 2 back there with a 5-yard loss, 22 with a big loss tackle. So, they get the ball back. It was the defense that got on that ball back.
Here's a handoff left side and bowling over a couple players down to the 37-yard line. Another nice carry on the part of Jeremiah Stewart, who finds a way to get the holes and keep lowering his shoulder to get the tackle down.
Yeah, nice gain of nine yards. He's a strong player. You just seen on that he can bowl like a bowling ball his way through the line and keep going. So, defensively they look solid right now early, and now they're showing signs that they can move the ball. Got that full house backfield. Quarterback is under center.
Yeah, I see it now.
Number 0 is your quarterback. 22 with the call. He's going to get the first down.
Sorry about that. I don't really sound now.
All right, first down for Sterling.
All right, so 1st and 10 after another 4-yard pickup. So you've been saying, like in a previous game, John, 4-4-4, you move the chains, and that's exactly what they're doing here.
If you can get me listen, I've seen championship games where some teams at this level have had the ball, 80% of the plays, and they've all been 4 yards, and that's the game plan. You're wearing down a defense, but you're keeping the offense off the field and cold. So it's huge. If you can move the ball 4 yards every play, I'm taking it.
All right, so a 5-yard gain that time to force 2nd and 5. So it's 22, who is Hosea Stewart, and 44, which is Jeremiah Stewart. And now we have an official timeout as the ball is spotted at the 28-yard line. So far, for Sterling's team, they have been pretty impressive with the run.
Yeah, they're not looking for a big play. They're playing hard-nosed football in the trenches, inside the tackles. They're doing a good job. When you're running an offense like this, you expect your linemen to drive. I only need you for 3 seconds. Just give me 3 seconds. Count it in your head. 1 Mississippi, 2 Mississippi. Just keep driving. These guys are going to find a lane. They're going to find a hole. They're going to get you yards. But you got to produce, and you got to fire off the ball. And they're doing a good job of that. So the line is firing out. They're capitalizing off that, and they're getting 4 yards, 5 yards. And only thing right now is we're scoreless. So each team had an opportunity already, so someone's got to score.
Greg Foner was the shaken up Pennsville player on that last play, so that was why the stoppage. 2nd and 5 now from the 28-yard line as Sterling looks to be the ones who score first in this junior contest. So again, they go full house. Well, what will they do here?
Get a little man in motion.
Well, they will have to hang on to the ball first as Liam Thomas, the quarterback, falls on it.
Yep. Story of youth football, right? You get the positive games and you come right back.
And the entire scoreboard on the right side of the field just went out. So I really think that was the last play of the quarter anyway. So they'll go to the sideline. We hit quarter time, and now they finally just a minor electrical provision. But anyway, we are going to the sidelines and hitting quarter time in Sterling and Pennsville with no score in our junior game. We'll take a break. Quarter number 2 comes your way after this. All right, we are back for quarter number 2 of this junior contest, and Pennsville and Sterling no score in this one. Remember to subscribe to HSG Network with more TCUFL action in the coming weekends. We're about halfway through the season. Of course, playoffs coming up. Make sure you subscribe. You'll get the information as to where to go for the next contest and what have you, as well as other HSG Network stuff. We're almost at 3,000 subscribers, so tell your friends, subscribe, and get on board to HSG Network on YouTube, especially for TCUFL action. So right now, this tally is that the ball is at the 31-yard line after the quarterback fumbled and ended up making his own recovery. It is 3rd and 8 from the 31-yard line. By the way, I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplensky and Howard Gaber, of course, dealing with the controls. And right at this point, I would have to see that, looking for a little bit of a pass play here on 3rd down. What'd you think, John?
It's a good possibility. They're staying in that full house backfield. He's got the 2 lead blockers. He's going to take it around the outside.
And look at this. He's going to run it.
He's got confidence in that
20.
running game.
He's going to have a goal, folks. What a job by number 2, whoever it is. Or is that 5? That would be Noah Johnson, who gets a touchdown for Sterling and the first points of this contest. So how about that for a good start to the game for Sterling? I mean, they've been very impressive with the running game so far. Take chunks at a time, and all of a sudden, one big chunk to the house.
Yeah, they were nickel and diming it, and they're staying in that full house backfield, and he followed his blockers, turned it up another level of speed, and he brought it 30-something yards for a touchdown.
31-yard touchdown run, and they will go with the conversion, the handoff up the middle. And that's an easy conversion for Sterling. So Sterling takes a 7-0 lead on Pennsville. Maybe take a chance to see the replay of that run. Actually, no, we don't have it queued up. So right now, I'll tell you, what's been most impressive so far, first couple drives for Sterling?
Just the execution, executing the plays. They got a couple different backs. We've seen it all day, which I'm very impressed with. When you're, a lot of teams are sometimes unfortunate and they only got one running back that can handle the load. And when you got 4 guys, 5 guys working as a unit, I mean, we got the 2 young men, 22 and 44. I'm assuming they're brothers or cousins or just have the same last name. But you see a thing with 22 and 44. But, yeah, I mean, they've got 4 running backs that have touched the ball right now. And they've all got positive yards, and, they're doing a good job. They're doing their assignment. They're following their blocks. As that touchdown, I mean, he came out of nowhere and fouled 2 lead blocks and cut it up and did a good job. So it's just when players execute what they're taught and do their assignment, you get the first score of the game, and that's what's great.
Well, here's an interesting question. Dating back to the last game, you had Pennsville using its double wing, and now you have Sterling in the junior matchup using a full house. Depending on what style you run, which do you think is more effective?
It's not about what you run, it's how you run it. And if you have the right personnel in the right spot. I mean, everybody's got their concept if they want to pass the ball or run the ball. It's about the execution, and that's it. If the line doesn't block and you're not playing mistake-free ball, nothing works.
Well, this was a one-hopper to Owen Whalen, who takes it to the 45-yard line, and that is where Pensville will begin their next drive. Down 7-0, and so far, I mean, Sterling has played a very impressive first quarter plus. Now it's a matter of how to respond as Pennsville's going to try and equal this up. We'll see how they line things up. Obviously, Sterling with a pretty good junior team, I mean, based upon what we have seen so far with them. Nose of the ball is at the 45, so Pennsville, of course, they're moving right to left, Sterling left to right, Sterling in the home whites, and Pennsville in their Charger blue uniforms, if you want to call it that.
Yep, it looks like they Sterling in that 4-4 package.
1st and 10 for the 45.
15 in motion, but
inside handoff, and only about 2 yards to the 47-yard line. And I think Sterling's doing a nice job anticipating what they're trying to do and closing the gap up very quickly.
Yeah, that was number 23 on the tackle for Sterling. We don't have a name. If you're listening back home and you know who 23 for junior Sterling is, chime in. Hit us up.
Well, that's why we have the board up here on HSG Network on YouTube.
Sometimes they leave a few numbers off these rosters, and so we apologize in advance on that. Looks like they're showing a little blitz here right now. They're going in motion.
And this
they
is a
got
pitch out.
penetration in there. They got him.
Breeden was the carrier that time, and once again, Sterling anticipated it beautifully and forces a loss on the play, which makes it 3rd and long. They're going to say 3rd and 12 from the 43-yard line.
Yeah, that was a big tackle by number 5, Noah Johnson. Great insight on the ball and making that tackle for a loss.
And right now, Pennsville kind of like in a little bit of an unusual situation. How are we going to be working on 3rd and long here?
Yeah, again, them third downs are crucial. You always hope, like I'll say it all the time, that we might have a good passing play, but if we don't, all that green on the left over here, the wide side of the field, is your best friend.
Let's see what happens here. 3rd and 12 from the 43.
Got
Back
that
to
single
pass.
wing.
Being chased, rolling to the right, and he's got to slide out of bounds for about a yard or 2 loss. That's really the only thing he could do because he just ran out of pasture and just gave himself up on the sideline.
Josiah Stewart, 22 on the tackle. See him coming from the running back position, having a couple good, runs on offense. He's a workhorse. Now he's making big plays on defense.
All right, so 4th and 14. Now, I'm guessing in the juniors now they do allow punting, right?
Yeah. I mean, they could. If you got a long snapper, it all depends on the clientele. You got a kid that can long snap. So they're going for it. Quarterback is going under center. So they're going to try to get
somebody jumped. And that's going to be a break for Pensville because that is going to be a encroachment foul against Sterling. So that moves it up 5 yards, and now you go from 4th and 14 to 4th and 9, and now things change a little bit here.
Yeah, I mean, if you do have that nice pass play, a little 2-step drop or get that tight end or a cross I would go with a slant here with this wide side, but I'm not the coach. You have to have a vision of what you see coming next, and that's what's fun about coaching, just that next vision. Because when I coach and fellow coaches I know, we always have 3-4 plays lined up down the line as long as everything is executed. But yeah, if I had a guy with hands, I would be looking for a slant right here.
All right, 4th and 9, ball spot at the 46. I'll go with the same formation as before. We'll see how Sterling counters this. Back to pass. Gonna throw one. He has a person. Just a little bit high, incomplete.
Yeah, a little bit high.
Intended for Breeden, just off his fingertips. It was a nice idea for Pennsville, but doesn't execute, and they turn the ball over on downs.
Good call, though. It was a good call. Just a little bit past the receiver. His hands were up. He was in position to catch that ball. But unfortunately, it was just a little bit high and a little bit past him. But Sterling's going to get another opportunity here. And, this is a big test right now. We're in the second quarter with 6:51. That last drive was a really good drive for them with a big 31-yard run to put them in good position. So, being at the 46, they come in just like that last drive. They can put another one in.
Well, especially when you have a short field, that usually works wonders for teams who get that.
Yeah, they're comfortable in that offense. It's a little they went in quarterback. I didn't even see him back there.
And they hand it off, and I'll tell you what, a nice defensive play as they got Noah Johnson down to 43. He could have easily gone down for a couple yard, only like a 1 yard gain, but second effort got him another yard or 2.
Yeah, that was 15. It looked like that started on that tackle for Pennsville. Nathan Breeden with a nice tackle. He wrapped him up. He wouldn't let go until he got a little bit of help. Sometimes you got to wrap up and wait for the cavalry to come. Just don't let go. You don't let go, and he didn't. And good tackle.
So gain of 3, 2nd and 7. Ball at the 43-yard line. This time another carry to the right and to about the 41-yard line. Only a couple on the play, but it forces a 3rd and 5. So I think right now, what I think Sterling's doing, they're trying to set up for, I guess, a pretty big play, especially that part of the field. And as you mentioned, John, the 31-yard touchdown run earlier in this quarter, that was set up by a couple of nice plays. You just go 4, 4, 5, and all of a sudden get the big hitter.
Yeah, he ran that well, and they set up some good blocking for him. But, yeah, a lot of it is you're creeping, and then you hit with a strike.
Well, somebody creeped across the line, and it's going to be offside. They get encroachment against Pennsville that time. So will
gonna be
that be
close.
enough to be a first down? We'll
It's
see.
close. It's going to be 1, 2, 3, 4. It's looks like it's going to be a first. Yeah. So
No, they're going to move the chains. It
Yeah.
was good enough for a first down. So big break for Sterling as they get a freebie off a penalty against Pennsville.
Yeah, I mean, 5 minutes and you get that first down, and now you got the ball down there at the 36. It's huge, huge.
Like I
mean, if
said,
they
penalties get
capitalize,
amplified.
Yeah, if they can capitalize with a 2-score lead before the half, is really big.
Well, they'll go with a handoff
Two
and
big
Gank
blocks
will
out in
across
front of
the
him.
30,
Two
and
big
he's off and
blocks.
running again. Another goal for Sterling. That's number 2 in a 36-yard touchdown run.
He was celebrating.
And like I said, it only takes one little mistake to take advantage of it.
That was number 2. Our mystery.
So we've had a
Brian
31
Anthony.
and a 36-yard touchdown run, and Sterling, again, impressive with their running game yet again. So really tremendous if you think about it.
That was a good play. He fouled. I'm still laughing at the celebration in the end zone. I love when they do their dances and stuff, man.
Very subtly. Here's a handoff up the middle, pushing to the goal line, and in the rugby battle, tush push, shoulder push, they got it. The conversion is good. It took a while for the official along the far sideline to make the signal, but Sterling is able to get to 14-0.
Wow.
As we're nearing the half. And while we take a look at the replay, John, as that 36-yard touchdown run.
And he got the quarterback under center. They got that full house backfield. It's just a basic handoff to the tailback. 2 big blockers out front. I mean, they're right in front of him. He cuts it to the sideline, down the seam, one man to beat, and he's in there.
Once again, blocking on the right side of the offensive line. Now, listen, if he did that in high school, is that a 15-yard penalty?
Oh, yeah. They don't – I guess they're throwing the flags from what I see in high school, yeah. I seen it on TV 2 weeks ago. I think it was Millville game. They went in the end zone, were celebrating at the camera and I'm live, and they got a penalty for it. So, yeah, I'm assuming they do.
Well, hey, every league does things differently, but then again, you got to go by the rules what you can and cannot do.
Yeah.
But right now, Sterling looking good with a 14-0 lead here and about halfway, just past halfway of the second quarter.
Yeah, it's a big statement right now, the way they're playing. You see the opposite of the last game. It was 14-0 on the Pennsville side at the 10U. Now we're the 12U. And you got Sterling with that 2-touchdown lead before the half. It's just a shift in the wind. Good kick. Good
almost going to fly at about the 26-yard line, trying to bounce around and get some yardage and not going to do that. The returner that time was Chase Pengle, number 20, who gets flattened down about the 31.
Yeah, there was a lot of jerseys around him.
Well, as soon as he couldn't catch the ball and then had a little bit of indecision trying to find which way to go, every outlet was pretty much clogged up.
Yeah. 4:37 to go. Second quarter, 14-0 Sterling lead over Pennsville. Junior game, third game of the day. One more to go.
With the senior game coming up after this, so don't go anywhere here on HSG Network. Definitely got plenty more excitement coming up with TCUFL football.
So they got 4:30. They got 4:30, about 4:30, and they got to get something going before the half. You don't want to come out little lightning striking in the second half.
Well, handoff up the middle is only going to get him a yard to about the 33-yard line. So the interior defense of Sterling staying stout at this point. So 2nd and 9 now from the 33-yard line. I'm wondering what Pennsville's telling his team after this fast start by Sterling.
Got to step it up. It's what you tell your players. We got to step it up a little bit. Don't give any more yards. Let's complete our tackles, finish them tackles, no more reach tackling. Well, let's execute. Fire off the line. I mean, it starts at the line. Linemen got to fire off the ball, create them lanes for the running backs, and give the quarterback a little time.
Well, let's see if that works here on 2nd and 9 from the 33. They're going to go forward with a draw play.
Yeah, not much at all.
Not much. Maybe gets to the 35 for another 2 yards, but it forces a 3rd and 7.
It's a tight. You see the linemen are toe to toe. When you're toe to toe, it makes it harder to run off. It brings everything so close. I'll do it once in a while as a coach. I like that 1.5 gap. I like to challenge the lineman a little bit to spread the defense out. But you got to execute. You know, you're shutting the defense down when you're toe to toe and you're double tight. But at the same time, there's not a lot of room, so you really got to execute this offense.
All right, so we got 3rd and 7 from the 35, showing blitz. It's a pitch out, and now an option pass caught
Got
at
his guy.
midfield and
Great
flipping
play.
to about the 45-yard line. The pass by Nathan Morrison, the catch by Nathan Breeden, and a first down for Pennsville. Very nice play on that 3rd and 7. They're gonna give him the 44-yard line, so that's a gain of 21 on that pass. And now looks like Pennsville's gonna go tempo here. Coming down to 2:40 and counting here till halftime.
That was a great play for this situation.
And another quarterback draw, which will take him to about the 41, maybe to 40. So another 3 yards on the play. So Pennsville's starting to get a little bit of momentum here. And sometimes it just takes one play.
Yeah. We saw that last game. It takes a little bit to get them motors warm. You know, sometimes it takes a first half. You want a 4-quarter team at all times, but it just doesn't always happen. You know, some teams are first half teams, and some teams are second, and then sometimes you're lucky and you got a team that's fired up for 4.
You want to play a full game.
Yeah,
and
that's expressed at practice. We need a full game out of you.
I'll be honest with you, John. That is probably the hardest thing to do in football. And
It is.
Have a complete game.
Here's
Here's a pitch that's not working. The ball is fumbled. I think Sterling fell on it at the 43-yard line.
It did. Big 4. Is that a 4-5 or 9-5? Looks like 45. Big 45.
Well, he makes a recovery, and Sterling forces a turnover, and Pennsville, who really had some momentum, just gave it all back as Pennsville ends up turning the ball over, and Sterling gets it. Now Pennsville's going to have to return the favor.
You know, they got some big plays in their sleeve in that playbook, and they've executed well. 1:49 is a lot of time for Sterling right now to put another one in. I mean, they've had plays of 32 yards, 36 yards. I mean, they can break away. So they got all this green over here. Don't think they won't run that last play that they scored a touchdown for 36.
Well, they're going to give that handoff. Exactly what you were saying.
Yeah.
And bouncing to about the midfield stripe for a gain of 6. Now, keep in mind, both teams have all 3 of their timeouts.
Yeah. A little different on that is they didn't stretch it out a little bit. The 2 lead blockers cut it in on that. Right off tackle, he followed as he's supposed to. If they stretched it out a little bit more on that, they could have went the distance. You know, that's a lot of green over here to cut it in where they did. But they're learning. They're young men, and maybe that was where the coach wanted to go.
On 2nd and 3, they go with a delayed handoff and running and probably getting a first down. Jeremiah Stewart, he gets to the 46-yard line. Now move the chains. And the Knights continue to move up here. They get to almost the 45-yard line. Now they have to keep an eye on the time here as we're now under a minute.
Yeah. And it's ticking. They do have all their timeouts, though.
And Pennsville gets the ball to start the second half, let's not forget.
Yeah, that is.
They're taking their good old time here.
Comfortable. They're doing a lot of good things on this offense right now, so... But you do want to, I mean, if you want to score one more, you do got to get the ball moving.
There's a shotgun snap, and now
fumble.
Oh, and now a fumble on the play. Did Pennsville get it back?
I think they did.
And
20,
yeah,
23.
You're exactly right. Recovered by Pennsville. And like I said, being comfortable and being complacent. In fact, they were both, and that kind of.
No, it's 25.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, it was 25. Once again, I believe it was Greg Forner.
Yeah. Yep.
Oh, now they're going to rule it an incomplete pass. I think what they tried to do is a jet sweep, and it was dropped. Not necessarily a word you want to use in leagues like this, but they ruled it incomplete, so it's 2nd and 10.
Big break.
A
34
huge
second.
break
Yeah.
for Sterling. So now make it 2nd and 10 from the 46-yard line. It also stops the clock with 34 seconds till halftime. Let's see what they do
Got that
here.
double wing now.
Oh, wow.
Bounced
What a
off
block
34.
there.
Yeah.
But it's not going to be much of anything. But he's still going to get positive
Great
yardage.
run.
The running back that would not go down, and he gets to the 43. And now I think a timeout's going to be called by Sterling. Yes, indeed. They'll use their first one with 20 seconds left in the half. Let's take a short break with Sterling up 14-0. We'll come back in just a moment. Back here at Sterling High School, the Knights call a timeout as they will be faced with a 3rd and 7 from the 43-yard line. Now, they're up 14-0, but they want to try and get something down the field, and they have 2 timeouts in their pocket. They don't carry over. So, John, it was actually a little surprising they waited this long to call a timeout.
Yeah, they had a lot of time on there. I mean, still 20 seconds is the way they've been running the ball and moving it. 20 seconds is more than enough time to get one in if they call the right play and execute. So hopefully for Pensville, they can stop them. They're spaced out a little bit on defense right now. They're going in that shotgun wing T.
Let's see what happens on 3rd and 7. Taking the snap, going back in a block, taking a shot. They have a man, and it's a little bit high, incomplete.
Yeah.
I'm actually a little surprised they went for a pass there.
Yeah.
I was thinking potentially quarterback draw with the way that the offensive line has been blocking.
He was well covered, too. He was triple covered on that. Everybody seen the pass and was covering him. He was surrounded by 4 blue jerseys.
So with 15 seconds left in the half, 4th and 7, I would suspect they try and go for it here.
Yeah, got a nice Hail Mary maybe.
Or at least a deep pass down the
Yeah,
sideline.
they don't need a Hail Mary, but, just see where the first down marker is all you need.
Well, the line of gain is the 36. So we'll see if they have to get to that in order to keep the drive going. On 4th and 7, calls his own number and gets disconnected at the 40-yard line.
That's a tough play going backside of your lead blocks going left. I don't know if it's designed there because they're outmanned on that or if he called it himself, but that was not the play to run on that. I mean,
I kind of was a little bit perplexed by that too.
all your lead blockers are on the left and stacked. I mean, you follow that, so it's kind of like, sometimes you pray someone's going to bite and it's just going to work, but I don't do risk plays like that you're outmanned and I'm just going to take the ball directly and run into traffic. So that was not the play to call in that situation.
Well, Sterling called a timeout to discuss what they're going to do in the last 10 seconds of the half.
Yeah, they might get one good running play in there, or they might go downfield. Let's see. When you're down by 2 touchdowns with 9 seconds, I mean, I would go, let's see if they come out in a little bit of spread.
I'm sorry, it was Pensville who called the timeout. But each team with 2 left, 10 seconds left, so probably a couple of plays here. Let's see what the Eagles decide to call
spread
here.
it out a little bit. Got some receivers. Give them a little bit of time. Get them guys downfield.
All right, from the 40-yard line, and whoops, somebody jumped. And it's going to be on the Knights. It's going to be an encroachment foul. So now you're at the 45-yard line. So it makes it a 1st and 5 now. They can still go down the field and call timeout. And if they get 2 quick plays running, they could use both their timeouts.
Yeah.
So if they're going to execute, they're going to have to do it rather quickly here. Let's see what happens in the shotgun, taking the pass, looking, being chased. He's thrown down at the 39-yard line. It's Jeremiah Stewart with the sack. And then a very quick timeout is called right after that. And it's going to be called by Pennsville, so they'll use their second one. So they're probably going to talk about the last play of the half and what to do with it. Now, the good news, John, is Pennsville will get the ball to start the second half. So
Yeah.
I think the objective the coaches are stressing, don't turn it over.
Yeah, don't turn it over, and let's execute our plays. You know, we just get one score on that opening drive. We're in this game, and that's all you want. You want to creep up and one at a time.
Well, I'm right now. The Eagles obviously are struggling a little bit, but I think a lot of it has to do with the way Sterling has prepared its junior team on what they're facing, and so far Sterling has come up pretty good for the most part.
I mean, preparation and confidence is everything. Coach believing in his players, and the players believing in the play callings from the coaches. And if it's like a glove, if everyone does their assignment on the sideline and on the field, I mean, you're going to take a 14-0 lead.
Barring a defensive penalty, last play of the half. Deep ball on the side is knocked down incomplete as the half comes to an end.
Nice. I mean, he almost came down with it. Number one had a hand on the ball for Sterling, but now we got a 14-0. Good game so far. It's not out of the question to come back. Pennsville gets the ball, and we're going to see what they're going to do on that opening drive.
All right, so we're going to show you some more MVP interviews while we have our halftime in the junior game. Sterling leading Pennsville 14-0. So we'll catch some more interviews and come back for the second half in just a little bit. Still going to be a running play.
Gilbert
trying to turn around is Gilbert. He'll get about the 20 yard line.
Still going.
And he's going to have a first.
Oh, my goodness.
And a 10.
TCUFL, where legends are born, legends are born.
Gaining 9 yards. Field level, we're north of 100 degrees. I'm like, give it to Pacheco, and Pacheco turns on the speed.
Jada Byers wouldn't let VUU down. He rushed 40 times for $135 and 2 touchdowns, the last of which gave Union a 21-10 lead. The Panthers are the CIAA Conference champs.
When they throw it, Ashton Doolin in motion. It's a handoff to Taylor. He's got some running room. Jonathan Taylor with a big run out to the 42-yard line.
Hines and Taylor in the backfield. Little misdirection play again. Taylor showing the wheels, and Jonathan Taylor is in. Touchdown.
All right, we are back. Sophomore game just got done. Delsey with a huge 50-0 win over Eastern, the hosting team. We're brought up our MVP of the game. Like you to tell us who you are.
My name is Mason Elman.
Mason Edelman. Man, you had a great game. 4 touchdowns. You ever had 4 touchdowns before?
Yeah.
You did. So so you've done this before. Okay, this is great. So tell us about you. When we'll get back to your stats after that. But so where do you go to school?
Bitches Elementary.
Nice. And how many years you been playing football?
This is my 6th or 7th year.
It shows 6 or 7 years, and you're a fine-tuned machine, man. You did really well. Do you? I think we got some loud music on right here.
Yeah.
Hold on. Yeah, they just blasted us with music, so I apologize about that. But so about 6 years playing football, 4 touchdowns, a 55-yard kick return, a 43-yard touchdown reception, 65-yard run, 18-yard touchdown reception, and a 37-yard touchdown. It's a big game. You got a favorite NFL team?
Eagles.
You like the Philadelphia Eagles?
Yeah.
Nice, man. They're doing good, right?
Yeah.
Nice. Do you have a favorite player in the NFL?
Yeah.
Who's your favorite player?
AJ Brown and Jalen Hurts.
Nice. Good combination. You think they're going to go to the Super Bowl this year?
Yeah.
Nice. Now, what do you like better, offense or defense?
I can't choose.
You can't choose?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, you're all over the field. I mean, man, that you had a defensive great game, offensive great game. It doesn't get any better than that, But you want to give a shout out to anyone back home? 'Cause you're live right now. They're watching.
Mom and Dad.
You want mom and dad back home. That's great, man. They put a lot of effort in helping you progress in football, and they stand behind you. That's great. And we appreciate you coming up there. You got to showcase the TCUFL football MVP. You got your medal, and we appreciate the effort you put out there today. And enjoy the rest of your day, man. We appreciate you coming out here. Good job, bud. All right, we are back. I'm John Splenski with HSG Network. I'm here with our junior game MVP, Eastern Vikings quarterback, #1, Julio Pagan. How you doing, bud?
Good.
Good. Great game out there, man.
Thank you.
We've seen a lot of athletic skills. We've seen it. Everyone at home seen it. How do you feel?
I'm good.
Good. Quarterback, man. How long you been playing quarterback?
3 years.
3 years? Nice. Defense. How long?
4 or 5.
4 or 5 years. Good job, man. You had that set the tone with that fumble recovery for the score, huh?
Yeah.
What'd that feel like?
Good.
Good. First win on the season. How's that feel?
Good.
Good. So tell us about you. Favorite player, NFL.
Brock Purdy probably.
Nice. What's your favorite team?
49ers.
49ers. Good choice, man. So where do you go to school?
Mullen.
Mullen? Where's that?
Gulfport Township.
Okay, great. Quarterback, defense, fumble recovery, special points. What can't you do? You know what I mean? You looking to advance into high school. What would you rather play? Defense, offense?
Probably offense.
Probably offense. You think you're gonna stick to quarterback later on?
Yeah.
Good job, man. But you're live. You see the monitor over there? This is live. Everyone back home is seeing you. Anyone back home you'd like to give a shout out to? I mean, you are our junior MVP today. You got your medal. You got the TCUFL Silver Football. Who's back home you want to give a shout to?
My grandpa and my sister.
Oh, nice, man. So grandpa and his sister, he's giving you a shout out. This is our MVP. Anything else you want to tell us about you? About football? Good deal. Well, I'm John Saplensky. This is our MVP. Julio Pagan, #1, Eastern Vikings Junior. We're happy that you came up. Enjoy your medal and enjoy us giving you the credit for the game, man. It was a great game. We were excited to watch you play today. We learned a lot. See you in the playoffs, man. Have a good day.
You too.
There you go. You're live right now. You're on TV back at home. What's your name? You can wave it. What is it?
Josiah.
Josiah what?
Dawkins.
Josiah Dawkins. You're our player of the game today for the 8U game. You didn't come up with the win, but how do you feel about today's game?
Good.
Feel good? You feel you played your best?
Mm-hmm.
You look good out there, man. This your first year? Nah. You had 2 forced fumbles today, a fumble recovery, 2 fumble recoveries, 1 for a touchdown for 40 yards, 4 tackles for loss. You played running back too. That's a great game, man. But we appreciated all your effort, and we were asked to pick our MVP today. So me and Coach Joey, we picked you as our MVP.
The head coach is there, nobody else. 60 seconds.
What's that? Who's your favorite football player?
No, they got a minute till they get the change.
Justin Jefferson.
Justin Jefferson. Nice. Who's your team? Who's your favorite NFL team?
Vikings.
The Minnesota Vikings. Nice.
Yo, 30 more seconds. It's going to be a penalty.
What's that, Howard? What grade you in?
Second.
Second grade. So we got my man here in second grade, likes Justin Jefferson, the Minnesota Vikings. What's your expectation this year? You want to win a championship?
Yeah.
Yeah, it mean a lot, right?
Yeah.
Get that Holly City another ring. Did you watch the high school game this week?
Yeah.
Yeah. Do you got any friends up there? You know any of them guys up there in high school? Nah. Well, we appreciate you. We're going to get back to the game, but we want to let the fans know back home who our MVP was, and we appreciate your effort today. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Take it easy, bud. Live. What's up, bud?
What's up?
What's the name? Fans want to. Carter what?
Carter Patterson.
Carter Patterson. You got the win, man. You had a big game. 2 interceptions, fumble recovery, big runs, big tackles. How you feel?
Good.
Good, man. We were excited this whole game. We saw you guys. It was a dogfight. Going 1-0 week 1. What are you bringing next week? What are you bringing? What are you going to change for next week?
I might get more picks, more fumbles.
More picks? I like it. I like it. So tell me about you. How old are you?
9.
9 years old. And this is how many years you've been playing?
Until I was 6.
6, so 3 years in. Okay. Now, is Coach Patterson, is that your dad? I watched him play when he was younger. Nice. He played hard too, so I see where you get the abilities from. So, what was your favorite play of the game?
Me getting 2 picks.
The 2 picks? That's big at your age. A lot of guys wait a lot of years to get, 2 interceptions, and that was the highlight for us, seeing you that second effort. Who's your favorite team in the NFL?
49ers.
The 49ers? Okay, I could like that. Who's your favorite player?
Debo.
Who is it?
Debo.
Debo? Okay, nice. So, you get this win. We found out where your favorite team is. We find out who your favorite player is. How do you celebrate today? How are you going to celebrate tonight for this big win?
Just
Is there a special meal you're going to request? I mean, you're the MVP of the game, man. Week 1 of this. This is live. Yeah, you're on live right now. Everyone back home is watching you. Yeah, we're going to give a shout out. Anybody you want to give a shout out to back home?
my team number 21, Jay.
Jay, he had a good game too, man. You guys are doing pretty well together. But we'll let you get back to your team. But yeah, who is number 0?
That's Jermaine.
Jermaine, him too. You guys were lights out today, all over that ball. We were happy. We were excited. You got the win, and congratulations to you. And congratulations on being our pick for MVP. It's a pleasure. Appreciate you coming up, talk to us.
All right, we welcome you back to Sterling High School here in Somerdale, New Jersey. And we're hoping you're enjoying the TCUFL action between Pennsville, the Eagles, and Sterling, the Knights. About ready to start the second half of our junior contest with Sterling ahead 14-0. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplensky. Howard Gaber, of course, with the controls. A breezy but cool Sunday. And as you said, John, football weather with a little bit of a light drizzle at times as we're ready to start the second half of play with Pennsville receiving it on a low knuckler, taking it about the 25-yard line and not getting too far. Pretty hard hit. That was Nathan Morrison with the return to 34. So your thoughts in the first half, John, and what do you think both staffs are saying to their players on how to adjust for the second half?
Yeah, well, you got, Sterling with a nice 14-0 lead in the first half. Controlled the narrative so far of the game. Offensively, they're solid. Defensively, they're solid. They're just outplaying Pennsville right now. Pennsville hasn't had an opportunity to find a way to move the ball very well offensively. So they got to find that. They got to make them adjustments against this defense. They got speed, and you notice that these guys on this defense of Sterling that are like making big plays, they're also all the running backs. So speed kills, and when you got running backs playing D end, linebacker, I mean, you got to execute, and you got to have no sloppiness in your offense. You got to do really precise.
Well,
like
the pitch has a
no
one
sloppy.
bouncer, the ball's still out, and it's going to be recovered by Sterling just like that.
And that should be number 22, if I'm not mistaken.
Josiah Stewart.
Yeah, the linebacker position. I just said the running backs are playing linebacker, and as we said, you can't be sloppy against the speed. And, got a bobble snap, and your running back and linebacker goes in there and gets a fumble recovery 10 yards back. So, that's the factor right now. They're playing at a higher level of speed and execution right now.
Well, after that turnover, Sterling in great position at the Pennsville 27-yard line, 1st and 10. And they've been running very well with this full house backfield. Let's see who gets it this time. And they do a handoff up the middle, pushing all the way down to the 22 for another 5-yard gain. I mean, it's not necessarily the style points that count here. It's the execution.
Yeah.
And here, it looks like they're going to be going up tempo.
No, and they're going no huddle. They know their game plan. They have a game plan, and it's working.
This time the handoff bouncing off a couple of tacklers and still moving forward.
It was like a battling ram there. He had, he was like bouncing in like a jackhammer trying to get in, and he bounced it out.
That was a tough yard to get, but it's 3rd and 4 from the 21.
Like a bat. I was seeing him watch him doing. I was like, he looks like a battling ram in there. Yeah, he was trying to fight. That's what you got to do. If you're a lineman and you're not getting out of the way, you're occasionally going to get hit by that running back. He's going to let you know. You better get your feet moving and open his hole.
So 3rd and 4 from the 21-yard line. Yeah, last second substitution in Liam Thomas. Actually, he might be the one getting the play from the sideline. Let's see how they line up. Same full house as we have seen, pretty much. Thomas under center, 3rd and 6. I'm sorry, 3rd and 4 rather. And they're going to go to handle. There's a fumble. Let's see if it's still loose. Inside the 20, who comes up with it? It is Pensville.
Good break.
Wow, talk about getting the ball back and forcing the turnover.
They got it. I mean, they stopped them from a possible going up 3 scores, and, that's a big standoff. No matter how you got it, you got it. Now let's make something happen.
Well, Pennsville was able to make that happen. They forced their 2nd turnover of the game. And now... And you wonder, too, and I just thought about this, with the drizzle being prominent, I wonder if ball security has a little bit of an issue here, as you see the progress scores from earlier today here on HSG Network, the 8 and under and the 10 and under games. You can always DVR your way back and check any of the highlights you may have missed here on this feed here on HSG Network on YouTube, so feel free to check those out in case you missed any of the earlier action. 1st and 10 now for Pennsville to 20. And looking like back the pass.
22 had a hand on him.
And the passes end up being caught for a short gain.
Number 10.
To about the 23-yard line.
Chase Dalden.
But there is a penalty flag down, and that nullifies that because it is against Pennsville. And they called an illegal shift as 2 men were moving and they weren't quite set for a second. So that's a 5-yard penalty. I mean, you don't see too many of those. You got to make sure you're set. And in this case, they didn't set properly, and that's why the 5-yard penalty.
Yeah, it's unfortunate. You don't want to go backwards right now against this defense, and you don't want to give them the ball down here either. They got to execute a little bit better right now and get a little bit more crisp on their offense. Got to dig in that playbook. Everyone's got to be on the same page right now. Big first down, and it looks like 15. They need a big play here.
Indeed they do, following the foul. And now they're going to try and widen things up here and have a receiver lined up on the right side. And now man in motion on the right. They pitch it out to the man, and he's got a backhand pass. Oh. And I don't know what that was, but it was incomplete. That's all we know.
Looked like a hand got on it, but good thing the defender got a hand on him because that ball was going to be intercepted. And the defense getting a hand on his hand, pushing the ball down before the defender could intercept it, actually helped him.
Let's just put it this way. That was not the greatest halfback option execution
no.
I've seen. But it's 2nd and 15. I mean, it worked one time. They tried to work on it again, but that was way underthrown, and luckily it wasn't intercepted. Could have been an easy pick 6.
Yeah, that was no one in his path if he came down with that to get him.
So after a little talk, it is 2nd and 15. Pennsville at their own 15-yard line. They're down 14-0. Let's see what they do here on the 2nd down play. Back to pass, under a rush, looking, lobbing.
Incomplete. Looking for 10
again. A little bit wide. Incomplete.
Yeah, looking for Chase Dalden again. So that must be their go-to guy in the passing game.
Another flag is down, which we didn't see. Oh, it's a holding call against Pennsville, and they're going to refuse that one. So it's going to force a 3rd down. Or they're going to accept it, which is going to be half the distance from the goal. They move it back to the 7, so they got a 2nd and 23 coming up.
Yeah, they need some good ball control down there right now. I mean, we've seen a few fumbles already with a little bit of that mist out there. I can't just, I can't blame it all on the little bit of wetness on the ball. It's not much, just a couple mishandling of the ball. So they got to be careful down there. I mean, it's a tight spot to be at. 2nd and 30.
A 2nd and 23 from the 7-yard line.
Okay, good.
They got the quarterback in the shotgun.
They're sending some blitzing.
Oh, they are being
They
chased in the end zone. Down he goes.
Might be a fumble.
It's going to be points either way. Oh, it's recovered by Sterling right
Giving it to
outside
him
the
right
end
at the
zone,
1.
the half-yard line.
Good to be right at the 1-inch yard line.
Wow, very surprising there.
It was pretty much a touchdown. They kind of slid with it out, but it's close.
Wow, let's take a look at the replay, figure out what happened there.
Yeah, they sent a nice blitz on this. You see 44, the brothers coming up, or cousins, 44 and 22. They break through. 44 is going to get a hand on them, and they got some cleanup coming, and it looks like 9 is going to get the ball. Nope, it's not 9. I can't see the jersey, but 55. There you go. 55 came in, about 2 plays ago for 22, and they kept him in, and now, fumble recovery for him.
And now we're going to have a timeout called by Sterling because I don't think they had the right people on the field. So why don't we take a break? 7:43 left in the third, and Sterling up 14-0 and looking for more. But we'll find out what happens after this break.
One of the best reasons to visit Williamstown is to experience Bleachers 322 Tavern. We offer a great time for people everywhere, and our delicious wings is the reason people keep coming back. On Wednesday, we have karaoke night with DJ Rob, including 75-cent wings and $2.50 Miller Lite bottles. Our R&B night along with karaoke featuring Big Al Entertainment is on Fridays, and Saturday has music by DJ Sterl with a 30 and older crowd, including a strict dress code that will be enforced. Each night we have food and drink specials with a private room available for parties of all kinds. If you'd like to ask us some questions or make a reservation, call us at 609-481-2043.
Okay, back from the Sterling timeout. They just forced the turnover at the 1-yard line, and now they have 1st and goal from that 1-yard line. So we've had 3 turnovers already in literally 2 minutes and 17 seconds of play here in this third quarter.
Yeah, it's too much. Too many. 1 too many, 2 too many, 3 too many.
And like I said, the weather may have something to do. Here's a handoff up the middle. That's an easy goal for Jeremiah Stewart, who pushes his way in for one of the easy touchdown runs that he will have, and that extends the lead for Sterling. And like I said, points off turnovers, and they took full advantage of that.
Yeah, I mean, the defense went down there and got the job done to get him the ball, and going to put in an easy one foot touchdown. So hats off to the defense getting them down there and offense executing it, putting it in the end zone.
All right, so Sterling will do the conversion in just a moment. We'll see how they line for that because they have really, for the most part, played a very good game. I mean, there have been times they've been a little sloppy with the ball and the security of it, but they've come through when they've had to as they go with another handoff right side, and that should be a conversion, and it is.
Yep, got it.
So that makes it 21-0. Lucky for them. Sterling with the easy one here as Pensville will try again, getting the ball back shortly, but really, you think Pennsville's been a little bit overmatched by Sterling's defense here this afternoon?
Yeah, I noticed, they got a lot of athletes right now on this Sterling team. Very physical, very fast, pretty strong. It's a very mature team. They're overmatching them right now in a lot of ways. But 21-0. There's still a lot of game left. You face challenges. You just got to dig deep to find out how to face those challenges. If they're blitzing, go outside. If they're crashing in hard, go on 2. Slow them down. You got to find a way to slow them down because they're a fine-tuned machine. We saw that last game when Pennsville was a fine-tuned sophomore team. And they just controlled the game from the start to the finish. And, the Sterling team now at the junior level is kind of doing that right now. They're controlling it. No one's really looking. It's about getting the job done. We don't need a big play. We just need to win.
Taking it to the 29-yard line. The return is going to be minimal. 33-yard line. So Pennsville will get the ball. Let's run down the names for this 12 and under group for the Pennsville Eagles, the junior circuit. We have Ken Harmon, Braden Weatherby, Kamir Land, Nathan Morrison, Joey Steiner, Marcel Ware, Chase Dolden, Owen Whalen, Shaq Brooks, Robbie Desparios, Wesley Dunaway, Nathan Breeden, Mannix Lehane, Caden Nelson, Chase Pangle, Trent Cooney, Braden Roberts, Greg Forner, Tanner Bernice, Landon Nazar, John Swiderski, Lincoln Camp, Dan Gayton, Jake Klein, and Michael Simpkins. Led by head coach John Martin, assisted by Jeff Roberts, Steve Pangle, Rob Desparios, Jesse Bernice, Matt Morrison, Chris Whalen, and Jay Weatherby. So Pennsville will have 1st and 10. Ball spotted at the 33-yard line. They try and go man behind motion. Oh, under huge duress. Getting run over as a quarterback. Another sack.
There's 22 again.
Once again, Hosea Stewart just absolutely lambasted the quarterback there. Big loss on the play, and like we saw in the last game, it's the lines that have dominated, and here Sterling's line has totally dominated Pennsville's offensive line.
He's just a big athlete blitzing, and he's hard to block. He's playing offense and defense. He knows how to find the ball. He knows how to get to the ball. He knows how to capitalize and make a big play. He's a man. To me, if you asked me who your greatest athlete on the field is at all times, and I'm going to tell you it's the middle linebacker. A lot of people say it's the quarterback, and I don't think it's the quarterback ever. I never have my entire life, but he's where he should be. He's a running back. He's also the middle linebacker, but yeah, your top athlete should be your middle linebacker at all times, and that's why he's there. There he goes again.
Here comes another blitz on 2nd down. They try and throw that one
nice
deep.
Catch.
And what a nice catch at about the 40 and still going to about
15.
the 41-yard line. Nathan Breeden, who has had a nice game, is able to haul it down for about a 17-yard pickup.
That's his second reception of the game. He had that nice 21-yard reception earlier.
Yeah, with the halfback option, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. So, that's their guy, number 15, and he's doing a good job. Coming down, double coverage, putting some extra yards on it, get him within reach of a 1st down. I mean, that's what you need. They're blitzing hard. They're coming at you defensively with everybody. Go downfield. Good call by the coach.
3rd and 2, and I'm sure they're going to try it again, pushing the pile, and the scrum will probably not get him a 1st down, but it might get him a yard.
Look at that pile.
It really depends on the spot of the ball. Probably a yard short. So they may call for the chain gang here, just to double check. Looks like based upon where I'm
1st down.
they're going to give it to him.
Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Good.
Also known as
Pensville.
never mind.
Yeah. Now they're moving the ball. There you go. They're building their confidence every play now.
Okay, so it's 1st and 10 now from the 43-yard line. As the drizzle is picking up again here at Sterling High School. Let's see what they do on this play. Some positives here for the Pennsville here. Back to pass, having a little time being chased. Lobbing it. Oh, my goodness. Went through the hands of number 1, incomplete.
Yeah, that's 2 times he had his hand on an interception possible.
Don't forget, too, you're dealing with a wet ball. It's a little hard to catch, but, that was still a nice try, though. It was a little bit underthrown, too. And we imagine if that went off of his shoulder pads and into the receiver's hands. That would have been as lucky of a break as you're ever going to get.
Yeah, and I know you can see you can see his emotion when he didn't get that pick. You know what I mean? He's feeling it and, playing that position. The ball, you got an opportunity and don't come down with it. They take that to heart out there, I've never played the position, but I can only imagine. We used to say 10 push-ups. If you didn't come down with that interception, you got 10 push-ups. Let's go.
Here on 2nd down, the chase coming from the other side. Pass a little bit high, incomplete as they went for Breeden again. But it forces a 3rd and 10. And at least, if anything, Pennsville is showing some positive signs here with their offense.
Yeah, that's a good adjustment right there, make them changes. They went for the gutsy call of going in the air, had a big 1st down or close to 1st down to get the ball moving again. So they're trying to make them adjustments, and you can't ask for more than that. This is a tough Sterling team we're seeing right here at the junior level. They got their rhythm. They're working together as a unit. So, and that's what's important. Everyone being on the same page. Everyone's got a job. If one guy doesn't do his job, it doesn't work.
Has to be cohesive. 3rd and 10 from the 43-yard line. Once again, the shotgun. Back to pass, being chased under duress, running. He's going to take it himself, and he gets out of bounds, escapes maybe for a couple of yards to the 40, let's say the 44, so it's a yard gain, and it forces 4th and 9. But I'll tell you what, the way Sterling's bringing their pressure from various parts of the field, that's definitely confusing Pennsville's offense.
Oh, yeah. I mean, when you're an offensive lineman, and when you're young, as you get older, you communicate. You're already you're chattering on the line. Like, I see a blitz, I got this guy. So you try to teach as they're younger to communicate what you see. They used to teach us when I was a kid, when in doubt, fire out. That don't work. I was groomed by it from 5 years old down. When in doubt, fire out. That just go get a man. But a lot of times, 3 players are going to get the same man when you use that philosophy. But your kids, again, that we're only taught when you're in doubt, fire out. But they got to communicate. When they're showing blitzes like that, there has to be communication, a lot of pointing. I always teach. Everybody points to their guy, and you just saw it right there. Good job. So you point to your man, and I got this guy, I got this guy. If you're all doing that, there's less confusion.
Back to pass on 4th and 9, trying to find direction, dropping the ball, and that's going to be costly to Pennsville because they turned the ball over on downs, and it was recovered by Sterling anyway, so it still goes down as a turnover.
No, it was Pennsville recovered it, 44, but yeah, 44 Pennsville recovered it. That was John Swiderski. Big John Swiderski.
So the Knights end up getting the ball at the 36-yard line for their next possession with 4:41 left in the third. And I mean, they've been very impressive so far, and once again, defensively, they have shown their prowess. Looks like somebody was shaken up on the play. And I think they got the person off the field, so we will resume play with Sterling trying to extend their 21-0 lead here. Got the senior game, don't forget, next, the 14 unders, which I think will be a lot of fun between these two.
Yeah, I live up for them senior games. They're my favorite games. I love them all and enjoy them all, but, it's like last chance it's your last year for most of them. You got high school coming up. Some will play high school. Some might be their last season and games of their career of the sport. You never know. You got guys that are at that level already being looked at by colleges. You got guys being looked at by high schools. It's an exciting time and a turning point in your young football career at this point.
1st and 10 from the 36-yard line. Once again, going back to a full house backfield. They do have a receiver on the left, so let's keep an eye on that. Flag is down as the handoff bounces across the 35, still going to about the 32. But he's still not down yet, which is amazing. But now we'll see what the penalty flag is all about. And that's going to be illegal motion. That's against Sterling, so I'll back it up 5 yards. I think chances are they had a man in motion going forward before the snap.
Yeah, anything right now to help Pennsville, is a big help. Sterling, 21-0, getting towards that second half of the third quarter. They would love nothing more to put one on before the fourth. It'll make that fourth quarter go by real fast. But let's see Pennsville get a good stop here. They're getting a little help with this penalty, 1st and 15. Just need a big play from someone on defense right now.
We'll see if they've been able to force a couple turnovers, so there's a little bit of a positive light in there. 1st and 15 from the 41-yard line. Now they're going to hand off up the middle and getting that yardage back and then some.
Wow.
That Hosea Stewart just will not go down. He crosses the 30 to the 28 and gets 13 on the play. Meanwhile, another Pennsville player shaken up down to 35-yard line. I'm pretty sure that Pennsville, I mean, they're certainly getting worn down by this offensive push.
Yeah, that running back, he's big, he's solid, he runs hard, he's a workhorse. I mean, he's doing it on offense and defense. I mean, he's a bull.
That happens to be Owen Whalen, who is shaken up. He'll step out for a play or two.
Andrew, there he is, number 78. I have arrived. We got a superstar in the making. Andrew's not scared to chime in.
Here's my question.
know?
Is he warming up? Is he practicing
You
while
know,
he's putting
let's
that
see.
out?
I don't know. It might have been done when he got in the parking lot. But we got a future star here. Andrew already let us know I have arrived. That's number. He says 78, right?
Well, we might
Get that
spotlight
roster.
him during the game and see how he comes out.
Yeah.
A gain of 13 on that last one, so it's 2nd and 2 from the 28-yard line. Again, going full house without the receiver. Inside carry, pushing his way to the 25. That'll be a first down. And it's just hard-nosed running at this point. So they move the sticks. It's 1st and 10 from the 25-yard line. Let's see what they decide to do from here.
Yeah, you see he's going to the sideline, get his play at this time. 3 touchdown lead, coach is telling him, look, we got this if we just relax and keep executing. Get up on the line, let that clock, let's drain that clock and get out of here,
All right, so 1st and 10 for the 25-yard line. And they're going to hand it off, and Josiah again crossing the 20, and he gets himself to the 15. Boy, has he been a workhorse today on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, yes.
They moved the chains again, or I thought they say he moved the chains, but he's got 9 on the play, so he's a yard shy. But again, Sterling in the red zone with 2nd and a yard from the 16. They kind of go up tempo, and this time again, Josiah comes through with a first down, crossing into about the 14-yard line.
Gets the first down. Yep, there it is. So
that'll be enough for another night. First down.
And now the ball's spotted at the 14-yard line. So basically Sterling trying to work on using the clock and then getting another score at this point.
Yeah, when you're, if this if they put it in, I mean, it's pretty hard to catch up in the fourth quarter. If they can stop them, I mean, just need one score. But they're pretty much controlling this game. They could score from this distance out. They've had some big runs already. They got that full house backfield.
Let's see what they do again.
22.
Go to the workhorse. Josiah runs over 2 and walks in the end zone. The gates were wide open for him for a 14-yard touchdown run, and Sterling extends their lead. But no, the touchdown will not. I didn't even see the flag being thrown.
What a great run of power. Exerted all that power on that run. I mean, he showed his elusiveness, ran hard, bulldozed his way through a couple players and right into the end zone. Unfortunately, it's coming back.
Yeah, there must have been a hold that I did not catch, and it's going to be a 10-yard penalty. So a tough break for Sterling, but if there's any positive behind it, they can probably run the clock after the injured player. Now we see the flag that was on the 15-yard line. Sometimes a little hard to decipher, especially when you had the flag the same color as the socks for Pennsville.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, that is true.
I know there are trillions of colors, but sometimes shades are all that matter. So they'll spot the ball to 24, and it'll be 1st and 20. They'll go back into that full house backfield. And this time,
44.
Oh, it's the other Stewart, and he easily scores. Let's make sure there are no flags down, and I don't see any. So one play late, but Jeremiah Stewart gallops in for a 24-yard touchdown.
Just a nice run. He didn't have to work too hard on that. The line executed their blocks on that. He took the handoff right up the middle, and he bounced it out and, got a touchdown.
And Pennsville just seems to be has just been a bit overmatched, and I can see them wearing down, and that's why the big runs are happening.
Yeah.
Now let's see what Sterling does for the conversion. I think they're 3 for 3 in conversion so far.
Yeah, I mean, it means a lot later on when you're in a dogfight and you know how important they are.
They hand it off up the middle, and it doesn't count. Yes, it does. He gets the conversion. So that means 28-0 with a minute 5 left here in the third quarter. And Sterling once again showing their dominance in the junior circuit.
Yeah, they're putting on a nice performance. They got a good team. I mean, every week we're seeing teams and we're learning them. You learn something new every year because we don't know until we see them who returns, who's not returning from last year. And we learned a lot last year. It was a lot of fun learning these kids and the coaching capabilities and then making it to the championship. But you see a little bit each week. You get a taste of what's to come in the playoffs, and that's what makes it fun. You know what I mean? We don't know, so it's all exciting.
That makes it a lot of fun because obviously here in the booth we don't see what goes on deep in the trenches of the field and what's being done and what goes on, all the other side stories that take place in preparation for the game. But the bottom line, all this is with the team you have, that's who you battle with and you do the best you can with.
Yeah, but the other thing is I get excited about is, you're seeing athletes. Some are just so gifted, and they're playing at a level, way up here. They have this knack of the game, this athletic ability. You can picture, and there's late bloomers, but you could pull out. You could see that kid's definitely going to college one. He's gonna be playing on Saturdays and possibly Sundays. And that's the best part about it because I've seen it with 20 players in South Jersey. You've seen them standing at a higher level, and you're like, wow, this kid's very special. Now he's in the NFL, or he's starting in college for 4 years right now in Division One. But it's fun to see the growth. That's what's great about it.
All right, so Sterling will kick off. And they decide to
there you go fall on it. That's the way you're supposed to do it.
Falling on it.
No heroes on that front line.
Yeah, Trent Cooney was the one who fell on the ball at the 45-yard line.
Yeah, he did it right. He did it right. We don't want no heroes on that front line.
And so Pensville will try it again here in the final minute of the third quarter. I mean, they showed some improvement on offense here in the second half, but it's just once again, the push on both lines has been really the difference in this game. So let's see how they line up here. Be 1st and 10 from the 45-yard line. Waiting in the huddle, probably get one play off before the quarter's up.
Might get one play the way that clock is running. There goes 9, 8.
Yeah, they'll get it off.
Here we go. Good
High snap. Gonna lob it. Pass is caught at the.
Nice. Oh my goodness!
Holy mackerel! Taken out to 30.
Could go all the way. 48 yards.
6.
48 yards.
Or is that a strip fumble and a score?
Wow!
Oh my goodness! I mean, that was yanked out of the receiver's hands and ran all the way to the condo.
And that is his 3rd touchdown today.
That is amazing. He's going on offense and on defense.
Yeah, we got him as number 2. I did hear his name over the intercom because we don't have him on it. Ryan Anthony is what I heard over the intercom.
Wow, what a tremendous game he has had.
So you figure he had a 32-yarder to start this game off, right? He beat that with the next one, a 36. He said, I wasn't done. So he goes out and gets a 48-yard touchdown interception.
Well, I think it's going to be considered unless the receiver never had the ball.
I don't think he had the ball. It kind of looked like he was trying to get possession, and he just went in there and grabbed it before he could bring the ball in.
Well, the conversion fails, so we have officially hit three-quarter time. So Sterling with a 34-0 lead over Pennsville. I don't know if we're going to get that strip play up yet or not, but why don't we do this? All right. So why don't we take a break? We'll get the final core up in just a moment. Stay with us. Okay, welcome back to Sterling High School. Getting ready for the final quarter of this game. Sterling a 34-0 lead on Pennsville in the 12 and under junior circuit here. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplanski, Howard Gaber behind the controls. Just a quick reminder, make sure you subscribe to HSG Network on YouTube. Well, remind our fans, we are close to 3,000 subscribers, and we are the home for TCUFL action. Plenty more stuff in the weeks ahead, and of course, the playoffs come early November, so definitely going to be a lot of fun. So make sure you hit subscribe, and you will get the notifications. So make sure you check us out, HSG Network on YouTube. And we got Friday Night Football coming on Friday with Hillsborough and Westville, so make sure you check those out. And crazy shouts to all the people checking in on the board. Of course, we're shouting out the people on the top of the screen. Some of the positive messages that have appeared on here. But this has been a good day for the junior team for Sterling, who just got a strip and score. As here we have the kickoff to start the final quarter is caught on the fly. It's Whalen who goes to about the 46, and that's about it. So we'll see what Pennsville does. And now I think the job for them is to just finish strong and see if they get some points on the board.
Yeah, that's all you can do at this point right now. You're down 34-0. It's all about pride. Don't hang our heads. We're gonna finish this game. We started it. We finish it. We're gonna finish strong. And I say it every time. When we lose, we're gonna take our best. We're gonna do right now into next week, and that's all we can ask. We're gonna go to the chalkboard on Monday. We're gonna go to the live HSG YouTube channel because everyone's gonna subscribe today, and we're gonna film study. Because we can film study as soon as we go home on that HSG YouTube channel.
No, I'm sure they'll get some things out of that, All right, so Pennsville will get the ball 1st and 10. Now, last second substitution coming in for the Sterling Junior Knights. A very high snap.
Little swing pass out there. Good tackle.
And then there's another ball that got loose.
Oh, boy.
Down about the 44-yard line. Does look like Pennsville got it back.
All right, good. Good job.
Actually, no, it was recovered by Sterling.
I see number 4 was saying it was his. All right, they got it. It looked like number 4 possibly.
Well, the officials didn't even signal anything, so
no.
That's why we got a little bit thrown off. Listen, 34-0. I mean, people are gonna kind of drop a notch there, but it is Sterling's ball, 1st and 10, and we'll read what we have on our sheet as soon as we get to the next play here. And don't forget, everyone gets to play, so they will line up a receiver on the left side. So from the 44, 1st and 10.
Putting that.
And they hand it off, trying to turn the corner, crossing the 40, crossing the 30, and he outruns everybody for a 44-yard touchdown strike.
Wow.
I'm trying to look to see if there are any flags, but there aren't any. And there's actually a injured player on that last play. So Sterling comes out and extends their lead. Now, while we have a second, I'll read down the list. This is who we have. Now, you mentioned Ryan Anthony, who we didn't have on the sheet.
Yeah.
But we also have the following. We have Liam Thomas, Noah Johnson, Julian Davis, Demetrius Haynes, Mason Buniak, Matthew Alston, Maxwell Lutman, Adam St. Cyr, Hosea Stewart, Ryan Hampton, Jeremiah Stewart, and Dylan Hendrickson. Head coach for the junior roster is Frank Bowden, along with assistants Stan Buniak, Chris Durham, Scott Harmon, Bill Hendrickson, Derek Lotman, and Jason Ross, along with Dashim Sanders. The cheerleader coaches for the junior squad, Amy Romano, and assisted by Jerry Starr and Jessica Lopez. Andrew Schmidt is the statistician for the club. And I'm sure there are other people on the roster we do not have. We apologize for that. But, hey, you can let us know who else is playing. If you want to type in on the message board here on HSG Network here on YouTube, just let us know. It was a Pennsville player that was shaken up on that last play, and that's why we had the stoppage. But once again, the junior knights unbelievably impressive here in this
Yeah, they
in this
came in, they
contest.
handled business. I don't think their coach could be any happier. I don't think they made very many mistakes at all in their 40 points. Um, they did everything they could possibly do on offense, defense, special teams. They've intercepted it. They've had big plays. They made big tackles for loss. I mean, they did everything they were supposed to do.
And now the conversion handoff up the middle, and that's an easy score there. So they're 5 out of 6 in conversions, and that makes it 41-0 in favor of Sterling. I mean, what more can you say about how well they prepared for this game?
Yeah, they were well prepared. It shows, and you got to take that in next week. You got to, next week they could face someone a little bit more advanced like them, and they got to be able to handle that punch back. So that's the thing. It's when you're winning big, you're going to meet someone. Every dog has his day to meet someone that barks back. So that's the main thing. We don't have the records. I couldn't find them online today. It looked like the page was down with the standings, so I don't know what their records are and who they played so far to give me an idea if it was someone I've already seen this year. Yeah, so that's the key. You
Well,
got to keep that same intensity when a bigger dog comes up to the fight. You know what I mean?
Yeah, it's true. And not only that, I mean, you get that confidence that goes into next week.
Yeah.
And that's really the biggest thing, too.
Yeah, and the one thing is always, no matter who you play week to week, you respect them as if they're champions. And that's one thing I've always looked at. It doesn't matter if you're playing someone that's 10-0 or 0-10. You got to go in there and play as a champion as if they're a champion. That's the mindset you got to get at this level of every level of football. You always want to play at your highest level. You don't downplay ever. You never downplay. So they're doing the right thing. They're doing what they're supposed to do today. They have the advantage, and they're playing good football against a team that was a little bit less, fortunate than they were today. But you don't pull the dogs off.
All right, well, now we're back to get the ball into play here for the final 7:40 of game number 3. Approaching the tee, and here is the short directional kickoff. That is bobbled and down to 40-yard line once again. It's Owen Whalen who is able to recover the ball. And so Pennsville will have another shot. Let's see if they can finish strong. I mean, obviously, neither team has been perfect, and we say this for Sterling. I know they turned the ball over a couple of times.
Oh, yeah.
They've been able to overcome those mistakes. Unfortunately for Pennsville, you can't say the same thing.
Yeah, they've had a tough day today against a very talented Sterling team, and they just gotta rebound. They're gonna have their good games too. They're gonna play a team at their the next few weeks, and they're gonna get in that end zone and make some big plays.
Okay, they're in the huddle and looking to come up with something here. The ball is spotted their own 40-yard line. It is 1st and 10. Something else I observed we'll talk about the next play. And they're going to line up a receiver on each side, man in motion, an inside handoff that's going to push maybe a yard to the 41. Now, this is what I was talking about, and pardon me if I asked this question before. You see the center come out of the huddle first, and then everyone else follow. Is that a direct thing that happens a lot with teams?
Yeah, I mean, I was a center, and a lot of times a quarterback will call the play one time. The center goes and gets sets up because a lot of times if you all run out there together, it's a long time cluster. So the center runs out there. He centers everyone for the ball. There he goes, his feet placement. Now when the other guys come, they know where to set up quick. I mean, you want it to be crisp, So yeah, he's just setting up. He's setting up the troops because it could be ugly sometimes if he doesn't.
I thought they blew the play dead there, but yeah, they did. It is a false start. It's just that the referees are kind of put their whistles away a little bit.
I don't know if they do it now. Talking about center, when I was a center as a kid, we used to have to run to the huddle and scream huddle real loud as we could and put our arm up in the air and be like huddle. I hated it. Like it was all game huddle. I don't know if they do that now. I don't see the kids doing it. But we were forced. If we didn't do it, we were penalized.
Wow.
Yeah, we were running laps.
How the game has changed, folks.
Yeah, we were punished for that. Like,
The play
will say huddle.
The play counted, but it was ruled illegal formation, so it is still 2nd and 14. Let's see what Pennsville decides to come up with here on this play. Probably looking for other receiver sets as they do a receiver on each side here. Now they crunch up a little bit. They kind of stack a little bit on the left.
Yeah, we're showing a big blitz right in that middle. They're going to blow up the A gap and
they
got that
lob
swing
it.
pass out.
Pass is caught trying to knock out a defender and only gets about 2 to the 38-yard line. So once again, it's Sterling staying in their lanes and not allowing very much to develop from it.
Yeah, they're playing stingy defense, very physical. There's not much you're doing against this team today. They're lights out. Had a great game. All the players, they've got some sacks, big tackles for losses, interceptions for touchdowns, forced fumbles, fumble recoveries. I mean, they're doing pretty much everything they were sent out there to do.
The ball's at the 38-yard line, so it is 3rd and 12. We'll see what they try and do is run to the 4-minute mark. Into shotgun. And trying to get out of there, but too much defense. And quarterback goes down at the 30-yard line for yet another sack.
Yeah, he had a fumble recovery earlier. Only thing I can't do is see if that's a 4-5 or a 9-5. I'm thinking 9-5. So he's got a big sack. He's got a big fumble recovery. He's had some good plays on the D-line.
Well, Pensville will get one more shot at it here on 4th and what looks to be 17. Ball right outside the 33-yard line. And now timeout's going to be called by Pennsville. I guess they want to discuss the last play. So we'll keep it here. What do you think? I know it's a tough day for Pennsville, but what do you think their head coach is stressing right now?
Over on Pennsville, hey, he's just keep your heads up, guys. Hey, I'm proud of you. They're a good team, but, we got some work to do, and, we're going to make some changes on Monday. And, there's not much more but positive vibes you can give. You know what I mean? You just never want your team to hang their head because you got to lead. If they hang their heads, you feel that you were the reason. So that's your goal, man, is to keep their heads up, their morale up, and let's bounce back. The main thing is you want everyone to have fun. You want everyone to have fun, and you want to keep that atmosphere at all times at this level. It is a game of wins and losses, and unfortunately, somebody has to lose. But they're not the first team to lose a game, and that's what you always got to say. You're not the first team. I think the Eagles lost today, right? Philadelphia Eagles lost?
Should I say something about that?
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, you're a Cowboys fan. I figured you'd like to touch on that.
No, I'm not. No, I'm gonna yield on that, but I will tell you another sort of Birds one.
Oh wait, you talking about the England Patriots? What? Oh, wait a minute. I heard my New York Jets beat them last week. I heard, right? With the Jets on Thursday Night Football.
Howard's having a tough afternoon.
I know we're in Eagles country. I do support the Eagles back home. We got a little time. Howard our cameraman is a New England Patriots fan. I know. And my guy next to me is a Cowboys fan.
But we're all human beings. Doesn't matter what it is.
I don't know about that.
Here's a pass going, and it is just a little bit wide, incomplete. So Pennsville turns the ball over on downs, and it'll be Sterling's ball inside the 30, at the 33-yard line.
Yeah, they got an opportunity possibly to put more one in. To run a few plays, let that clock go. At this point, sportsmanship, is
I think Sterling. Yeah, Sterling calling their timeout. Oh, Pennsville. I beg your pardon.
We're gonna get ready for that senior game.
I was about to say, John.
Yeah, I see the seniors warming up back there. So, if you just tuned in, we are going to have one more game in this quad. One more game to finish out this Sunday. Hopefully we can catch a late NFL game today. Is there any late games? Is there late games on Sundays? I don't even know.
Of course, the Bills and the Ravens tonight.
Bills and Ravens. Oh, that's a good game.
And you got 2 Monday nighters tomorrow.
Yeah, our junior MVP, he said his favorite team is the from today. He said his favorite team is the Ravens. That was good. Sophomore. Oh, the sophomores. Yeah, this is the junior. Our sophomore MVP said his favorite team is the Ravens.
So we've had the Packers, we've had the Ravens, and hey, we might get two more
Oh,
new
the freshman.
teams
That was the Packers, huh? He said he's a
Yes.
Packers fan. That was number 49. Frey. That
That's
was Frey,
correct,
right? Frey, yeah.
All right, so it will be Sterling ball 1st and 10. Probably get
Man
some
in
new
motion.
players in the game here. As there's his handoff. Getting through the hole. Look at this. Going to the 20. He's going to outrun everybody again.
33-yard score.
Wow. That's all I have to say about this.
Is that number 5? I think it was, looks like Noah Johnson.
And they're giving everybody a chance to run the football, and it has just been, it's been a clinic. But I think the play of this game was the defensive touchdown at the end of the 3rd quarter. Would you agree?
Oh, it was exciting. Yeah, it was. I'm gonna let it be known right now. Number 2 is our MVP today from Sterling. We're gonna bring him up here. And this guy has a heck of a game. 48-yard interception. It did.
All right, so we'll see what they do with the extra point here. They've made all but one. Let's see what they do. A handoff up the middle, pushing the pile. Did they break the plane?
Nice.
They did break the plane.
Yeah, it's very important. Them extra points are so crucial. And, they know the importance of it. They've capitalized every one of them. A lot of teams will go back and forth with the 2 points and the 1 points. And you know what? They're just going with them ones. One.
But I think the more important thing is, hey, listen, on both sides, very impressive day for Sterling for the juniors. I mean, you could say back to the drawing board for Pensville, but hey, everyone's allowed a bad night once in a while. And in this case, hey, you only improve from here. Sometimes the matchups just do not bounce in your favor, and that's really all there is to it. And I think that's exactly what we saw here. But if anything, at least we do know that from both teams' perspective, they did get one team to win. And I think all they're going to do is try, remember, it's a running clock now, but try and get a kickoff up, and now that should do it. And we will see who kicks off to whom. And hey, you never know. Maybe Pennsville runs it back. Crazier things have happened to end ball games, even if they've been long decided.
Yeah.
So they'll kick it off. A one hopper to about the 26. Trying to turn the corner. Oh, what a block there. Slipping through one tackle, going down to about the 42. So a nice play to end proceedings of the junior contest. It was all Sterling all the time. 48-0. John, your final thoughts on this one?
You win some, you lose some. You just got to regroup for Pennsville, come back next week stronger and better, and go through a better game plan. Sterling, enjoy your huge victory, and keep that intensity, for next week. I don't know who they're playing, but good luck to both teams.
And I think they'll do well going forward. All right, we're going to take a short break. Final score, Sterling over Pennsville, 48-0 in the 12 and under game. We'll take a break. We'll come back with the player of the game of a short interview right after this. Hi, it took us a couple moments here, but we are back here at Sterling High School. We're about ready to have the senior game in a few moments. But first, a word with our junior player of the game, Ryan Hampton, who had a heck of a game. Holy mackerel. In Sterling's 48-0 win over Pennsville, you were all over the place. 31, 36, 44-yard touchdown, and I think you had the play of the game with that, what we call that, a fumble recovery? Intercept? What was that all
took it
about?
out of his hand.
You just took it out of his hand. So basically, it was more of a fumble recovery, if anything else.
Yeah.
How would you describe that play?
Well, they tried passing my side, and I seen the ball coming. I just took it.
You sure did. I mean, that was more brute strength than anything else. I mean,
Yeah.
but what do you think the difference was in today's game with your team? Because you definitely seemed very prepared.
I just think we were better and faster and bigger,
And
and they
and
couldn't stop the blitz.
and the thing is, I mean, you'd certainly had your day and well deserved here. But moving forward, I mean, I don't know who you have next week, but what are you looking forward to your for next week's contest with the momentum that you built for today?
More touchdowns and less mistakes.
Well, the key obviously is fewer mistakes. By the way, got a favorite player you look up to?
Um, I'll say Saquon Barkley.
Oh, Saquon. Okay, I don't even know how he did because we've just been broadcasting today, but I'm sure he's gonna have a real good year here. So I'm assuming you're an Eagles fan.
Yeah.
All right. Well, hey, you never know. I mean, there's still a lot of season left to go. Anyone you want to say hi to for your family or anyone like that?
Hi, Mom. Dad, family. I don't know.
Hey, listen, tell them you get to see a great performance here on HSG Network on YouTube. But Ryan, congratulations.
Thank you.
Wonderful effort for you and continued success as we go forward.
Thank you.
All right, no problem. I mean, there's Ryan Hampton, our player of the game for the junior contest. Senior ones will be just a moment as we'll be going down to the field in just a second. So just stay with us for that. All right, we are back for one more contest here at Sterling High School here in Somerdale, New Jersey. The 14 and under senior bracket with Pennsville, the Eagles, and Sterling, the Knights. Obviously, after the first three games, this obviously is a, shall we say, a build-up for all the years of these kids playing football and learning and all that stuff. So a couple different things going with this. Anyway, I'm Tom Wilkins. Howard Gabriel on the controls. John Saplansky will be rejoining me shortly. As Pennsville received the ball first, as the kickoff gets its final game underway, taking it about the 31-yard line on a line drive and taken to about the 38-yard line. So that is where Pennsville, who's been basically in the same uniform all four games, and same thing can be said for Sterling, Pennsville in their blue uniforms with white numerals and gold trim, and Sterling in their white uniforms with a little bit of purplish numbers and black trim as well. So right now, ball be spotted at the 40-yard line, be 1st and 10. Expected to be a pretty good matchup here as the seniors, I'm obviously looking forward to playing for their respective high schools, for Pennsville and for Sterling, respectively, or wherever they go from here. Let's see how this culmination lines up. So 1st and 10, receiver on each side. So I would have to see there be a more balance of run and pass here in the seniors. They send the man in motion, and a handoff, and it's a missed exchange. Sterling says they have it, and they do. So Sterling recovers the fumble on the very opening play of the game, and they will get the ball now to 36-yard line. The recovery looks like it was Elijah Campbell, number 81. He's the one who made the recovery, and Sterling is in business, and they're going to spot the ball at the 37-yard line. So right away, a turnover. And remember, we've had drizzle the last couple of hours, so ball security has been a little bit of an issue today, especially in the last couple of games. So let's see how Sterling takes advantage of the turnover. 1st and 10. They got 3 receivers, slot left. Back to pass, looking, going to take a shot down the field. He has a guy, and it's knocked away, incomplete. That was intended for Peyton Cato, who was down the field, and he looked like he might have gotten all tangled up, and he's shaken up down at about the 5-6 yard line as John Zaplensky is back with us here.
Hey, that was a long walk. I'm back.
Hey, listen, it's still exercise if you think about it.
Oh yeah, it's top of my agenda. Maybe sometime in the near future.
And it looks like Cato, the one shaken up, he's getting some assistance off the field. So following the incomplete pass, it is 2nd and 10 from the 37-yard line. We will see. We will see how Sterling battles without one of their deep threats here, and hopefully this is not a serious injury here.
Yeah, you never want to see that happen to any player at any level. You want to go to school, you want to go to work on Monday.
In a modified 2nd and 10, they hand it off, slides through one tackle, not the second. That was a pretty hard hit. Looks to be number 9, Chase Baker, or
5,
or it was 5, Ashton Quinn. So, hey, like I said, uniform design, sometimes you just can't quite get the numbers
it's a tough
correct.
one. Looks like number 2 is the quarterback for Sterling. That's Peyton Cato.
That would be if they got a couple of number
1st
2s
down.
here. Here's a handoff over to about the 34-yard line. Now, pardon me, I missed there was a flag for an illegal formation, which that would not count to play anyway. So it was a 5-yard penalty followed by a 1-yard run and now another 5-yard run. So it is 3rd and 6 now. Ball spotted at the 33 and now the ball's out. And falling on it is Sterling at the 33-yard line. So once again, ball security, a big issue here.
Yeah, we seen that last game, some big fumbles that, cost Pennsville in the game before, some big fumbles too. And that last 2 games, you got to hold on to the ball. You cough up the ball. Good thing they got it, but it's a big 4th down now.
Okay, so it'll be 4th and 6 from the 33-yard line. And needless to say, let's see if they can line up something good here. They're going to do,
spread out, going to put trips left out there.
Oh, they're going to do an empty gun, actually. So they'll go heavy on the left here. And now going under center is the quarterback. Can you imagine if they do a quarterback draw? And now they might have got him offside.
Yeah, that's a freebie right there.
Well, it's going to keep him just a hair short of a 1st down. Probably less than a yard now. So that changes things.
Yeah.
So instead of going empty gun, now you can go big on top of the and get the push that's necessary.
We saw a few plays with number 5 in the backfield. Obviously he's must be their go-to guy. Hard runner for the short gains, downhill runner from what I saw, and only a few plays. I'm sure they're going to go right back to him to try to get this first down, unless they quarterback keep it.
Well, they could do a number of things. So 4th and 6 and 4th and 1 are two completely different scenarios here, especially in the early part of the game. So 4th and a yard, the ball spot at the 28. They go under center. They have a single back. They go spread, and the handoff I don't think it's going to work. I don't think it worked. And unless there was another bad exchange, it's going to be a turnover on downs, and Pennsville will get the ball. But meanwhile, another shaken up player for Sterling down about the 29-yard line. So I don't know, John, if there was just a bad exchange or just a broken play.
Yeah, you know what? You got to execute your play, and you got to hold on to that ball.
I mean, this has been a very hard-hitting game already, like just over 2 minutes in. And Sterling already in their opening drive, they've already had 2 injuries on their side of the ball, and this one, well, hopefully it's not serious. Maybe it's just a cramp. We don't know, but that might have been the quarterback. Now, keep in mind that we do have a couple of duplicate numbers on the squad, so gonna have to bear with us on making sure we get it correct here. But tough break here for Sterling as they not only turned the ball over on downs, but they've already lost 2 players on offense in their opening drive.
Yeah, hopefully there's just a little bit of a little of a stinger, nothing major. Just walk it off, a little cramp in the calf. That's what you always hope for, something minor. Didn't drink enough water before the game. Maybe
And sometimes it's the night before that matters the most, making sure you have everything in your system.
Yeah.
All right, so a big break for Pennsville as they have 1st and 10 for the 29-yard line. And they're going to pitch out to the man in motion. He has a big hole. Looking at 40.
Wow.
Run, everybody. Down to the 40, down to the 36-yard line. And no flags down on the play. That's a 36-yard run. 37, actually. They're going to spot the 35-yard line of Sterling.
I think that was number 17, if I'm not
It
mistaken.
was David Biddle. And what a run for him.
Very nice run. You got number 34 in there for Pennsville as your quarterback. Odd number for a quarterback, I would say.
You
right?
know, when I was in high school, we had quarterback numbers of 26 and 28.
Yeah.
But that was in 1986 and 87, I think, before they.
Sometimes there's a story behind the number. It could have been, someone was the quarterback earlier in the season and got hurt and he stepped in.
All right, left side evidently moved, and it is a false start against Pennsville. If you're talking 34, we're talking Connor Dowens, who is the quarterback. But left side moved on that last play, and it makes it 1st and 15 back at the 40-yard line. That's something that Pennsville can't afford to do. You get a big play, and all of a sudden you get a false start. I mean, those 5-yard penalties are usually disciplinary penalties.
Yeah.
All right, so that is where Pennsville will try and get themselves back together. I'll tell you, that guy, number 17, David Biddle, he ran very quick, very fast, and almost outran everybody.
Yep. So now you got number 34 coming out here at wide receiver and a change at quarterback now. So seeing that they're changing up their formations and their players in formation.
Rolling to his right,
Wow,
slipping out
away.
one tackle, but not the next one. That was Chase Johnson, the quarterback that time, and he got chased down literally and ends up being sacked.
81 and 28 on the tackle.
Elijah Campbell and it looked like Eric Loper Jr. were in on the sack, and ends up being a 4-yard loss. So that false start has really caused things to fall apart a little bit for Pennsville, as they are now faced with a 2nd and 19 for the 44-yard line.
Yeah, that's a big loss. I mean, they got back there pretty quickly, and you don't want to give up that many yards. It's tough to come back from that. So now you got a 2nd and 20, 19.
Well, they condensed the formation this time. Might go wing here, and they hand another bad exchange and recovered by Sterling.
Yep, got the ball back.
My goodness gracious.
28, comes in there with a big sack and then comes up with a fumble.
Eric Loper Jr., he ends up being the hero there for the defense, and Sterling gets the ball back. So man, after a huge run, everything fell apart for Pennsville, and now their second turnover in as many possessions. It'll be 1st and 10 now, Sterling at their own 47. Now let's
Yeah,
see
we got a little bit of a dogfight going on right now in this first quarter. Teams are what you like to see evenly matched. The lines are getting a good fight in the middle of them trenches. Everyone's working hard right now. Just need that first score to set the tone. They're both looking for it.
and
There's
there's
the pitch.
a pitch out here, and good play, and I think it was just too slow to develop.
That was number 8 for Pennsville.
That'd be Audrina Acevedo, who was able to make the grab. It ends up being no gain on the play. Now force a 2nd and 10. So, and I think that type of play, I mean, the option was a little slow, and then everything was slower on the development, and that allowed the defense to close in quick.
Actually, it might have been number 9 out there. It would have been Baker Chase Baker. Because I see number 9 at this outside linebacker here, and I don't see a number 8. Yeah, it was number 9. So it was Chase Baker on that nice tackle.
All right, 2nd down. They're going to try to pit. No, it's a keeper. Taken around midfield and out of bounds at about the 48-yard line. That time, Ashton Quinn was able to bring the quarterback down at about the 48, but still 5-yard pickup, and it still forces a 3rd and 5. And right now, I think both teams are trying to feel each other out. I mean, you could see this being pretty close to being an evenly matched contest here.
I said that already. You can see that they're pretty well matched until someone gets that first strike to see if they're going to pull away or they're going to fight back. They seem very even in size. Good-sized linemen, good-sized utility players, moving the ball very well.
Well, they got three. Actually, it's a spread formation, I beg your pardon, with a modified for the quarterback who's waiting to take the snap and does. He's looking. Now he's going to jolt right. Still running, still being chased, and then taken down back in his own territory. By the way, that would be, looked like Jashawn Waters is the quarterback, and he was brought down pretty hard, and that's going to kind of force a 4th and long and probably a punt for Sterling.
Yeah, we got it going back and forth type game right now. A little bit of,
And the lights have just come on here at Sterling High School. I mean, we've had cloudy skies all
cloudy.
day.
Yeah, it's getting a little cloudy out right now, a little overcast.
I mean, it just has not been, at least thankfully, it has not been like a pouring rain. Here's the snap on 4th down, and the punt's away.
Punt
high and end over end, and caught on the fly
17.
by David Biddle, who'll get to the 40 and pushed out to 43. So Pennsville will get the ball at that point. So good job by Biddle anticipating the catch and then taking, I'll see whatever yards he can get. I mean, you have to do that instead of having the mentality of trying to score on every play. I mean, it's just not humanly possible.
Yeah.
But if the opportunity exists, you go for it.
Yeah, I mean, you're looking to just get them yards. You're looking to just get downfield, and if you can break one, you're going to take it. But they're not long. You're not looking for that long ball. I haven't seen a lot of it lately. Teams just dropping back and throwing 30, 40 yards downfield. We haven't seen it very often. We had some nice passes in the past few weeks, but a lot of running, a lot of hard running, a lot of quarterback option play last couple weeks. It's nice to see the different offensive formations and how these guys run.
Okay, 1st and 10. Ball spotted at the 43. Back the pass and firing off his foot. It's intercepted and going the other way. Could possibly be a pick 6. We'll see. Skips out one tackle. Skips out another. Goes down the 13-yard line. And Peyton Cato, who was injured on the first offensive play of the game, has come back and made a huge defensive play, giving Sterling the ball in the red zone at the 13-yard line. Let's take a look at the replay, John. I would have to think this was a bit of an underthrown ball, wouldn't you think?
Yeah. Pennsville's setting up. They're a little tight. Single back. Quarterback is under center. He's going to drop back. It's number 34. He's going to launch the ball. It's coming back. The receiver's got momentum. The safety read it. He comes up for it at the 48-yard line. He's going to cross the 20 before he's tackled. He's still going and, resulting in giving them good field position.
And now And just as we were about to get the first play going, Pennsville calls timeout. I wanted to also add, if I could, the quarterback going back, he was being rushed and he was throwing off his back foot, which when that happens, usually the target obviously falls well short, and that helps the safety recognize it, step in, make the
Oh,
pick.
yeah, it's a great play. You know, he put a 33 yards, I think, on that, return. That's great.
And
that was a big spark what they needed to get downfield over here and possibly put one in, get this goose egg game going.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. I mean, you make a play like that. I mean, think about what Pennsville's done. They've turned the ball over already all 3 times that they've had the ball so far. 2 fumbles and an interception. And that's not really making their head coaching staff very happy.
Nah, they turned it over, but they've still stopped them, so they need another big stop right here. We don't want to turn the ball over, but, I mean, it's still 0-0. So if you could fix those turnovers and those mistakes, what could we do? And that's what the coach is going to tell them. Look what we could do if we stop. That's what we want to do.
All right, so let's see if Sterling can take advantage of yet another Pennsville turnover. Ball spot
out
at the 13-yard line. And they're going to triple the left side here in this modified. Run to 13. Back to pass, looking,
got his eyes
firing,
on
just a little bit high, incomplete. I think they were going towards Ryan Penderleith, and just was a little bit high and threw his hands. So 2nd and 10 coming up. And who knows, they probably could have gone for the far receiver, but I guess there was a minor case of a miscommunication there. So we'll find out what they decide to do here on 2nd down. Again, it's Jay-Sean Waters at the quarterback, and he will probably spread everyone out here. I mean, obviously, these senior games, you see a lot more formations, especially in a passing game.
Yeah, they changed it up. They got a bigger playbook. They got players that are well developed. They've been through the system. You can execute a lot better than when you're younger, so you got more options.
Well, they're going with
Great
a
defense.
jet, and unfortunately ran right into a linebacker who read the play perfectly.
Is that number 9?
Chase Baker completely flattened him, and that ends up going to be a 3rd down play, and then a big 5-yard loss back to the 19-yard line.
Yeah, he's got a good knack for the ball. That's 2 big tackles for losses already we've seen out of him. Probably missed a few more with him on the bottom of piles, but he's holding down the fort on that right side.
That'll make it 3rd and 15. Ball around the edge of the red zone for Sterling. They try to take advantage of the Pennsville turnover, the interception, the long return. Looks like they do have 2 receivers on the right-hand side. They may add a 3rd, we'll see. But in the meantime, they go modified here. As Waters is getting the snap, a low one. And they're going to go with an inside handoff, scooting through the line over to about the 15, maybe the 14-yard line. Good carry on the part of Ryan Schmidt. But he gets 6, but it's still going to be 4th and about 9, and it'll be interesting to see what the coaching staff calls for this one. I mean, obviously, you have to have a specialty situation if you're going to try a field goal. But remember, these are 14 and unders, so you don't necessarily anticipate that.
All right. Looks like we're going to go for it.
Go for a field goal.
Yeah, they're going for it.
31-yarder. Let's see how this goes. Right hash mark. Takes the snap. They're coming. Kick on its way. And he got it!
That's what I'm talking about.
Wow.
Yeah.
Not bad. Was that the quarterback who kicked it through?
Yeah, it looked like number 12 was in there.
That's Jay-Sean Waters. So not only is he a quarterback, he's a field goal kicker.
Beautiful.
I'm not saying he's Brandon Aubrey, but he's on his way.
He had the distance and was accurate. Gotta like that. You don't see it often, so when you do.
I mean, that's a tremendous kick.
3-0. Sterling lead with a field goal.
You don't find very many field goals in this league.
No.
Especially, I mean, can understand the senior lot. You probably get a couple, probably not in any of the other divisions.
Take a lot of extra points, but.
But I tell you what, when you have a special teams kicker like that, that is a massive plus.
Yeah, that's 31-yarder. That's great. That was a great thing to see. If you're back home, it's going on the highlight. You don't see many of them.
That's true. And on the Pennsville side, they're probably thinking, we better make sure they get a touchdown late in the game rather than being in between 1, 2, or 3 points down, because that could happen again.
Yep.
Kickoff taken down about the 40-yard line by number 34, Connor Dowens. And that is where Pennsville will start again. Now, obviously, their coach is pleading, do not turn the ball over. They have turned the ball over with 2 fumbles and an interception in their 3 drives so far. So, and obviously, they had one very good run, and all of a sudden, everything went backward for them with a false start and another turnover.
Yeah, they got to find their groove right now. 3-0 ball game. We don't see that often. It puts a smile on my face. 3-0. But yeah, they got to find their groove right now, and you don't want to give the ball over because this team kicking on the field goal.
Okay, 1st and 10 from the 40-yard line, and they're going to go with a handoff over to the 44-yard line. Believe it or not, that is a runner in Aiden Epstein. He's number 55, and you don't normally see defensive or offensive lineman numbers end up being running backs eligible to carry the ball. So it ends up being a 5-yard pickup at 2nd and 5. So, hey, we're seeing a little bit of everything in this game.
34 at quarterback, 55 at running back. I like it.
Yeah, you don't see that every day in football.
Well, the NFL changed all their rules with the numbers, and guys are taking advantage of that too in the NFL.
Well, hey, they'll make it even more interesting if they add fractions to it.
Yeah.
2nd and 5 to the 45-yard line. They send a man in motion, and it's going to be a quarterback keeper for a 1st down.
A slight counter on that. The fake handoff goes right behind the tailback through the left side over there through that 3-hole.
That was close to being an illegal motion foul, but he's a yard short of a 1st down, and we will take a break as we have hit quarter time. It's been a pretty interesting 1 through 1 quarter. Sterling over Pennsville 3-0 in the senior game. Let's grab a break, and we'll have quarter number 2 right after this.
Fulfilling your dream is our passion. We have the staff, equipment, resources, and facilities to cater your next event. Our personal service throughout the process is unmatched. Spectacular food preparation and presentation, knowledgeable, hospitable servers, flexibility. We will modify our menu to suit your needs. We can cater off-site to your premise or venue. Cater your event at a unique venue in the tri-state area or present to you our exclusive facility. Innovative catering concepts will make your event one to remember. We are your complete caterer.
All right, we are back for quarter number 2 here at Sterling High School. Hope you've enjoyed all the action today here on HSG Network. We still got 3 quarters left in this one. Sterling in the 14 and under senior game. They have a 3-0 lead on Pennsville and the Eagles. Again, I'm Tom Wilkins, of course, with John Zaplensky and Howard Gaber, of course, taking care of all the controls, the cameras and stuff. We didn't have really much in the name of rain, but we've had some drizzle throughout as this 3rd down play is hard-charging quarterback draw and ends up being a 1st down after a 4-yard pickup. So the ball will be spotted.
No, it was 55.
Oh,
it was
55.
Yeah.
He probably got a very quick handoff, and Epstein was able to
He's
gain
got
4.
explosion. I got to give him that. He's got that number 55, so it's kind of like maybe a diversion to try to make you think he's slow. But he hit the hole hard, and he had a nice carry.
So it picks up a 4-yard gain, and now make it 1st and 10 as the ball is spotted at the 47 of Sterling. Now, Pennsville trying to get something positive here. First 3 drives, they turned the ball over. Now they're looking to get something positive after giving up a field goal. Single back, they send somebody in motion. Left side moved. So a false start against Pennsville, and you can tell the left side just lifted a hand right just before the snap happened, and the official caught it, and it ends up being a 5-yard penalty. Like I said, you keep things things a lot closer eye in the seniors than you would the freshmen.
Yeah, but these penalties, like I always say, coaches come in with a game plan. And, you know, if you're not coach, you don't understand when you got that game plan, it's working, and then something happens, takes you out of your game. Now you got to go to a different game plan. You know, he didn't expect it to be, you know, supposed to be 2nd and 5, not 1st and 15, you know, so it's tough to coach, you know. And these are kids, so at the same time they're learning and you're working on your craft as a coach, but you want to go positive gains, none of these penalties, they hurt you.
1st and 15 from the 48. Now they get a
17.
handoff, and
right.
going back to midfield, maybe the 49-yard line is David Biddle. He's able to just cross into a Sterling territory, but it's still going to be a 2nd and 12.
It was about 2 yards on that for Biddle.
And I think what I've seen here is that Pennsville does have a pretty good running game. As long as the blockers get off on their blocks and do everything properly, then the running backs pretty much take care of the rest.
Yeah, just hit them gaps. You know, he had that big 37-yarder earlier. You know, they got the potential to move the ball. You know, and it's only 3-0 early in the second quarter. This is any man's game. They just got to execute their offenses and get downfield. You know, whoever's going to be hungrier is going to take this game.
Definitely agree with that, John. 2nd and 12 from the 49. Quarterback again under center. Again, man motion on the left. They go with the inside handoff, and this time Sterling was ready for it.
Yeah.
Close the gap and forces a 1-yard loss.
They sent that motion to 55, and right there into the 3 gap, he blew it up, and they just closed it down. I mean, he was following that motion, you know, that motion block, and the defense was just so fast to shut it down.
They're going to say no gain on the play, so it'll be 3rd and 12. Right outside the 49-yard line. We'll see what Pennsville decides to call here. I mean, we have seen some successful plays, but again, the second time today that they had a big play, and then all of a sudden end up being a penalty on the next set of downs, and that ends up being their downfall. We'll see how they line up. They got 2 receivers on the right. It's going to be a shotgun between split backs. They play fake. They're going to lob the swing. It is caught. Stevie turned the corner. He cannot. He is met about a yard behind the line of scrimmage at the midfield stripe. So good read and penetration by the Sterling defense to force the guy out of midfield. And I think Pennsville's going to have to punt. And for them, I think that would be a positive, because that way they can put Sterling back in a much more difficult field position.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, we're at the 50 right now, 4th and 12, it looks like.
Yeah, 4th and 13.
4th and 13. Yeah, he's set up for punt. Looks like he's back. Now, he's back good. A lot of games we've seen this year when they punted, you know, the guys were up a little too close. He's in a good placement right there, 10 yards back. I mean, a couple of games they were blocked, and they were, 5 and 6, and the guys were just in his face. So he's good. You need a good center, get the ball back there 10 yards at least. Good snap, right up in his hands. Oh, yeah.
And he got it off, and there's a flag down at the very end, and I think it's possible that Johnson may have been tipped. He might have just been tipped by the
He had a lot of guys in his face, too.
Yeah, and I think there might have been just slight contact, and because of that contact, the flag went down. Audrina Acevedo is complaining that he never touched him. And I'm not sure what the rule is here, or unless it's a completely different penalty. Let's find out. Oh, they had illegal substitution against Pensville in that particular situation. So there was no contact. And you would have to think if there was contact, you would have a flag thrown closer to the punter. That one was on completely the opposite side of the field. So they downed the ball, and I believe it's a 5-yard penalty from that spot.
Yep.
So that is why.
First down now.
That's right. That means Sterling will have 1st and 10, and they're going to spot the ball at the 28-yard line.
So they're spreading it out a little bit right from the jump here. Spread formation. Quarterback's going to stay in shotgun. Well, it's going to be nice to see if they're going to try to air it out downfield right from the beginning.
We'll find out.
Draw.
Oh, they're going to go with a draw play
Nice
up the
draw,
middle with
too.
a nice cut. Spin move, crossing
15,
the 40 and
18,
down to
19,
the
maybe
oh,
20.
wow, to the 49-yard line for a 21-yard pickup.
Wow, great run.
Or 22. They're going to give him the midfield stripe.
Yeah, he's a hard runner. He's an inside tackle runner, but he runs hard. You know, from watching his running technique, he's that short yard runner that'll make a big play.
And they're going tempo again, and they're going to do the option. A handoff this time, not much, for about maybe 2 to the 48. Ryan Schmidt with the carry that time.
Ashton Quinn with the tackle.
I think one thing that Sterling is doing is they're putting in tempo, trying to avoid substitutions if possible. But everyone has to still play anyway, one way or the other. All right, so 2 receivers on the left. They have a slot on that left side on 2nd and 8. They play fake,
Wow,
and it's a
they
keeper.
bid on that, and he's got a nice. Oh!
Not so nice, and he lost the ball.
Oh,
And
wow.
recovered by Pensville.
Number 15. Is
Oh,
that Biddle?
man. That was actually
That made that play.
Sunny Clay made a recovery, I believe.
But it was 15 on defense. Now, they got 2 15s on this Pennsville team. No, Biddle's 17, so 15. Clay?
Sunny Clay.
Yes, Sunny Clay.
And he can play. I mean, they were able to stop the run. I mean, that was a
I thought
good.
Biddle had 15 too at 17.
That was a good run pass option, but then unfortunately the door closed and the quarterback, Waters, was not able to secure the ball, and that gives Pennsville life again at the midway point of the second quarter.
Great defensive play.
All right, here's a handoff, and that is Johnson, who will get to about the 48-yard line. So maybe a yard or 2 on the play. It forces 2nd and 8. And I think on the defensive side for Pennsville, they ought to be very pleased that they were able to force a turnover there.
Yeah, it's a back-and-forth game. I mean, you know, that field goal is going to be detrimental at the end of the game. You know, the way they're playing, it could be the only score. I mean, they're going back and forth. You don't know, you know, and if you lose by 3, I mean, they could both score again, and they got that field. It's a huge advantage. You know, sometimes just that 1 extra point, but a field goal, big. That's really big.
All right, so after a yard pickup, 2nd and 9. They got a receiver on each side here, and they're going to try a jet, swinging around to the left. Can he turn the corner? He will, 45, and then he slides down there. I'm wondering if he lost his footing on the turf.
Could get him about 6 yards on that.
Tamir Logan with the stop, but it's still 5 yard. It's still 4-yard pickup, and makes it a 3rd and 5. Ball spot at the 44-yard line, and be interesting to see what Pennsville decides to call. It could go either way here. Running has worked for them.
Yeah.
But now they have to find a right pass play to counter with this pretty aggressive Sterling defense.
You know, they got a good average, you know.
My ear.
Yeah, God bless me.
Yeah,
Allergic
bless
to
you.
Cameraman.
On 3rd down, the handoff goes up the middle and looks like it might be a first down for
55.
Aiden Epstein. We'll see where they spot it. It looks pretty good from here. So that was a tough up the middle run, and they will move those chains.
Nice. So he got about, it looks nice 6-yard run. So again, you know, all their runs been 5, 4, 4, 6, 4, 2, 37. So, you know, again, I love that ground and pound, looking for them 4 yards. You know, give me 4 all day, I'll take it. Not only are we wearing down that defense, but we're showing we can get positive gains every play, and then we're going to strike, you know. So
And
you
on
can't go wrong with 4 yards.
On the Pennsville side, they are taking care of the time of possession here. As we're coming
Spread
up
it out a little bit now.
They got a receiver on each side here. 1st and 10 from the 38. They give to Johnson, who has a hold. He's off and running.
Wow,
Turns around
10.
the 30. He's getting to the 20, and he will go out of bounds inside the 20. They're going to give him the 15. A 23-yard pickup for Chase Johnson. And I'll tell you what, Pennsville's in business.
That was a good run.
He was able to
17-yard
slip.
gain.
He was able to slip out of a tackle, and away he went. And that was a heck of a run.
That was a great run. You know, at first you thought the quarterback might have turned wrong with his step, and he turned completely around, it looked like. And it looked like he wasn't going to get the handoff. And, you know, it might have been designed that way, and he got it off, and he right off tackle. And a great Great yardage.
A handoff up the middle will get him to about maybe the 11-yard line. And once again, the interior lineman or running back, Aiden Epstein, picks up another 5. They're really churning up some yards in the running game, especially here in this midway part of first quarter into the second.
Yeah, Epstein is just consistent 4-5, 4-5, 4-5 every time he touches the ball. That's like having a bulldozing fullback, knowing he's going to get that extra yards for you.
I was
He's done a
about to
good
say,
job.
perfect fullback
Yeah.
compliment to Johnson, the main running back.
I mean, you could see it in his future, possibly in high school.
I don't know what happened there, but something went wrong on the play. It ends up being a big loss, and that will force Pennsville with a big third down play, 3rd and 15. Not exactly sure. Was this like a broken play?
Yeah, he was trying to get to the outside, and he had penetration through the middle of that line. It just got a hand on him, you know.
All right, so it'll be 3rd and 15, coming up on a minute and a half.
3rd and 10.
Oh, 3rd and 10.
Yeah, 3rd and 10.
Oh,
Yeah,
I'm sorry.
He got 5 on that last play before they got him again.
Oh, I thought it was like a 10-yard loss.
He's a downhill runner. Seeing that, I'm not taking him for these sweet. I'm going downhill with this kid.
Probably forward progress made 3rd and 10.
Yeah.
Johnson back to pass, and now he's going to take off. He's going to shimmy
he's
to the
bouncing
right,
it out.
and he's only going to get to about the 10. So he's going to be a little bit short as we come down to the final minute of the first half. Be an interesting call here. The question is, does Pennsville have a kicker like Sterling does?
You know, that's a good question. We would love to see another field goal.
Well, we have a stoppage with 47 seconds left, and there's an injured Sterling player, incidentally.
Yeah, we are in the second quarter. 47 seconds.
Let's just say this quarter has gone relatively quick.
Yeah, it's our first 3-0 first half game, first field goal of the season so far, and first time we've seen 3-0.
Well, why don't I go ahead and read down the Pennsville Eagles senior squad. As we mentioned, we have Chase Johnson, Caden Colomey, Ashton Quinn, Phoenix Frito, Miles Blankenhorn, Aldrina Acevedo, Chase Baker, Liam Hill, Sonny Clay, David Biddle, Brandon Garcia, Caden Pena, Travis Wheatley, Dino Tamborella, Connor Dowens, Marcus Johnson Jr., Aiden Epstein, Ryan Bolden, and Declan Hoyt. Head coach is Dan Dowens and assisted by Justin Baker, Mike Hoyt, and Chris Whalen. And we get back to action on 4th down. The pass is, I think, caught, and we're going to see where they spot it. It is very close to the first down. I'm not sure if he got it. They're going to give it to him.
Wow, big play.
A huge play.
30 seconds to go.
Oh, my goodness. They decided to go for it, and now a timeout will be called by Pennsville to rediscuss things. So
they got 2 timeouts. The ball's at the 5-yard line. They got 30 seconds. The way they're running the ball, their average, just pound it. Pound the ball right off tackle and, get that number 2 and number 55 the ball, and you're gonna get a touchdown right before the half. And they need it. They need it because Sterling is, they're playing good ball too. But you need that score before the half.
It's a defensive battle to say the least. And if I recall correctly, Sterling will get the ball to start the second half.
Yeah. So you want to get the jump on it right now. You have an opportunity to put a nice touchdown on the board.
Well, we'll see what they do because Pennsville's down to 1 timeout. But they still got 31 seconds left to get it all figured out. So they come back from play here. And keep in mind, Sterling has all 3 of their timeouts in case they do get the ball back and want to try and rush down the field.
Formation.
Here's a handoff up the middle and getting to about the 2. And now they're going to stop the clock one more time with 23 seconds left till halftime. So needless to say, a perfect way to use all your timeouts in the last 45 seconds.
Trent Green chiming in.
From the previous game. Trent Green, of course, was there.
Aaron Epstein, number Epstein. Traps, Sterling K.
Well, hey, they would know more than we would, but crazy shots to you guys chiming in on the board here at HSG Network on YouTube.
Football Kid Mike. Good try, Eagles.
Not sure what he's referring to, but,
Philadelphia Eagles. He heard us talking about it possibly earlier.
Well,
Good try, baby. He just wanted to just put it out there, All
Yeah.
the Eagles fans watching today.
There's always a little, sometimes.
I think it was Tampa Bay, right? Tampa Bay put
Yeah.
it on them. Wow.
Anyway, we're about to have a 2nd and goal, but there's 23 seconds left. The ball spotted at the 3-yard line, and Pennsville has no timeout. So for them, I would not be surprised they try a pass play here.
I don't know. I mean, they got a couple receivers, spread out here. Two is the big guy. I think two's going to keep it.
Wait a minute. We got a flag down.
No.
And what will this be? Oh, a substitution foul against Sterling. So that'll move it up a yard and a half. And now it'll be 2nd and goal inside the 2-yard line. So it makes it a little bit easier for Pennsville to try and strike here.
This number 2 at quarterback is a threat when they're spread out a little bit. There's not a lot of, every time he's taken off when they open up that line, it was some good yardage. But now they just switched their backfield to 34 back at quarterback. 55's getting it. He's going in.
I think he does. I think he did.
Yeah.
He stopped.
Are you serious?
He has stopped. His knee was down before he crossed the plane.
Are you
now
serious?
They got to hurry up. But
Wow.
there's also a Sterling player down the end zone.
Spike the ball.
Oh.
Hurry up, spike the ball.
Oh.
I can't believe it. They stopped him at the 1-inch yard line.
Stopped him literally.
I mean, he had all the momentum going forward on that play.
Oh, my goodness. Well,
you got to be a really good referee to see that knee hit. You know what I'm saying? Because, I mean, he came through like a bowling ball. I didn't see it. You didn't see it. But the referee did. And we don't argue with the refs, but that's a great stop by Sterling. You know what I mean?
In the NFL, everybody does, but here, these are kids. So.
Yeah, these are kids. The referee, they don't get instant replay. But, that was good call by the ref. If he saw that knee down at the 1, and he's seen it. So they're going to try it again. I'm sure they're going to do the same exact play.
And it's 3rd and goal from about the 1-foot line. Clock is running. Will they quarterback sneak it? They do the push, and no signal yet. And then a flag goes down.
Push. I'm almost positive it's going to be pushing the back by 55, aiding the quarterback.
And the clock stops with 4 seconds left.
There's a flag.
They still say he didn't get in.
I'm sure it's aiding the quarterback, 55.
And if that's the case, then I don't know if they do runoffs here. Well, they'll discuss. It is against Pennsville, and it's a block in the back.
That's unfortunate. So 4 seconds. 3-0.
Well, they better hurry up if they start the clock, and they
Clock
will.
is running.
They're not going to be able to get the playoff before the half.
I don't think they noticed.
Wow.
I don't think they
What a
noticed.
mistake by Pennsville not realizing how much time was left and no timeout.
Hats off to Sterling defense right now on that standoff. I mean, how many times can you stop a running back on the 1-inch yard line a couple plays in a row? That's great. They protected that goose egg going into halftime and that 3-0 lead. You know what I mean? 3-0, baby.
And people are going to say what they want about it. But our halftime score, Sterling 3, Pennsville nothing. We'll go ahead and break, and we'll give you more MVP interviews, and we'll come back for the second half in a few moments.
All right, welcome back. HSG Network here with some TCUFL football action, week 4. I'm John Saplinski. I'm manning the ship by myself right now until Tom chimes in a minute. Cameraman, commentator. All right, here we go. Got a little bit of a kick there. All right, here we go. Welcome back, Tom.
Yeah, unfortunately at the half.
You guys left me.
We didn't bail out on you. Unfortunately, I had something to deal with.
It's all good. It's all good. I had the fort, multitasking at its finest.
Halftime goes by real quick with these games,
Yeah, there's nothing we can't do here at HSG. My guys left me and I took over. So we got a 3-0 ball game.
That's
Pensville
right.
with a heartbreaker, man, to end that half.
And they just did not close out properly, and they should have been ready when the ball was snapped, and they were not. And that was what cost them. And there was a block. I think there was a block in the back too.
Yeah, tough break to leave a ball on the 1-inch yard line.
All right,
first and 10 for Sterling.
Let's see if they can take advantage of that missed opportunity. As here's a handoff going to about the 41-yard line.
That's number 5. He's been the heart and soul in that backfield right now. He's a good runner. He runs like a fullback, but he will break a nice run. Oh boy, don't want that. See,
here.
First play coming on half. You don't want to go backwards. That's one thing you don't want to do.
Now, I think there might have been an illegal shift or something to that effect, but it ends up being 1st and 15 one way or the other. Or there was an illegal formation. One or the other is still a 5-yard penalty.
We got a 3-0 ball game, and these teams have, we've been through 3 games already, and we get to the senior game, and very evenly matched. I love it. Both teams are playing very well. Just gotta finish your drive, on that Pensville. Trip right out there.
All right, 1st and 15 from the 35, and keeping the ball and trying to get some yardage.
12, he's got extra yards.
40 and down to the 42-yard line. So good job by Jashawn Waters, but another flag is down.
Oh, that's
now I feel like this is Thursday Night Football with all everything was raining flags there.
Big game going to be brought back possibly again.
And that's because another illegal formation.
Wow, that's a tough break. You gotta get those out. This is week 4. This is the second half of a big game right now. You want to get those jitters out, man.
That easily slows things up, and all of a sudden, a couple of nice plays wiped out because of the illegal formation. So that makes it 1st and 20. You got to remember, you got to have 7 men on the line of scrimmage. Can't have 6 or somebody's lined up to the wrong. The
referees
wrong
are, when the referees are doing their job, that's what they're here for. They're making good calls. He's spreading it out again. Looks like they're going to go spread formation.
Yeah, they'll definitely spread here. Of course, they go modified as well. Now 1st and 20. So this is basically the equivalent of a holding penalty. Trying to look for the right play and the right person to go to. And here's another 5-yard penalty.
3 in a row.
False start.
Oh, man. I know coach is not happy right now.
You're not kidding. This was a mostly penalty-free first quarter and a half, and then all of a sudden we're putting umbrellas up for watch out for flying flags with beanbags.
Yeah. 3 in a row, that's hurting. You're now 1st and it looks like 30, 10, 20, 25. 1st and 25 for Sterling to start this second half. 2 minutes already in the third quarter, and it's 3 big penalties in a row. You don't want to go backwards.
Of course not.
And they're going to stay in that spread formation. They're comfortable. They got a game plan. They just haven't been able to get the game going. 12 is dropping back. He's letting
going
it go.
Deep. It looks
He's going back. He's got
it's nicely caught at the 40-yard line.
Wow.
And that ends up making up for all the penalty yardage and then some. That's a 1st down. What a play.
Great pass. What a way to get 3 penalties in a row. And, they finally got the play they were looking for, executed it. They were like 1st and 15 or 25. And, 1st and 25, and they got a huge 1st down.
That's an amazing play. You have to consider, I mean, they were all the way back at the 25-yard line, and here they gained 37 yards on that play.
That's great.
Hard to imagine. All right, so 1st and 10 now from the Pennsville 38. Let's see if that's a turning point here. Here's a handoff right side, pushing the pile, and still driving his legs to about the 33. That's a 5-yard pickup before progress is stopped. I'm telling you what, and that play, I think, has rejuvenized Sterling on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, it's an eye-opener, getting everyone pumped up. I mean, then you got, your big tailback / fullback. I like to call him a fullback because he runs like a fullback. But he's a downhill runner and puts another 5 on there to his average.
So I'll make it 2nd and 5. Ball spotted at the 33-yard line. Ray, 6:40 left here in the third, and Sterling trying to add to that 3-0 lead. Now, I'll be interested to see if they try to kick another field goal. The wind's picked up a little bit more, too.
Yeah.
So something else to consider. They go spread and a modified. Waters awaiting the snap, and somebody jumped.
Yeah, outside linebacker.
And this
actually defensive end possibly.
And that's a free first down because it was 2nd and 4, and the encroachment foul will pull them over the line and moving to 6 again.
Yeah, they're moving, and they're in field goal range. if anything, at the least, they're putting themselves in field goal range.
You're putting yourself in field goal range. You're at the 27, so from here it's a 44-yard field goal. You think
a little bit more. I mean, to get there.
I was thinking an 8th grader can kick a 44-yard field goal, but hey, anything's possible.
Anything's possible today.
All right, so they're going to spot it at the 27, it looks like. So they go back spread and modified, 1st and 10 from that 27-yard line.
11 gets the call.
And it's going to bounce to the right side. Let's see if he can get some yardage. He will, and he goes almost to about the 20-yard line, maybe even a little more than that. So one thing that Sterling is doing, they're exploiting the run defense of Pennsville, and they're driving their way into the red zone.
Yeah, that was a big run.
And now make it, and they actually gave him a 1st down, so he probably didn't get to about the 17-yard line.
Yeah, it's the first time we've seen him carry the ball today, and way to step up for his team for a big gain off tackle on that right side of the line. Still 3-0 ball game, our 4th and last game of the day.
Yeah, it's been quite a day here. Now on 1st down, there's a handoff left side. Oh, swinging around tackle.
Wow, it's bouncing off everybody.
10 down to about the 9-yard line. So as far as that is concerned, that's some good running on the part of a Sterling. And once again, Waters is going to go back and
get 6 yards on that.
Sure did. Gain of 6. They're going to give him the 8-yard line. So it'll be 2nd and 4. At the last second, Tamir Logan comes in the game, and we'll see what package is in for this group.
They're in good position right now. They got that field goal early in the first quarter. Half the third quarter's gone. A big score here would be a game changer for them to set a nice tone.
All right, they're going to condense the formation here, and we got a flag down, and it's going to be a false start against Sterling, probably because the left side of the line moved, and that's going to back him up a little bit and force a 2nd and 9.
Yeah, it's penalties, they're a part of the game. You just don't want them. We saw that with Pennsville, that last drive to end the quarter, the half, and, penalties, they drove. They got penalties, they drove, got down to the 1-inch-yard line. It just unfortunately couldn't. It might be a 6-3 ball game right now.
Be a totally different game right now.
Totally different game.
All right, so they break huddle and they go to the 9-yard line. Actually, the 8 rather. So it is 2nd, and they're about the 13-yard line. So let me get that straight. 2nd and 8 from the 13.
There's 11 again.
He's
right off
make
tackle.
His move. He crosses the tackle. He gets inside the 10. He's still fighting. And he might have scored there. He did. Are you kidding me?
Wow.
Welcome to the end zone for Tamir
14-yard touchdown.
That is a run and then some.
He ran like a bowling ball. So, you're seeing 5 carrying the load, 5. He's getting some big carries. So right now it's looking like they got thunder and lightning in that backfield. You know what I'm saying? I mean, he's bringing another level of a running game to this already. 5 was carrying the load. We didn't know nothing about 11, who just came in there, and a few 10 yards, 14 yards with a score.
A little bit of a fresher body there, too.
Yeah, he was running hard. I mean, now they're just showing us right now they got 2 backs that are, that can put a hurting on the running game.
Don't worry, Howard will be back in a moment to change the score. He just had to step out for a minute. So we'll see what happens with the extra point. I don't want to mess up his keyboard. That's the whole thing. So try the extra point. They snap it. They kick a high pop up, and it just clears the crossbar. And the kick is good to make it a 10-0 Sterling lead.
There we go.
I guess you knew how to operate it better than I would.
Let me tell you something here, pal. I got this down pat. They don't even know Howard's missing. I changed the score. I mean, this is big. You know what I mean? This is evolution to the guy, just sitting over in that chair and coming over here and changing the score.
And speaking of...
I'm running the camera.
Speaking of the devil, he's back.
Yeah, Howard, you don't even need to be here no more. Howard just returned, by the way. Yeah, you can take a break, man. We got this.
We got 3:45 here left in the third, and Sterling took pretty much the whole third quarter up to this point and drove all the way down for a touchdown. But that
was a great drive.
And the key play was that 38-yard reception.
Yeah, that was huge. Very big. So we got a 10-0 ball game, second half of our final game. We appreciate everyone that came out here today to support the kids. We appreciate everyone that chimed in back home. We appreciate all the community and everyone taking part.
And those of you checking things out on HSG Network, we thank you as always for that. Just remember to please subscribe to HSG Network on YouTube. We got more TCUFL action next week, and I'm sure John will be a part of that.
Yeah, most likely.
Yeah, and make sure you subscribe. I think we're close to 3,000 right now, so hopefully get us over the top this weekend. Make sure you subscribe to HSG Network, because when you subscribe, you'll get the info as to when the next broadcast will be. And as we see a little directional kick. Oh, they recovered their own kick.
Wow, that's huge.
Well, that's another turning point right there.
Yeah, number 3.
I mean, that was perfect positioning and knowing where the body needed to be, and he made it there.
Yeah, that was a big play. They get the ball back. You're 10-0 with 3:42. They march downfield a little bit. Take that 3:42 off if they don't score, and they enter the fourth quarter with a 10-point lead. That's big.
And I tell you what, Pennsville's rattled. Ever since the not scoring at the end of the first half, they have not been the same.
It's a turning point. You got it. You can't leave a ball on the 1-inch yard line 3 plays in a row. That's a huge no-no, and it sparked this defense, to spark this offense on Sterling to make some big plays now.
Body language on the sideline looks a little bit. They're like surprised, like what just happened here. 1st and 10 from the 49. Back to pass. They're going to lob this one. It is caught inside the 40 down to the 36-yard line. That was
Loatman. I think that's number 3, Loatman, he said. Yeah.
Oh, so Jaden Loatman Rocha was the one who made the catch. It's a 13-yard pickup, and that'll be a first down. So right now it's Sterling starting to grab a hold of this game. They're not letting this one go.
Nah, coach said, look, we got the lead. We've kicked a field goal. We marched the second half with a beautiful drive. Let's take this game. Everyone do exactly what we came out here to do and execute, and we're just going to keep moving the ball, and they're doing a good job.
Yeah, they certainly are.
You got that trips out there on the right, so look for a big pass play possibly.
No, it's going to be a run this time, and it looks like being chased that time was Loatman.
Number 5.
Oh, I'm sorry, that was 5, Ryan Schmidt, based upon what I have here. It is a 4-yard pickup. I'll make it 2nd and 6 as we're coming down to 2.5 left here in the third. And something else to keep in mind, ever since the end of the first half, Pensville has not had the football.
No.
Sterling has had the whole time in this third quarter.
Got that onside kick. They marched downfield, left 4 minutes on the clock, onside kicked it, and got the ball back. And actually it was like 3:55. So they're doing a good job with that. Them onside kicks are huge.
Most definitely.
Huge at this level.
So a 2nd and 6 as the ball spotted the 32-yard line. Once again, Waters will be taking the snap and the modify.
Oh boy!
He got back. I thought
Yeah.
you weren't allowed to. But he never crossed the line. That was the problem. All right, now a little bit of audibleizing here. As Waters long waits the snap.
There goes the
and
running
now
back.
goes the handoff. He'll get to about the 30 and down to about the 27, about 2 yards shy of a first down.
Yeah.
But I'll tell you one thing, Sterling is starting to fire off against this Pennsville defense.
Yeah, I mean, when you got the lead and you're getting ready to go into fourth quarter, you should get a surge of energy of, hey, man, we got to be more intense because we don't want this lead. We want to keep scoring. We want to keep pushing. You never go backwards. So you want to get them pumped up, man. You want to stay with that intensity.
So once again, Jay Sean Waters gets the call from the sideline, and ball's at the 27-yard line of Pennsville, 3rd and 2. Have to get, actually, 3rd and about a long yard, probably the 26-yard line. It's the line of game. They're going to triple the left side. Looks like a 4-receiver set here. Creeping up is the end guy, and now
Looks like he might keep it.
He does keep it, and he'll get a first down, crossing the 25 and scrumming down to the 23, maybe the 22. So that'll be a first down, and I'll tell you what.
Going to take us into the fourth quarter,
Yeah, they sure are, and not only that, they're being very methodical with this drive. Ever since the long pass, they've been methodical with everything since that point.
Yeah, well, you got control. When you're getting 4 to 5 yards every run and you have this lead, you can still give your best effort, but you can play a little bit more conservative. You don't need a big play. They haven't had a big play all game that they were really trying for. They had a 37-yard reception at a time we weren't ready for that. We were watching run, ground and pound, and they shocked everyone with that. But they know they can pass. We know they can pass now, but they're just got to waste the clock now.
We have a flag down for a delay of game, which will back things up. And obviously Sterling's playing beat the clock at this point.
Yeah.
So I think they have to redo the play. So there was 3 seconds left, and they're going to spot the ball at the looks like the 28-yard line. So,
hey, one thing I want to touch on too, since we're in the fourth quarter, though, Sterling taking care of us today with the hospitality. We appreciate that very much.
Most definitely.
Yeah.
We can't forget about that. They really did a great job. Back to pass and got to take a shot for the end zone. Way overthrown, incomplete. But it was worth the idea. So after the incompletion, we have hit three-quarter time.
There it is.
Sterling with a 10-0 lead on Pensville. We'll grab this break, and we'll come back with the final quarter right after this. All right, we are back once again here at Sterling High School in Somerdale, New Jersey. I'm Tom Wilkins with John Zaplinski, and of course Howard Gaber with the controls. A long day for all of us, but hey, we're coming to the home stretch, the final quarter of the 14 and under senior contest. Sterling with the ball, 2nd and 15 at the Pennsville 28, and a 10-0 lead. They've had the ball the entire second half so far. They'll take the snap, and this is going to be a handoff left side, trying to chase down, and
Got
finally
him.
a big stop by the defense for Pennsville, who matched the speed up that time and forces a 3rd and long from about the 29.
Yeah, it was a good stop. I mean, that's what they need right now. They're still in this game. I mean, 10 minutes to go, 10-0. If they did get that score in there, even, they could take the lead if they could stop them. But, all they need is one touchdown, one score back in this game. 10 minutes, anything can happen, anything.
You're not kidding in this league. So 3rd and 15 from the 28-yard line. The only score in the second half, a 14-yard touchdown run by Tamir Logan.
Yeah, he showed up late in the game, and got to tell you, hard runner.
All right, they spread here, 3rd and 15, looking the option. They
Quarterback
will,
gives it.
and he gets across the 25. He slips a tackle, and he's going to get to the 10, and home he is. And there's no flag down from what I see. So it is a goal for Sterling, who extends their lead. They convert on a 3rd and 15. Unfortunately, there was a flag that I didn't even see. That probably was behind the monitor I was looking
wow.
at.
What a heartbreaker. We've seen a lot of them today. A lot of them today. 28-yard touchdown called back.
And that is a hold, so it really pushes them back.
That was our number 5, right? That was number 5 on that. Ryan Schmidt, I'm assuming.
That's who we have.
Yeah, I mean, Ryan, has been workhorse all game looking for that one break. He's been bulldozing his way inside the tackles all game long. Hard fought yards, and then all of a sudden he finally breaks one, and unfortunately there's a flag.
That's a very tough break. Now, the hold happened at the 15-yard line, so it ends up being net positive yardage. So instead of 3rd and 15, now you have 3rd and 12 from the 25. So that hold inside the red zone proved very costly.
Yeah, that's a shame.
So they just repeat the down, and we'll try 3rd and 12 all over again and see what breaks here. And for Pensville, that might be the break that they actually needed.
Yeah, they need a little help right now if they want to get on there, because the way Sterling's been wearing that clock down.
All right, back to pass, looking, going to lob in the middle.
Ooh,
and
underthrown.
Didn't quite get the timing down there.
No.
Pass incomplete. So they went with a far side receiver. So now 4th and 12 coming up. An interesting play call here.
Yeah, I mean, I see them going in the air again. I know they're comfortable passing the ball. Just get that first down. A little too far for the field goal.
Or is it?
I don't know. They're going for another field goal. Oh, man, I love this. If you're back home, you're witnessing some history here. We don't see too many field goals attempts at that.
Or are they trying to
we just
them
haven't
a little
seen
bit?
them. I mean, at the games we watch, we haven't seen them. I mean, there might be a lot more in the games we don't see.
This is from 40. The snap.
Oh,
the
my
kick
goodness.
on its
Are you
way.
serious? Oh,
And he just missed it.
under it.
That was a low-line drive, and I guess it was just wide.
That was beautiful. Good snap, good hold. I mean, it had the distance, just a foot low.
Whatever high school gets him, you got a leg.
Yeah, you just got to work with them. That's it. A little bit of work. You see someone with the potential of kicking like that, get them to someone that can, help him with his craft. That's all. That was a straight ball. That was a good kick.
That was a line drive and a half. You'd see that normally with a kickoff, but
yeah, good blocking on the line. Hats off, guys. I mean, special teams wins games, but I give credit to the coaches to trying that because, like we said earlier, you're going to get a game where special teams you're going to need something like that possibly.
You're not kidding there. Yeah. So as far as Pennsville's concerned, this is their first play from scrimmage in the second half.
Yeah, 8 minutes and 45 seconds. And
so both sides are rested. That includes Sterling's defense. 1st and 10. Let's see what they do. They'll go with an inside handoff. They escape a tackle. They'll cross and get out. Oh, he's still going, and he steps out of bounds around the 42-yard line. So remember that no matter where you kick at the if it's no good, they start the 20. That was a gain of 22 on that play. And they say he was tackled without going out of bounds, I think. We'll see. And now we got 1st and 10 to 42-yard line. And, hey, one little step for Pennsville. And they could be right back in this game.
Yeah, he's got the potential of break. I mean, he had a 17-yarder earlier. You know, they're inside the tackle runners 55, and he's had a lot of carries for 4 and 5 and 6 yards. I mean, but that's the guy that you want to go to distance with. I mean, you know, wear him down with 55 and give the ball to number 2 because, like I said, he's got some big runs.
The left side moved again. And once again, you get a big play for Pennsville, which pretty much comes with a 5-yard penalty thereafter. That's like the third time already in this game where this has happened. And that has really slowed Pennsville down because of that false start.
Mistakes, mistakes kill the drive, kill the momentum. It's hard to recover from them time after time and time after again because you work so hard, you put so much effort into it, and it just takes the life out of you more and more. So they gotta pick up the slack on those because you want to win this game right now. You got 8 minutes to get down there and get a touchdown in there and try to get the ball back. And they have stopped them. They've stopped them a lot this whole game, 4 or 5 drives, so they can stop them.
So 1st and 15 now from the 37-yard line. Time is a little wasted here. They need 2 scores. And, they were going to try and do a razzle-dazzle, and that got smashed up by the interior defense of Sterling.
Yeah, that's 2 or 3 times they tried that same play, the same formation, same players, and it's just not getting off. The defense gets in there so quick. I mean, that's a loss of 20 maybe, and down here they had 2 losses on the same exact play. When they run him downhill right from the backfield, they're getting great yardage. And them big runs they're looking forward, Biddle and 17 and number 2. I would veer away from that play again.
I don't think they will use it again because that was a loss of 7, and that got 2nd and 22 from their own 30-yard line. So it's almost like, okay, now what do we have to do? I wouldn't be surprised to go to passing.
It's too close to the line. You know what I mean? It's too close. He's an inch off the line running down that line. If one guy doesn't block, it's tough to run that play.
Well, here's a handoff, and once again, here's the Sterling defense.
Wow.
Sure.
Man,
Johnson was throwing down pretty good there.
Yeah,
and loses a yard in the process. So now 3rd and 23, and all of a sudden, Pennsville went from a positive marking to suddenly find itself going backwards yet again.
Yeah, it's self-destructing on this drive. I mean, the opportunity was there. You stopped a very good Sterling offense to get that opportunity to drive downfield and make something happen to keep the game alive and the momentum. But, they're just self-destructing right now with penalties and mistakes.
And knowing where they are right now, this has to be 4-down territory, even though it's 3rd and 20 plus.
Yeah.
And they're taking a good amount of time in the huddle talking about the play. I think they really need to be careful as to what they call because they're taking their good old time. I'm surprised we haven't seen like a delay a game on this. Coaching staff for us, Sterling, obviously being energetic here on the sideline. On 3rd and long, Johnson will take it himself.
Oh, had a man
out. He slips out of the tackle. Can't slip out of the second one. And Sterling flies to the ball and another loss on the play.
Huge 4th down now. They got to go for it.
And Tamir Logan led the charge on the stop. So now 4th and extremely long. And Pensville got to try and figure out what to do here. Not too many calls they can make. And I know they have both teams have all 3 of their timeouts. But you're halfway through the 4th quarter. And you need 2 scores. And one may have to come right now.
Yeah.
But actually they're thinking about punting anyway and using the timeouts.
That field goal, if they could pull out something, that field goal helped.
And it goes over his head.
Wow.
And he gets a slide down, and what a disaster that turned out to be.
Yep.
So now Sterling's going to get the ball close to goal to go.
Yeah, that's unfortunate. Snap was high. It's a tough position at any age, to long snap the ball. Your hand could be sweaty. You might not have got to the line and your foot was in the wrong placement. There's a lot of things that can go wrong. Your shirt could be hanging in front of you and you never tucked it in.
Or it could just be nerves.
So much. I could tell you stories for days.
You've been
we
around
got
more than me.
excuses for every one of them. I had an excuse for every one of them. The ball was wet, Coach.
Well, the ball's been wet the entire game. So Sterling will get the ball, and they're going to spot it at the 11. So they can get first down without scoring. But with 4:40 left, they're looking to put the exclamation point already on this. We'll see what happens here. From the 11, first down. They go to snap. Oh, a big hole left side, crossing the 10, turn the corner to the 5, and scoring.
All right, there he is. He's
Welcome
happy.
to the end zone. Boy, I'll tell you what, that's got to be some happy Sterling people, because, I mean, this was like a nail-biter back and forth, but obviously Sterling has opened things up with a very good second-half game plan, and they're now taking it to Pensville. Well, the good news is for the kicker for Sterling, he doesn't have to kick a 40-yard extra point unless they get back-to-back holding calls. Let's see what they do here. Making sure everyone's on the line, and they'll try the extra point again. It's important because I'll make it a 3-score game. Nice. And he's done just that. Kick is good, and Sterling now a 17-0 lead on Pennsville. By the way, it's number 3 looks like Ryan Penderleaf is the kicker there, from what I've seen. By the way, just so everyone knows, I wanted to give the roster. I didn't get a chance to. For the senior Knights team, they are Akeem Harrison, Peyton Cato, Brian Loatman Jr., Jaden Loatman-Rocha, Ryan Penderleaf, Bray Joel Spates, Ryan Schmidt, Cameron Picott, Kane Miles, Tamir Logan, Jay Sean Waters, Gabrielle Thomas, Jackson Muller, Manuel Semedy, Byron Coley, Nathan Benzenhofer, Eric Loper Jr., Timothy Hardy, Herb Egan, Marlon Williams Jr., Jaden DeAngelis Delaya, Luke Abmesif, Marcel Cannon, Chase DeSandro, Adam Russell, Elijah Campbell, and Jack Jordan. And the coaches, led by head coach Benjamin Loatman and assisted by Dominique Watkins, Ryan Penderleaf, Brian Loatman Sr., Derek Loatman, and Adolphus Cato. And by the way, crazy shouts to both cheerleading squads and all the cheerleading squads who participated in this game. They really did a nice job for their respective benches, so I'll give them credit. Also, Andrew Schmitz, a photographer, Rachel Spicer, and Deanna Grankowski are the cheerleading coaches for the senior group. And so with that said, it'll be Sterling kicking off with going with the kickoff here, and one popper, and the ball is loose. And did wow! Oh my goodness! Did Sterling cover again? And evidently they did. Become 18 and 18. That's right. I forgot about that. So it would have been 11 and 19 respectively. My apologies. I goofed that one up. Yeah, it says 19. So. All right. Well, obviously, I got kind of corrected on the on the scores. If you kick the extra point,
it's 2.
It's 2.
I told you guys that.
So the whole time it was 11-0, and I had no clue.
I put the wrong score on the computer. I'm like 8 people behind the Howard took a break.
It's been a long time since I've done this league, so
I'll admit it. It was me. I did it. I'm shedding points. You know what I mean?
Oh my goodness!
Shaving points at a youth game.
Hey, it gets crazy sometimes.
So Sterling ball, 1st and 10, 19-point lead.
And
it's
4.5 to play.
You know, Pennsville just missed opportunities. They played good football today. They played hard-nosed football. Just were unfortunate mistakes, constant mistakes today.
All right, so the handoff, and here's that guy we talked about, Logan. Logan goes inside the 35 to about the 33-yard line and gains another 15 yards. And I'll tell you what, this team is on all cylinders now. I mean, you got to consider they've had the ball for all but 5 plays here in the second half, which really is tremendous if you think about it. So once again, getting to play Jay Sean Waters, who's the quarterback in this game. Now the break huddle will be 1st and 10. Ball spotted at the 33-yard line to go spread. It's been a little modified. We've seen that a lot in this game. Waters will take the snap and then give to Logan. He turns the corner to the 30, and he steps out of bounds. Didn't necessarily need to step out of bounds, but that stops the clock. So he'll have a first down. Oh, okay. Anyway, it was Lotman who was the kicker that we had just received word from just a moment ago. So anyway, 1st and 10. They will hand us off again and turn in the corner. And undercut about the 15-yard line. Good tackle that time. And probably not a very smart tackle the way he was in his in position, but it's a Pennsville player that is down on the play on that tackle. And hopefully he's all right after that one. I mean, it looked like a good tackle, but it's possible it could be an upper injury here. So hopefully he's all right. And yeah, thankfully he's up. He jumped up. He probably had the wind knocked out of him for a second. So at the very least, I mean, hey, you got to give credit to Pennsville for at least hanging in this game. But unfortunately, just too much Sterling. I mean, Pennsville had the freshmen and sophomores. It looks like Sterling will have the juniors and seniors and will end up having a draw, each team winning, each side winning 2 games.
Yeah.
So now the clock winds down under 3 minutes and then stops again as Pensville calls a timeout. So your overall, John, your thoughts on today between these two teams? I mean, what have you liked seeing? Not just this game, but the overall.
The players that were supposed to make plays on both teams today made the plays they were supposed to make. You have leaders on every team, and then you got, you build a foundation about your leaders. And that's where you build a foundation that grows one block at a time. But both teams today, your main players showed up on both teams. Unfortunate for Pennsville, they weren't able to execute down here for the touchdown, and they were riddled with penalties today. Just careless mistakes that kept driving them more yards back than they could go forward. But they got a lot of workhorses. They got a lot to work with for next week. It's a good team, just unfortunately didn't execute the way they came into. But this game is now taking off 19-0, but it was a closer game than the score. They could fix it. It was 3-0 for two and a half quarters. 3-0 for 2.5 quarters, I think. Pretty much almost.
Well, we just got the Knights kicker.
Diane Rochia,
Yeah,
Knights kicker.
Yes.
Number
Jaden
3,
Rochia.
Jaden Logan Rochia. Nice.
Now he gets it. So thank you very much for the clarification here.
Notice. Willingboro Clayton, week 5. It says.
That should be an interesting matchup. And slowly developing play.
5 getting the call here.
And looks like he still has it.
Got a flag there too.
And a flag down because there was like a lot of people jogging on that play.
Yeah.
But there was a penalty flag down with 2:40 remaining. We'll see and it's going to be a hold against Sterling, so I'll back things up and force probably a 2nd and 15. But I like the fact that both teams participated and they gave it their best shot. And really, there haven't been any problems at all on the field.
No, good sportsmanship all day long.
And that's really what you like to see, especially with these leagues.
Yeah, good sportsmanship. Like I said, when we talk about, this league and we talk about the growth of it, and it's a well-ran league, it starts at the very top. The executives run the league. Everyone believes in it to make it successful, trickles down to the organizations and then the coaches and all the boards down to the players and then the fans. So if everyone's on the same page, you have a nice environment, you got a nice league to be proud of, and you take care of it. And that's what the sportsmanship. Everyone get along, let the coaches coach, let the refs ref. Everyone's doing their job, and there's nothing more you can ask for with that in a youth organization.
And outside of it being a little bit chilly and cloudy and damp, you can ask for a better day of football games here. All right, here is a
Back option.
pitch out. And, nice trip up tackle at about the 20-yard line there. So that'll force a third down coming up, 3rd and 9 from about the 20 as we're now under 2 minutes left. And I'll tell you one thing. I think the most intriguing things I've seen today, the sophomores for Pennsville and the way they ran that double wing almost to perfection, and then the juniors for Sterling, who ran the full house pretty much to perfection.
Yeah, that sophomore game, they were pretty nice to watch on that double wing tee. They run it very well, and it's tough to stop. You got to be aggressive on defense, and you got to stay home where you need to stay home. And, you just got to go over it in film study for later on in the season. But, yeah, good well-ran programs today, executing the way they're taught. They train hard since July, probably coming out here practice days a week. Hats off to the parents for bringing these kids to practice and staying there and skipping dinners and, running to McDonald's on the way home is a lot of work in this stuff. I got to tell you.
Trust me, these parents do sacrifice a lot for
It
their
is.
kids to make it as well as it can be. And they end up having the success as well. Back to pass and take
Wow,
a
nice
shot
pass.
for the end zone. Will it be caught?
Whoa!
It is. How about that? A
What an arc.
touchdown pass to the back of the end zone. And a 20-yard strike. So now we can officially say we've seen a bit of a touchdown pass there. I mean, it's been a lot of time in the air, but I tell you, that was a perfect pass.
Yeah, you had a 37-yard pass earlier, and between the two quarterbacks, I don't know which one threw it. You got 12 and 2 were stepping in, but, 37 out of the 20, they showed that they could pass the ball on top of running the ball. That was well thrown ball.
Definitely was. All right, now we get to say Jaden Lotman-Racha, who's perfect on double extra points here.
And a field goal, right? He got the
That's
field
correct.
goal, too.
Yeah, 1 for 2 in field goals. He hit from 31. He missed from 40, but he's had a good day. He really has. Taking the snap, kick on its way. He's got another double. So make it 27-0 in favor of Sterling. Meanwhile, there is a shaken up Sterling player down after the extra point. Hopefully everything's all right there. But I'll tell you what, John, give credit to Sterling's team. I mean, it was a close game, but the second half made all the difference. They made Pennsville pay for not taking advantage of that touchdown at the end of the first half.
Yeah.
And they've never got close to the end zone again. And not only that, you got 2 recovered onside kicks will do the trick as well.
Yeah, it was a great day of special teams today. When you watch football and you don't see it very often at this level, you saw a good football team, put 27 points up today. They were doing everything they wanted to do on offense. They worked hard to get them scores. It wasn't handed to them. Pennsville did not hand them any points they got. The score was 3-0 for most of the game. But to see special teams take a big part into today's game, you got a lot of onside kicks. We got field goals today. We got extra points, 3 for 3. That's big. You appreciate the game when you see stuff you don't see every game that we're doing and taking it to the next level. And that's where you win games, because you're not only practicing all week on your offense craft, your defense. Special teams is so important. It's a big part of the game. Games are won on a kick return at the end. Remember Deshaun Jackson when they played the New York Giants? There was no time left, and the guy ran a huge return in overtime or something like that.
Listen, John, all three phases of the game are just as equally important. We forget about the offense and the defense and the special teams, but in the trenches is where it really matters, because it's when you get in the trenches that helps the offense or defense or wherever you're playing on special teams become as successful as they are, So, I mean, that's really the key thing here, because you just never know what's going to happen. And that's why they say keep playing, because you never know. And now Sterling to kick off from the 40-yard line, the final 48 seconds of this one. And
didn't go 10.
Did not go 10 yards this time. In fact, it went out of bounds right at the midfield stripe. So Pensville will get the ball I believe, at midfield. So we'll see if they're able to end on on a high note. They have 2 timeouts left and 48 seconds to see if they can get into the end zone. But give the team credit. I mean, maybe it is in the itinerary to try and do those short directional kickoffs and see if they're able to recover. I mean,
well,
they had
it's constant. It's constant because it's a freebie if you get it. It's constant. So I mean, some games you're getting 3, 4. I mean, seeing how many we've seen today, you know, at the same time, it's kind of like giving them, if they do recover it, their little chance. You know, they're up by 27. If they kick the ball all the way down there and they don't move the ball from the 5 and they get the ball back, they're kind of giving them a little opportunity right now. It's 27-0. Give a little bit of a kick too, so it's actually kind of helping. It's not really an onside.
Here's a handoff and taking it down and staying in bounds.
Nice 10, 11-yard carry for number 2.
Yeah, he gets about 11 for a first down, but the clock continues to run. I mean, Pennsville gave it all they had, and unfortunately, the Sterling Steamroller came out in the second half.
Yeah, that was
and,
Chase Johnson right there on that carry. Nice.
And he's had a
run.
nice game. Let's not forget about that.
Yeah, he did.
Probably get a chance to run one more play unless they decide to call a timeout. Try and make sure everybody's on the field. On first down, they will give it to Johnson, and he's going to run, try and take the corner. He slams on the brakes. Clock runs to zeros, and that is going to be it. So Sterling wins by a score of 27-0 over Pennsville. And what we're going to do, probably take one more break, and we will have our star of the game for this senior contest in just a moment, so please stay with us. Man, I got moving just a little bit. There we go. All right. Okay, we are back here at Summerdale, New Jersey, in Sterling High Schools. We just finished up our senior game, and I'll tell you what, this man's impressive. Your name again?
Jaden Lopman.
Lopman, I'll tell you what, you really had a heck of a game, and especially on foot. And helping out with that 27-0 win over Pennsville and the seniors. I mean, when did you start kicking?
About 2 years ago.
And did you ever think you could possibly make up the 40-yard field goals as you had your attempt, I think, in the early part of the fourth quarter, just missed a little bit off?
No, not at all.
Well, I'll tell you one thing. You keep doing what you're doing, you might be the next Brandon Aubrey. So who knows? By the way, who's your favorite football player?
Probably Tom Dempsey.
Oh, wow. So you look like you're going way old school before I was born, because he was the first to kick a 63-yard field goal. Remember, he only had half a foot.
Yeah.
That's the crazy part about it. But now we look, it seems like 60-yarders are you're kind of thinking about on that category. What do you think was the difference in the game outside of the kicking?
Just the whole team turning up in the last 2 quarters. The first 2 quarters weren't really good, but everybody went hard in those last quarters.
And the fact that you recovered 2 onside kicks and basically held the ball for almost the entire second half was the biggest thing. By the way, who is your favorite team?
Probably the Miami Dolphins.
Oh, okay. Well, you got your game Monday night, so and we'll see if they get themselves back in the win column. So what do you think is going to be going on for next week? You see another challenge along the way?
Not really. I don't really know who we play.
And by the way, as far as the school goes, I mean, what's your subject?
Math, probably.
Yeah, math. Hey, listen, I'm a music guy, so I know math as it is. So it goes without saying. And one more thing. You want to say hi to anyone? Send any shouts, any people who are watching?
No.
So nobody in your family's watching?
They're all here.
Okay. We had that in a little bit of a laugh, but tell you what, you really had a heck of a game. So congratulations on everything, and good luck the rest of the season. Maybe we'll see you in the playoffs.
Thank you.
All right. So Jalen Lopman, the kicker for the Sterling, who won the game with a field goal and a couple extra point tries, as Sterling wins by a score of 27-0. That wraps up the coverage today of TCUFL football. For Johnson Plensky and Howard Gaber, I'm Tom Wilkins. Thanks for joining us here on HSG Network, and we'll see you next week for more action.